Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. There is no YouTuber more emulated than MrBeast. He has more impersonators than Elvis. If MrBeast was a Halloween costume, he'd be outselling Spider-Man and Batman combined. There are so many clones of MrBeast in these days, it's like he's done a shadow clone jutsu, but every shadow clone that exists is just a worse version of the original now, and they're getting more and more degenerate. Today we're about to talk about an Italian MrBeast clone who recently just did a stunt that ended up killing a 5-year-old child. Now, this isn't just one person emulating MrBeast, it's a group called The Borderline, and in their About section on YouTube, they even name-drop MrBeast saying how inspired they were by his content, and they want to have that level of success as well. So, if you go to their channel, you'll immediately see the MrBeast influence. They do basically the exact same content, even copying the thumbnails pretty much, doing the classic MrBeast hand. The one where he's like coming out of the grave like this. Like, they even do that, you know, like Emperor Palpatine shooting lightning out of his fingertips for the thumbnail. Like, that kind of shit, they just immediately lifted from MrBeast in order to try and suckle on the bosom of his success. And it's working. MrBeast truly did figure out the online content creation formula. Copying MrBeast is a cheat code and fast pass to success. They've got massive engagement as well, for fundamentally just being a carbon copy of whatever MrBeast is doing. It reminds me of that old gag you used to see in cartoons where someone hops up on a photocopier and just keeps like printing up copies of their ass cheeks. That's what this channel did. Anytime MrBeast did a video, they did pretty much the exact same video, but since they're not English speaking, they get a different corner of that market that doesn't have the MrBeast videos being served to it. So it was a pretty smart business model. It just so happened that they were also extremely stupid douchebags that, for some reason, decided that it would be a good idea to risk the lives of everyone around them for their most recent video, which was spending 50 hours in a rented Lamborghini. Now, I called this a stunt in the beginning because that's what a lot of people are calling it in the media. This isn't a stunt. Like, just being in a car for a long period of time, that's called a fucking road trip. Most people can do that without killing somebody. But these assholes are so unbelievably reckless, dangerous, and dumb that they ended up having a head-on collision with another vehicle that killed a 5-year-old child. And it's entirely their fault because they were speeding around, driving recklessly like they were on the fucking set of Fast and Furious, and the big shtick that they were doing with this challenge was insulting other drivers and taunting them. That was one of the big things. They would taunt other drivers during all of this and filming in the car. So it's pretty clear that they were distracted driving and were being extremely dangerous and careless on the road, which led to this fatal car accident. Now, this is the driver of the vehicle who was behind the wheel during the crash, but he was not the only one in the car. The rest of the crew was also present as well, and it seems like they were filming all of this garbage, which eventually led to this crash. So he was the one driving, but there is a video from one of the other members here right before they got into the Lamborghini for this challenge.
Ah, raga, sta macchina va più veloce di saetta McQueen. Che cos'è una Lamborghini e c'è vinco la piston cap? Andiamoci sopra, Jessica! Ma questo con la smart che sta facendo? Ah bello, la macchina tua costa 300 euro usata al Conad, la mia costa 1 miliardo, vale quanto Amazon.
I found this clip in Scott Schaefer's video, but I couldn't find the original upload of it anymore. So you can clearly see the attitude of what the video was supposed to convey. Just shitting on all of the other cars in the road because they're in an expensive luxury car for 50 hours. That was the whole video premise. Wow, what a banger. I too remember the classic MrBeast video where he went around calling everyone poor and making fun of them and spitting on them from the comfort of his luxury vehicle. That one's timeless. That's iconic MrBeast moment right there. I also find it impressive how he actually just looks like a douchebag. You don't even have to talk to him to know that he's extremely obnoxious. I went to look at a bit of their other content because I couldn't imagine he actually just sounds like this normally, because his voice sounds like 15 chain smokers all did a fusion dance together and then inhaled helium. Turns out that's exactly how he sounds. In his little MrBeast copycat group, he's just the one that is always screaming and making goofy faces and goofy voices. What a fucking loser. Now, according to authorities, what happened is the Borderline crew went to overtake a car at high speeds and then had the head-on collision with this vehicle that had a mother and her children in it, which unfortunately led to the loss of the life of the 5-year-old boy. The Italian Prime Minister came out and said that they will be losing their license for life during this investigation, and then said, if you're a repeat offender and take a person's life because you are a jerk behind the wheel, you don't see your license for the rest of your life. It's not like I suspend it for a few months. Meanwhile, other Italian lawmakers say the 5 YouTubers involved should also immediately have their social media account access taken away. And that's a picture of the mother and the 2 children. Now, I don't know if it's just a cultural thing, but I feel like the word jerk here is not nearly a strong enough word to describe this evil group of douchebags. Maybe jerk is like a really strong word in Italian culture, I don't know, but I feel like jerk doesn't really quite capture just how awful these people are here. This is a ridiculously dangerous thing to do, fucking driving recklessly while taunting drivers and filming everything inside of the car. Distracted driving, like what the fuck? Like, that's not the behavior of a jerk. A jerk is someone that, like, double dips in the salsa at a Super Bowl party. This is an absolutely reckless danger menace to society. Like, this is a piece of shit. This whole group, they're pieces of shit. Now, they did post this video yesterday, which is just a still image, letting everyone know that the Borderline, you know, the band's breaking up here, basically, after this tragedy. And that's kind of where that's at the moment. It's still all under investigation as of right now. But man, it is fucking horrific. Taking the life of a 5-year-old boy because you were so clout hungry that you came up with this dumb challenge, which is a stupid challenge, by the way, of just staying in a car for 50 hours. That's really boring. But then not only that, you took a boring challenge and then made it dangerous by driving like an absolute asshole and putting everyone's life at risk on the road. And unfortunately, it did take a life. So it's just, the whole thing is terrible. Now, the next thing I want to talk about here isn't necessarily pertaining to the story itself, but just more so the group as a whole, the MrBeast copycats. I just find it so interesting how different times are where the dream job for a lot of people growing up, a lot of young people, is to be an internet content creator. And this desire for social media attention is worth dying over or killing over. Like, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. Unfortunately, it won't be the last either. Because as people get more and more hungry for these internet points, they get more and more extreme with the shit that they do and film to try and get the attention. And I just find it so fascinating how different that is than when I was growing up. Times have really changed in a big way. I remember growing up in elementary school, they would ask you, what do you want to be when you grow up? And most kids give, you know, the very standard answers of, I want to be an astronaut, I want to be a firefighter. My answer was I wanted to be a professional basketball player and a professional football player at the same time. I thought I could really be the next Michael Jordan, but instead of baseball on the side, I played football on the side. And make no mistake, I was close. I was right on the cusp of achieving that goal, that glory. But unfortunately, the Lord had to nerf me, and I never got my growth spurt. I stayed 5'6". But imagine the athletic specimen, the weapon I could have become if I did get a little taller. I was so close. But the point is, that's really changed. Nowadays, most kids answer that question with, they want to be a YouTuber. That's like the #1 job occupation kids dream of. And for this group, they were living the dream. By all metrics, they were extremely successful. But they just kept getting more and more dangerous with the shit that they were doing for this viral fame, these viral videos, and then it led to this awful situation. It's just fucking sad. I have no sympathy for the YouTubers here. It is entirely their fault. They're old enough to know that what they were doing had very real risk involved. And I just feel horrible for the mother and the surviving child. This is a traumatizing experience that I have no doubt will most likely haunt them for the rest of their lives, and I'm wishing them nothing but the best here. But yeah, fucking awful situation that I just wanted to talk about a little bit. That's really about it. So yeah. Every now and then I like to provide an update on my dad's journey to becoming the ultimate gamer, and I tell you, he's making extreme progress. Right now, he's looking like if Shroud and Faker did a fusion dance. He's got that raw gamer gene harnessed, and he's tapping into it going Super Saiyan. So, I've made a lot of videos showcasing my dad in the gaming space. He built himself a racing simulator a few years ago for competitive iRacing, and he has been absolutely clapping cheeks on there. But he also showed an interest in just general PC gaming. So the racing simulator acted like a gateway drug, and I've been helping find games that I think he'd enjoy. And one of them that he has very much gotten into is World of Warships. I already showed you guys some of his raw talent there. But what I didn't realize until recently is just how dominant he is on that fucking game. He is more feared in World of Warships than Davy Jones. Like, this man is out here on the fucking Black Pearl just taking scalps. Look at this win rate. A 99% win rate in 700-something games. Now, I don't know if he's playing like bots or if they're people. I don't even know if there are bots in the game, but he swears that they're real people because he has like text chat with them. But a 99% win rate is nothing to shake your finger at or spit upon. That is unreal. That is unholy. What he is doing to them is downright demonic. He is brutalizing the seas out there. Dad's probably going to find the One Piece soon. It's crazy just how destructive he is in that game. But he's also been playing more than that. I got him on that Forza grind, and he loves it. His only criticism of the game is he says it's too easy, at least compared to the realistic racing simulator experience that he's used to. So he said Forza's a little too easy to win, so he just kind of goes back there to casually collect W's and just have some fun just drinking and driving in Forza and just absolutely being ruthless out there. And another game series, really, that I put him onto that he's been captivated with is Halo. Growing up, I used to play games with my dad. We played like 007 GoldenEye and the N64, and we played games together all the way up until the original Xbox with Halo. And we grinded Halo a little bit together, but after that he kind of stopped playing games altogether, but he'd always had a fascination with it. So I got him the Master Chief Collection on Steam, and he's trying to get back in the saddle there, and it's proving to be a little more difficult than the racing games that he's used to in World of Warships. So I want to show you how it's going. He's not doing like multiplayer yet, he's just going through the campaigns, but I was able to capture a little bit of his campaign journey, and it is fascinating to see someone who's not used to like a controller try and work that fucking thing. They treat it like it's a piece of alien technology, like this artifact that is incomprehensible. It's adorable. Yeah, just hold, there you go.
Where are they going? Oh,
they're just getting killed up there.
I can't go through there, right?
Right.
I can go through there.
Yeah.
You probably need it somewhere else.
I got no weapons.
Yeah, so you can pick one up from where you came from. Oh, actually, no, you can't yet.
I was just gonna.
Well, you're gonna die in there.
Says, get to the bridge, double quick.
You're burning yourself alive.
Well, how do you get out of here?
You just move.
Well, I can't go through these guys.
They're your friends.
Yeah, I'm stuck though. Where do I go? Like, go down there.
Yeah. So jump over them, hit A, and then just go over them. There you go.
I did this already, I think.
Oh, I mean, 20 years ago when you and I used to play, yeah.
See, I don't have any weapons.
Not yet. You have to go. You have to go visit Captain Keyes.
Yeah, there you go. What do you think?
You're looking.
Oh, you're filming it?
Yeah.
You little shit.
You're looking good.
All right, I'm done.
All
I'm
right.
done.
The Let's Play will have to wait for another day, I guess.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he got a little shy. You know, it's like a Planet Earth documentary here, and I was David Attenborough. I got a little too close, and I startled the wildlife here, so he didn't want to continue playing after he realized I was filming. But as you can see, he's still learning how the controller works. Like I said, he's used to now all of the racing simulator type games, so trying to get a handle on a controller again is proving to be a little more difficult, but he's still having a good time. Since recording this video, he's well past this mission now, so that's good, and it's becoming easier and easier for him, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him release like a Halo 2 montage pretty soon. You know, come out of retirement here, you know, put Walshy's OG classic to shame. It's just so fun and wholesome to watch my dad play games, and he'll text me or call me and ask me tips on like Halo and shit like that. It's just great. So yeah, I just wanted to give a little update. I do these occasionally since my dad started his gamer journey over the last few years. So that's where he's at. He's really getting a handle on competitive games, but still getting his land legs together for shooters and any game that uses like a controller. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series GodSlap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co, link in the description. I'm a huge fan of Demon Slayer. I think the anime is absolutely amazing. You can watch all my previous Moist Meters on seasons 1 and 2, as well as the Demon Slayer movie if you want to hear a 28-year-old man gush. I just think the show has been spectacular, and it's a series that's been most known for its animation. Just really set the bar on high quality, breathtaking animation, just amazing visuals during action sequences in particular. Watching a fight in Demon Slayer feels as good as having sex, but for your eyes. And now season 3 of Demon Slayer just wrapped up, so it's Moist Meter time. And this is going to ruffle feathers, but honesty is the best policy. I think this is the weakest season of Demon Slayer. I really think that it was a big step down for the series, except for the final episode. I think the final episode was great, but overall, it just was pretty underwhelming from start to finish. Now, before you furiously type on the keyboard and just light that shit on fire with friction from how quickly and angrily you're typing, let me explain. My complaints are not going to be the same ones that you're seeing on Twitter. There's a lot of people on Twitter that have been whining and crying about the CGI. They are saying the animation in Season 3 was really weak and gross because there was so much CGI. I think that's a load of fish paste. That's a bunch of barnacles. I don't think the CGI was egregiously bad or anything. Yes, there is more of it in the season because 2 of the big bads have summons that are fully CGI. So the big bads of this season are Upper Rank 4 and Upper Rank 5 Demon. Upper Rank 5 Demon, one of his main moves is summoning CGI fish that waddle around and carry little blades with them. They're not even really blades, they're like tiny little can openers on their goofy little fins. And they're fully CGI, and I'm sure you've seen people meme on some of the scenes with them, because it is CGI and the characters have to fight that. And then the other demon, the Upper Rank 4, summons a fully CGI dragon. And a lot of viewers got very frustrated about that. But I don't think it was bad. Demon Slayer's always had a lot of CGI in it. But usually it's like certain attacks will have CGI used to help blend visually for sequences or, you know, move characters around during a fight. This is probably the first time it's been like fully CGI like monsters they have to fight, at least that I can recall. So I guess that could be a bit jarring for spectators, but I don't think they did it poorly. Like, I don't overall think the animation in Season 3 was bad, like a lot of people are saying it is. I think that's a silly argument to make. It is still absolutely beautiful. The fights were still amazing. I think the weakest part of Season 3, what I really didn't like about it, is the 2 villains. Upper Rank 4 and Upper Rank 5, both of them, just weren't very interesting. They weren't fleshed out at all. They were also significantly weaker than last season's villain, Upper Rank 6. Upper Rank 6 felt like an extremely powerful demon. Like, how the fuck are the good guys supposed to overcome this? This thing is damn near unkillable. It's got everything. It's fucking cheating. But in here, the good guys were never really struggling. It never felt like there was ever real problems with fighting Upper Rank 4 and 5. Especially 5. 5 is such a throwaway joke of a villain, it's sickening. Upper Rank 5 is a demon that basically just teleports around in vases. Like, he's a vase collector. and he summons fish out of them. He can suck people into vases. He can use attacks through vases. But he fights the Mist Hashira. And the Mist Hashira is very strong, all of them are. But upper rank 5 just gets absolutely fucking manhandled. Like, the Mist Hashira comes in and goatsies him against his will. Absolutely fucking spreads upper rank 5, kills him in like a couple of blows. There was never any stakes there. And he was a goofy villain that didn't have a single shred of backstory given to him, so how the fuck are you supposed to care? And you were never, like, afraid of him. The only thing upper rank 5 did was he trapped the Mist Hashira in a bubble for, like, an episode. And he's like, you're gonna suffocate in that bubble, and you won't be able to breathe. Which is already some Weenie Hut Jr. shit. The Bubble Master? Okay, whatever. And then he just regains his memories. I won't spoil how he gets out or anything. But then he kills him in, like, 20 seconds. Like, he barely even breaks a sweat. Upper rank 5's like, damn, you're not taking this seriously, are you? Well, you're about to have to start. And then he instantly dies. Like, it's just such a throwaway. And that was one of the big bads. But he wasn't the focal point. I understand that. Most of the focus was put on upper rank 4. Upper rank 4 is the demon that Tanjiro, Ginya, and then the Love Hashira all fight together. As well as Nezuko, of course. She's always ready to throw hands with the demons here. And he's better, but still seems like such a drastic decline in power from upper rank 6 in last season. There is no point throughout the entire fight with upper rank 4 that I ever felt like, oh man, how are they going to beat him? This is getting real dicey. Holy shit, I've got the whole seat, but I'm only using the edge right now. This is intense. This is crazy. It was always like, wow, upper rank 4 is such a weak little pussy. In fact, I don't want to spoil too much about the season, but one of upper rank 4's characteristics is he is literally always running away and afraid. And he's also the size of Stuart Little. He's just like a little rat scurrying around in the forest, so half of the season is spent chasing him around. And he's just always crying and whining. It's literally them chasing Chucky Finster for half of the season. And that's upper rank 4. Now, of course, he does actually fight them in a unique way, but when they're engaging in these fights, I'll say this much because I think it's in the trailer. Upper rank 4 has different versions of himself that fight. The main version is the cowardly crying piss baby one. The other ones stand and fight, but each one only really has one attack. An attack that Tanjiro and Ginya have no problem taking right on the chin every single time with no problem. It just really felt easy for them. Whereas last season, it took everything every character in the fucking cast had just to keep up with upper rank 6. They had to dig deep into their soul and go plus ultra 50 times and pull out 1,000 spirit bombs just to get close to killing upper rank 6. And that was the entire cast fighting there, basically. You had Tanjiro, Nezuko, the Hashira Tengen, Inosuke, Zenitsu, all of them having to go way past their limit in order just to fight the brother and sister combo, which was upper rank 6. That felt like, holy shit, this is a big villain. That's a very strong villain. Here, it was more of just a nuisance. Now, per usual, it is still a beautiful show to watch. That's not a complaint of mine. I still really think all of the action was done fantastic. Like, it was still superb to look at. But the villains were just so weak. Not only weak power-wise, but they also didn't really give them any kind of personality or any kind of development whatsoever. Upper rank 4, they do a little flashback montage towards the end to give him some level of depth, but it still falls very flat and it's super quick. They just kind of speed ran a lore exposition dump, so they vomit out some backstory on this guy right before the end of the show. And it's not like that redeemed it, or it's not like that gave a lot of depth to the character, but at least they tried. God damn it, they didn't even look at upper rank 5 to give any level of depth to. They make him look like such a bitch. Like, there's a scene where after he's trapped the Mist Hashira in the bubble, he's, so blown away by the focus on a swordsmith that's honing a blade. He's like, wow, he's so focused, he doesn't even realize I'm here. So then he starts slapping him with vase attacks. And he's barely doing damage to the swordsmith. So upper rank 5 is not even being registered as a threat by a swordsmith at the village, and is also not even doing any real damage to the guy who's honing the blade. Like, everything he does just seems so underwhelming and weak. All of his fish are fucking worthless. They struggled to even kill a child, or even, damage a child who doesn't even know how to fight back. Like, everything about that character was truly just worthless. But at least upper rank 5 led to development for the Mist Hashira, which I guess may have been the point, though it seems like the Mist Hashira would have eventually regained his memories if he just sat and thought about it for a little while. I don't think he needed to be locked in a bubble for it, but regardless. The Mist Hashira does have development. I do like him. I do think he's a good character. I like his backstory. And narratively, I like a lot of what the Swordsmith Village arc offered. I do like a lot of what it introduced. Ginya, I think, is a very interesting character that I'm really excited to see more from. The Love Hashira, she didn't really have a whole lot to do here, but she was still fun because she has this really cool, like, noodle blade. She has, like, some kind of noodle sword that she uses to fight against upper rank 4 with, which was really cool. And the Mist Hashira had a lot of time and attention given to him. So I did like a lot of it. I don't really have any main complaints narratively or anything. It's really just feeling underwhelmed at the end of the season because maybe we've just been spoiled for seasons 1 and 2, but this one, the 2 demons they fight here just did not seem up to par with all of the fights we've had up until this point. I still think everything Demon Slayer is known for is still done well here. It is still beautiful animation. It is still a very pretty show. It's still very fun. And one thing that I think this season does better than any of the other seasons is there's no Zenitsu here. So it's nice not to have to listen to Zenitsu crying all the time. But that crying role did get filled by upper rank 4. So I guess it's just a rule of thumb with Demon Slayer. There has to be constantly a character that is literally always crying. And this time it was upper rank 4. Now, if you've watched my other Moist Meters, you know I don't hate Zenitsu as a character. I just don't really like how the only thing he does really a lot of the time is just cry. He's very cool when he's asleep, though. Here he's not in the season, so that's not even something you have to concern yourself with if you're a big Zenitsu hater. But yeah, overall, I didn't hate the season or anything like that. I actually still think it was a very good season, but it is the weakest season so far of Demon Slayer, in my opinion. So, plugging Demon Slayer Season 3 into the Moist Meter, I'm going to give it a nice 80%. I definitely, of course, still recommend it. I still had fun watching it, but I guess I just always expected the show to keep one-upping itself somehow, but that wasn't the case this time around. It wasn't in the cards. Still a very good season, still enjoyed it, and like I said, narratively, I really like where we're at, and I think that the next season and everything going forward is about to get fucking crazy. I think it's going to pop off, so I'm very excited for more. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. GodSlap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. You're looking at a champion who overcame a very severe addiction. In fact, just looking at me, you'd probably speculate I have some kind of addiction, and I've spoke on it before. I'm not shy, I'm not afraid. I was addicted to shiny cardboard like Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pokemon, and Magic the Gathering. I didn't beat my addiction through strength of will or through an intervention or professional help. I was able to overcome this addiction because I completed it. I just legitimately finished the addiction. I collected every card that I wanted to over the course of many years, so I had nothing left to be addicted to. And let me tell you, a trading card addiction is a serious one. That's up there with crack cocaine. But at least when you're addicted to crack, you have a cool name like a crackhead. I just got called a loser. So, you know, it is what it is. But the point is, as a recovering addict, I'm always at a constant struggle with myself not to fall off the wagon. And today, something wild got announced. A $1 million bounty on a Magic the Gathering card that's coming out in a set this month. It's a one-of-one card, meaning there will only ever be one copy of it printed, and a company has now put $1 million price tag on its head. They threw up the wanted poster for 1 million clams if you pulled this card and sell it to them. And I gotta be honest, my resolve hasn't been tested this hard since I was trying to lose weight in high school and went to a pizza party. I am scratching at my neck trying to resist the urge to get in on this hunt for that one-of-one card. It's Magic the Gathering, they're doing a Lord of the Rings collab, and they're releasing a one-ring card, and that's the one-of-one. And if you pull the card within a certain time frame, a company called Dave & Adams will pay you $1 million for it. Now, there's a lot of layers to this that make it kind of scummy. I think the obvious one most people are going to pick up on is that this is just legitimately full-blown gambling here, buying these Lord of the Rings Magic the Gathering boxes in order to try and pull that card to sell it to Dave & Adams, the company that put out the bounty. Like, it is just full-blown, absolute full-throttle gambling here. And even beyond that, there's a lot of other shady shit that could happen from this and will likely happen. One that I didn't talk about on stream that I want to mention right now is counterfeits. In the trading card world, there's things called proxies or just full-blown counterfeits where they are meant to look identical to the real cards in the game. And sometimes they're extremely convincing that even the most trained of seasoned veterans can't tell the difference between a counterfeit card and a real one. So with a bounty of $1 million here, there's going to be a ton of people claiming that they pulled the One Ring card and submitting a counterfeit. So I don't know how Dave & Adams is going to confirm the authenticity of the card, considering only one of them is being printed, so they're not going to have anything to compare it to or any way for them to verify it. Maybe they'd have to get like the company itself, Wizards of the Coast, that produced the card involved. But even them, there's a chance that the counterfeit could fool them. I don't know what measures they put in place to verify the real One Ring card. So this could easily turn into a huge fucking scam with people submitting fake cards that maybe are good enough to convince Dave & Adams that it's the real one and they cash in on that $1 million. Meanwhile, little Jonathan down the road pulls the real One Ring and he's, pumping his fist like, yeehaw, $1 million, I'm gonna help my parents and, get all of these cool toys now. And no one believes him because they just picked up a counterfeit card they thought was the real one. So there's just so much that could go wrong with this and will likely go wrong with this whole bounty idea. I went over it more in depth on stream, so I'm just going to play those clips now, but I just wanted to talk about it because it's wild. Alright, I really want to talk about this. We talked about this on stream like a month ago-ish, maybe a little bit longer. Magic the Gathering's doing a collab with Lord of the Rings, and part of the collab is they're releasing a one-of-one card called the One Ring. And it's a cool looking card. Like, I'm not gonna front. And that means they will only ever print one of these things ever. And right now, there is a $1 million bounty if someone pulls this card. But it only lasts until July 17th. That's, whoops, didn't mean to click the link. But that's a crucial piece of information here. This is a very short time period to be pulling a one-of-one. So, what I and many others are speculating is that this whole bounty is a greedy ploy from Dave & Adams to sell as many of these boxes as possible in a short time frame, because the likelihood that you pull the one-of-one within like 3 weeks of the cards coming out is so fucking unlikely. It is so unlikely. It'll probably be a couple of months before that card is pulled. And since they're only doing it for 3 weeks and it expires on July 17th, they probably don't actually plan on paying out $1 million. Alright, buy our inventory quickly because you might win $1 million because they're selling boxes. Like here, look, you can grab a box from their website right here. They're posting it right there, right under it. So it seems like it's mainly to drive a ton of interest right off rip to buy boxes from them, under the expectation that you have a chance at this card, which obviously the odds are astronomical, but also the time frame is damn near impossible. I would eat my fucking shoe if this card is pulled within the first 3 weeks of launch. That would be a huge blunder from Wizards if this card is pulled that quickly. I just think it's super unlikely. So it really just seems like they tried to choose a crazy number, $1 million, to drum up hype instantly, sell a ton of boxes, and then not have to pay out the bounty because it's past the expiration date when it's eventually pulled. Didn't Post Malone say he was buying the card for $1 mil? Did Post say that? I didn't see him make a statement like that. This is the only thing I've seen for a bounty on the cards so far. What if they already pulled the card and now nobody... What if they already pulled the card and knows nobody else can get it, so they put this bounty out to sell more boxes, 5 head? That is Galaxy Brain. That is very Galaxy Brain. Here's my speculation here. I'm getting real conspiratorial. I think Wizards of the Coast is a company that has shown time and time again they're not afraid to get a little swampy. They're not afraid to do some scummy shit. I would imagine they will seed the card. They're not going to just blindly ship this card out in a random box for fucking Old Pop Wiggleberry and Bumblefuck Nowhere to pull and never speak about online. The whole point of the card is someone will pull it and it will be huge PR when it's pulled. There'll be articles written about it. There'll be interviews with the guy who pulled it. There'll be tons of media press around it. And I think Wizards knows that. I don't think they would let some random guy who pulled it like just squat on it. Like that, because there's a chance that some guy could pull this card, not know what it is, and just put it in his binder, never to be seen again. And then Wizards gets nothing out of it. So I really think there's going to be some foul play. I think when this card is pulled, it's going to be by either a YouTuber, a streamer, or someone deep in the community already. I don't think it's going to be just some random nobody. I know it's not legal to do that. That is very much illegal. But how would you ever prove it? True, and if you do prove it, they'll call the Pinkertons. Yeah, exactly. Who's going to investigate them? Wizards of the Coast just fucking sicked the Pinkertons on a YouTuber who accidentally got boxes 2 weeks early. You think they're going to let someone investigating their One Ring shenanigans get away? No shot. Good point, yeah. Get ready for the fucking Pinkertons if you try and open some kind of investigation. I don't think Wizards will allow any possibility of just some random fucking goblin pulling this card that doesn't understand the significance of it. They need whoever pulls it to talk about it. Or actually, maybe not. Because if it never gets publicized that it was pulled, people will probably just endlessly buy the boxes. So maybe I'm wrong. They never made the card 1000 IQ. Yeah, it's all just fake. Oh, Danny had a banger idea. Like, I'm not gonna lie, you know how much I love trading cards. Like, and this is cool in theory if it wasn't Wizards. I just really don't like Wizards with what they've been doing recently. Like, all the shit they've pulled against the community with D&D and all of that. And even, like, the 30th anniversary Magic stuff. But I won't lie, this got me tingling. And Danny had a banger idea. Like, if we pulled the card, we'd, like, hold it for ransom, like, way over $1 million. Like, taking a flame to it. Like, if you don't pay up, it gets burned. Come on, nerds. $1 million to save the card? Not enough. Or do a subathon where, like, the flame is constantly, the card is constantly inching closer to a furnace, and every sub pushes the card a little bit away from the furnace to save it. So it's just always down this conveyor belt of destruction unless subs save it. This is some crazy evil shit. As a card shop employee, I can assure you this will be found within days. Sports cards are popular in my shop, and a $100,000 bounty was recently claimed by an 11-year-old kid in a small town in Ohio near me. I'd be willing to guarantee something similar is bound to happen with the Magic card. I don't know, man. I know sports cards aren't too dissimilar. I totally get that. But this is Wizards we're talking about. I just don't think they would let this card be found that quickly. I really don't. I just really don't think Dave and Adams actually plans on paying this $1 million bounty, because I really don't see a world where it gets pulled within 3 weeks of launch. I could be wrong. Like I said, I very much could be wrong. Maybe it does work like sports cards and it gets pulled within the first week. Why don't you think it'll be pulled within the first week? Well, think about it. The only reason people are going to be buying these Lord of the Ring boxes, mainly, is to try and get that card. If that card is pulled within the first week, no one is buying another fucking Lord of the Rings box. Well, unless, of course, they planted some fucking crazy cards in there that changed the entire fucking meta, like they did with the Walking Dead collab. You know, like, maybe. But fundamentally, this card gets pulled, set's dead. I just feel like there's no shot people will be buying it, at least not the way they were once the card gets pulled. How about that? How about that, then? The ring calls everyone. Fucking true, man. It actually is just whistling parcel tongue into my ear. What does the One Ring card actually do in the game? I can't remember. This is a 1 of 1, so it's not going to be used in the game, but there is a One Ring card that is just normal print in the game, and I can't remember what it does. When it comes to sports, I have a very unique taste. A refined palate, if you will. There's always slapping at the top of my tier list of sports, but then not far behind it is a little obscure sport known as cheese rolling. I think probably a lot of you have heard of it by now because it started making headlines over the last few years because it's absolutely brutal. Basically, it's in the UK, they roll a cheese wheel down this giant hill, and people just scramble to chase the cheese and just fall and ragdoll all over the place down the hill, leading to numerous injuries. This year there were 6 hospitalizations, which, all things considered, is pretty good. We escaped the 2023 cheese rolling competition with no Mortal Kombat fatalities, broken necks, or bisections of the human body, so I count that as a W. And it's not like 6 hospitalizations is abnormally high for this sport. If anything, I think it's starting to decrease in frequency of like urgent care medical emergencies from it. So maybe we as a human race are starting to evolve to be better at cheese rolling. You know, maybe they're drinking more fucking milk or something. Their bones are starting to calcify. The bones are being made out of adamantium now so they can take more punishment on the hill and tumble harder without getting hurt more. Now, the article seems to indicate that they're trying to urge the officials to make this a safer activity. And I don't even know how you do that. I mean, this is just nature at its finest. This is what God intended for athletics. Like, what are you going to do? Put pillows on the hill? Like, you know, this isn't Weenie Hut Jr. You can't even take the danger out of this. You know, this is a sport where boys become men, and men become warriors, and women become warriors, and champions, and heroes. You know, this isn't bowling. You can't put the bumpers up just because it's a little difficult. God damn it. Like, I have no idea how they would even work towards making this less painful. So, this year was a very interesting one. Not only were the hospitalizations kept to only single digits, didn't even break double digits this year, but there was very interesting storylines going on, such as the returning champion from last year having to defend his world title against the new blood. We had so much going on. The women's side of the competition this year had a new champion emerge who really took the headlines by storm, and I just kind of want to go over cheese rolling for this year because it was a wild one.
19-year-old Delaney Irving was taking part in the women's event at the annual UK race near Gloucester, chasing a roll of cheese down Cooper's Hill when this happened. Race officials scrambled to shield Delaney from spectators, and she was stretchered to the medical tent.
A frightening faceplant indeed, but it was a death-defying stunt no different than Evel Knievel here, because Delaney may have knocked herself out, nearly sent herself straight to heaven to meet her maker, but she didn't. She looked the Grim Reaper in the face and said, "Not today." But I do love that the officials, like, brought out a big sheet so that way people couldn't see, like, her mangled corpse there, just in case she actually did just fucking die. They probably are about to bring out, like, a priest or something to, like, read, read her, like, last rites to get into heaven or whatever. But didn't need it. She got stretchered away, regained consciousness, and even gave an inspired speech.
First question, how are you?
I'm good. Now that I remember it, I'm good.
You took hell of a tumble.
Did I?
Yeah, so what do you remember of the race?
I remember running and then I hurt my head.
The question is, are you going to come back next year and do it again to reclaim your title?
I think I will.
That's the fucking spirit right there. She hit her head so hard she probably forgot the first 16 years of her life. All those memories gone, but it doesn't matter because the only memory she needs now is being the world champ of cheese rolling. And she's willing to come back to defend that title. It's a prestigious honor to compete, and an even bigger honor to win. And I'm glad Delaney recognizes the magnitude of her accomplishment here. Now, you'd imagine that the winner is compensated fairly for the amount of work required to win this, so you're probably expecting the payout, like first place prize winnings, to be in like the 7 or 8 figures. What if I told you it's even bigger than that? You win a block of cheese. In fact, the cheese that they roll down the hill. So it's by far the best reward you could ever ask for. So Delaney gets to take home that cheese as a nice little trophy, a little piece over the fireplace on the mantle. But I do want to give a special shout out to second place here, which is this woman wearing red. You're probably asking yourself, how do you win in cheese rolling? It seems like everybody loses, but you win by just surviving. But in order to get first place, you have to be the first one down the hill. And the lady in red just barely misses that, but I want you to pay close attention to her. You can see Delaney in the black hoodie cross the finish line first. It's nearly a photo finish, but the woman in red absolutely fired on the turbo afterburners. She engaged the jet protocol. She threw herself across the finish line after hitting her head like 6 times rolling down. and just barely missed first place. They interviewed her afterward and she was in great spirits about it with her friend and they both plan on coming back. It's somehow a super wholesome event, despite the overwhelming amount of pain that each one of these people goes through going down the hill. Like broken ankles, broken legs, broken backs, like everything breaks. And yet, not the spirit. The spirit stays strong. I love how those guys at the bottom are supposed to be there to catch people to, you know, make sure they don't hurt themselves even more at the very bottom. Yet one of them, like, runs out there and Goldberg spears that guy for no fucking reason. But what you just watched right there is one of the men's runs, and this is actually where the previous champion was dethroned.
Cut some cheese out of this, yeah. Thank you so much.
Hey, congratulations.
Well done, mate. Thank you.
How's the Trump? You
How's the Trump, mate? Well done, you nailed it.
A great sport about losing his title. It's just two gladiators bonded by the love of the sport, passion. I know it's a little confusing to follow to the untrained eyes, but if you look to the left there, you can see them battling for first place right now. It's a fierce competition. The number 3 hoodie going up against last year's champion, and after that hard tumble, it just cements the victory to the new guy. Now, there's more than just one man and one woman champion. They do multiple events, so there's going to be a few first place finishes across the day, which is a lot of good cheese wheels. So I'll just go ahead and show you a couple more of the runs here.
I'm buzzing.
Why did you want to do it?
Oh, just, I don't know, I love these sort of things, and I don't know, just because it's there, you know what, to quote MRE, because it's there.
This was another champion on the day, asked why does he want to do it, and he gives the most honest answer you could ever hope for. Because it's there. And do you really need a better reason than that? Goodness gracious, right towards the end, this poor soul, he ate more shit than a toilet, my god. Actually, like a full scorpion here, like, I can't even imagine the neck pain, the face pain, everything has to be aching. I don't know how this wasn't like a traumatic injury, but I guess he was okay. So yeah, it's just a quick little breakdown of this year's cheese rolling competition. This year, I think, was one of the best so far. It had like great storylines and just overall great wholesome moments. So yeah, I'm just a big fan of cheese rolling. So that's about it. See ya. Probably isn't going to change our day-to-day life, but it really helps further our understanding of the universe because, again, that's huge.
Yeah, I saw they said they've been hunting these waves for over a decade now.
Yep, and they can finally confirm it with compelling evidence.
Which, can you imagine dedicating your life to something for over 10 years and then being right and finding it? That's good news. That's like the story of Moby Dick. That's their white whale, and they caught it.
We finally did. I think it's very interesting, and I'm excited to see what else we can learn about the space around us. Hopefully the next one is dark matter.
What do you want to find out about dark matter?
That we can use it in some way. If I remember correctly, now this could just be totally wrong, and I'm willing to admit that.
It could be.
If I remember correctly, a single like pencil tip of dark matter creates a big enough explosion like 10x a nuclear bomb.
I feel like we don't want to learn to harness that.
But imagine if we did.
You don't have to imagine it. You know exactly what would happen. We would weaponize it and use it.
We'd use it for really fast internet speeds. Dark matter routers.
Gaming on 5 billion gigs per second.
Then you could finally download Ark Survival Evolved in less than 3 days.
Oh my god, you're so right. Wow. The future is bright
Thanks to
and dark.
to the gravitational waves, baby. Important for our understanding of life elsewhere.
It is. Very
I'm a
good.
little surprised they don't have like a personal chef to cook some yummies for them on this long.
Well, I don't think they
isolation.
would going to Mars either.
An astronaut chef, I think, would be integral.
That is true. You got the engineer, the
You're gonna need
medical
good
officer.
nutrients.
I mean, I guess if you really think about it, they get bags and they. Yeah, they
but
just have
imagine if you had a
food.
personal chef to take those ingredients and make something incredible out of it.
They really rehydrate those foods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's an untapped market.
I think you're right. We should train to be astronaut chefs.
We could open our own like space restaurant, and maybe then we'd finally get some extraterrestrial visitors. Like, I want
Yeah.
to try this cuisine.
Nobody visits here because they go, this food stinks.
They got Waffle House here? No, thank you.
Yeah,
I'll
I don't
go
want to get in a
elsewhere.
fight. I want food.
I keep thinking of gravitational waves now. So like the ripple effect that causes
Mm-hmm.
the gravitational waves is absolutely nuts too, because it has to do a lot with like black holes and shit. Totally unrelated to the Mars
Yeah,
thing. We
I
can
mean,
move on.
not really. They're going to have to fly through it.
So the gravitational waves push and pull the space-time continuum itself, if you can believe that.
Oh,
Yeah, like,
all right, we're going real deep.
Yeah, I was reading about that and I was like, this sounds like actually out of a movie, and I don't know how much of it I believe anymore.
Yeah, that level of science. Mars is great. We're moving on.
Mars
that-
has no gravitational waves.
Yeah, that level of science is where I get to where I'm like, you start blurring the lines of science fiction and reality, and it's
Yeah.
like it makes no sense.
Did you read about how they read the waves?
It was a big antenna, right?
Basically a big tuning fork. That
Really?
They stick out because they measure the distance, like when the waves hit one bar, and then the time it takes to hit the other bar.
Oh, wow.
So they basically, it's just a massive like series of antennas that trap.
That's
Well,
so cool.
and like that shit literally sounds like the plot of a Rick and Morty episode
It
where
really
Rick's
does.
like, I'm gonna send out the tuning fork into space and listen to space music.
I'm gonna have to sleep real quick.
Yep.
Cover me while I
And then it
sleep.
just tuning fork comes out and it like starts playing like fucking Green Day in the ship, and it's
Yeah.
just like, it's fucking
You
Rick and
blorbed in
Morty.
my trick hole. Oh, yeah, never mind. I'll do the sound for you.
Yeah, you're a mama dolphin and you see your little baby.
You want to go swim in the ocean? Oh, you go for a little swim. Why don't you go for a little swim? You should swim.
That was spot on.
Yeah.
If I was your baby dolphin, I'd be so hyped up. Right
Yeah, you'd be
now.
really excited.
Yeah, that was really good, and you can hear. Oh, you.
Oh, there it is. Oh, I thought that was just me
I was like, oh
again.
my god, they're answering.
Yeah, that's what I sound like.
Legit, you translate that to English? It's just
It's,
Charlie.
it's what I was saying, probably.
Wow.
You want to grab a little puffer fish? Get a little smoky puffer fish?
Do you think dolphins like pufferfish?
Oh, they do. They get high off of them.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
no,
forgot about
that's right.
that.
They like bite on puffer fish because it's like
Mm-hmm.
like a hit, like some kind of neurotoxin, and they just like get high.
That's crazy. As a mother dolphin, you're encouraging your baby dolphin to go do drugs.
Yeah,
now,
but they don't have
ocean drugs.
they don't have like laws in the ocean.
That's true. You're in
survival of the fittest
maritime
down there.
Law at that point.
International water.
International waters. You can.
You can smoke puffer fish all day and night.
We should try smoking a pufferfish.
I would
for
never.
everybody. No, it
Yeah.
legitimately would just kill us.
It would.
I was gonna say I didn't think we were on that list. Yeah, it's they are also one of 3 in 2023 to get it. It's Azerbaijan and Tajikistan. So really, what the hell are we doing that we are not malaria free yet? That's baffling.
We've had so many cool experiments to try and kill mosquitoes off entirely. I remember
Yes.
a cool one was we were turning mosquitoes in celibate.
Oh.
Or sorry, incel. Like we were turning them celibate. Like they wouldn't reproduce anymore, so that way in a few generations they'd die off. But
Yep.
I guess that we haven't seen the fruits of those labors yet.
I love once a year you'll see the signs up around here, well around everywhere with the little fish with the ninja mask on. They call them ninja fish, and you can go get one for free. I'm not making this up. This is not an Aaron story. You go get the fish and you put them in like water near your house, and they eat mosquitoes.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
Dragonflies also.
Mosquito that has malaria.
There's only one type that has it.
It's the
That sick bastard.
Yeah.
Anopheles.
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 Wow.
And yeah, it was found in Sarasota County.
It was in Sarasota. That's where the dolphins were baby talking.
Oh boy.
I'm not saying I'm positive, but I think there's a correlation.
We don't have enough data yet.
Yeah, we'll get on that. We'll send Aaron. But anyways, yeah, congrats to Belize. You're killing it. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll try to catch up. It's that happy time of year again, and no, it's not Christmas. It's time to tell you about moistglobal.com. Tell them what I've got here, Chuck.
You've got a great Moist Esports jersey right there, Matt. Comfortable fit, knows how to breathe, and knows how to look good.
Breathable, comfy, perfect. You go to moistglobal.com, you pick up this bad boy, you pick up a hoodie, you pick up sweatpants, slides, headbands, we've got it all. So
that is right.
Yeah, go to moistglobal.com.
That's great news.
155 discs, it would take me a day, like an entire day.
Yeah, but with a dog, you have to keep in mind, doesn't have two hands, only one mouth, has to go there and back, very inefficient. This probably took a couple months.
The story makes it sound like it was in like a short period of time in a day.
No, it seems like a mission. I think
like she brings the dog. Okay.
When she walks her dog, often Daisy will then go into the woods, get maybe 2 or 3 frisbee golf discs, and then.
I was much more thinking like the way it sounded was like Daisy went into the woods, and then came out with a fuck ton of discs, and her owner was like, "Holy shit! Like that's 155."
She'd need to rent a U-Haul for that.
True. Well, great job, Daisy,
Good
and
work,
I hope
Daisy.
all of those discs sell.
Amen.
Oh,
that's so sweet.
Oh my God, this might be the cutest one we've covered yet.
Yeah, this is
I can't handle that. I'm gonna cry.
And immediately getting into the shade because the sun hurts.
Yeah, it does. It does. So there's some bad there too. So yeah, well, somebody look real quick. I think you're right. I was like, why would it leave an LA?
Yeah, why would it leave a sanctuary?
But yeah, as you saw there, Vanilla and Shake got rehomed. They were 2 of the last 7 chimpanzees to get rehomed from this facility. Shake ran right outside. Shake was excited. Vanilla was apprehensive. She sat in the door and was like, I'm not really sure. And then as you saw, Dwight, the alpha male, was like, no, you're good, come out, jumped right out. Just adorable.
That was adorable.
But yeah, so it's from a New York, yeah, redact everything I said about the LA thing, made no sense. From a New York-based lab, rehomed. So yeah, that seems weird as shit. Why would you not? Maybe they just didn't even see the thing about Beckett.
Maybe they didn't.
I just can't imagine you know about PSA but not Beckett.
Yeah, especially after like this kind of publicity around the card. But yeah, so it has been apparently authenticated. But I do want to at least put out a little wiggler here that there's a chance that it could be counterfeit. From what I recall, there was at least one instance where a card did get graded that was fake.
I'll throw it out there. It's counterfeit.
It could. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it could be. It's a 1 of 1, meaning that they had nothing to compare it to. But I imagine if they authenticated it, they had to go to Wizards, right?
If Wizards did, but like what we were expecting, where Wizards would hold the card to sell more boxes.
Yeah.
Imagine they did, and this was found, but Wizards knows how much shit they'll get if they say that's not the real card, and they're just like, fuck.
Yeah, how do you know that's not the real card? Well,
because like the real card's in my office right now.
It's still in my office.
Oh man. They're in a pickle. I know this is all just us making things up, but man, are they in a pickle.
It's a speculative pickle on our head theory.
Yeah, as I like to say on the legal side, that card is as fake as I legally can say as a joke.
Good news though for the.
Yeah, I hope you cash in. I hope you get your money. Please sell the card.
You gotta sell it.
There's a lot of people who'll be like, I'm keeping this and hanging it on my wall. You may do that. Just sell the damn thing.
I don't think there's many people that would turn down $2 million for a Magic the Gathering card. Well, we were gonna hold it ransom for more money.
It would have been.
Which you're welcome to do, by the way.
If you want to give it to us. What, we'll pay half price?
We'll take like a finder's fee. It's the opposite. We'll take a hostage fee to let us conduct the ransom negotiations.
All right. Now I want it.
Hey, it's that magical moment of the good news segment where we win you a lot of money through the lottery. Here's this week's Powerball winners coming right up.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm catching a big one.
You know, if the guy would have just played our numbers, or girl, he wouldn't have needed that Lord of the Rings card to sell.
That's true, because your first Powerball number is what, Matt?
66.
All right. I'm going back into the money pool. Oh, that's a big duck.
It's crazy that we give out such good content for free. We actually make you money. 25.
Mm-hmm. Make sure to play these, sports fans.
What do you think the next one's going to be?
It's going to be an 8.
Really?
Yep.
That's an 8. Oh, it's a 50. You know what I'm feeling on this one?
Huh.
12.
12. That's like catching a giant tuna. Whoop. There we go.
Why?
He's on the line. Why is it like catching a giant tuna?
Yeah.
I don't know.
44.
Man, these, hey, far be it from me to question our scientific method, but these are some high numbers.
We are simply the vessel that God reaches through to pull out these numbers.
True. Ain't that the truth? All right.
Some would call us angels.
Yep, last one.
36.
And now your Powerball number. Where's those special ducks?
That was genocide.
I'm going into a different pond.
Nice. Fish on.
All right. Your Powerball number?
2.
All right.
All right, here, hold your mic. So we go smallest to biggest, right?
Yep.
I gotcha. All right, we've got, read them for them.
25, 36, 44, 50, 66,
and 2.
Man, that's going to be a crazy Powerball drawing this week when 10 million people win it.
Yeah, they're all going to get $1.
Yeah.
And it'll be great.
It'll be a big split, and you're
I
welcome.
really cannot wait for that to happen.
It's going to happen. I'm feeling
will.
good.
I agree.
All right. And here's Aaron with the Grimace Shake.
Hey Patriots, it's Grimace's birthday, so I'm back to review another special sandwich from a very special restaurant for a very special boy. This is the Grimace meal. I got the purple shirt on, just special for him. It's a Big Mac, some fries, and a big yucky purple shake, just like him. I don't really love that because it makes me feel like I'm eating the big guy, and I don't want that. No, I didn't come here to beat around the bush. Let's get right into what we were really looking for. Speed running this one, the Grimace milkshake. Got a good color, a little bit uneven in the dispersal of the syrup, but it looks good. I don't know what it's supposed to taste like. Maybe an elderflower, elderberry, lavender sort of flavor, very herbal. Now, what are you doing in there, flavor? Now, what's that? What are you doing in there, flavor? You're acting up a little bit. What are you doing in there? It's supposed to be reminiscent of cereal milk or frosting. That's definitely true. Well, that's remarkable. That's actually a really fucking good milkshake. It's probably going to give you like 2,000 calories and like fart cancer, but not bad. Good job. I don't know if Grimace made that himself, but I like to think so. 2 thumbs up. Good birthday. Happy birthday, Grimace.
Faith.
It's true.
And it turns out their faith was rewarded. The Lord blessed them with the safe return of their organ pipes.
Hallelujah.
Calvary Episcopal Church in Memphis loaded up Penske trucks with nearly 200 organ pipes to send them off to be restored, but the truck was stolen en route.
It's ridiculous.
But then a few days later, the police found the stolen truck, which had many of the pipes still in it.
Right, and did they find the rest of them?
They did, thanks to a Crime Stoppers tip, which led them to a van which had the rest.
That's really cool, and that was so well read for the first time we've gone through this story.
Mm-hmm.
Great work. Well, and I'm glad to hear they have the pipes back. I'd love to hear them play one day.
Just goes to show you the power of prayer and a good attitude.
Amen. So while I may have killed the organ story last week, we did give you the story about Dr. Deep Sea. And great news, Dr. Deep Sea's out of the sea. He's now just Doctor. So he resurfaced after 93 days underwater, and there were shocking results that scientists have been uncovering. They took a look at his telomeres, which I'll let Chuck explain in a second, but basically they use it to age somebody or see how long left your cell has to live, and they are now 20% longer, which is a good thing. It means he's going to live longer, or some good health stuff. And then he also has 10 times more stem cells than when he went underwater back in March. So these are great findings that could mean cool things for the future of the human race going underwater. And I'll let Chuck explain telomeres.
Yep. Back underwater sounds cool. That's where we came from. Telomeres, what about those wacky things? Yep, you know, the telomeres, the pheromeres, the boromeres. I mean, what more can really be said?
Yeah, lots of. Are those actually real?
No, those are 2 Lord of the Rings characters.
Cool. Well, according to other people, telomeres are the DNA sequences at the end of chromosomes, which are commonly used to determine the remaining life of a cell. So it's good when they're longer, and his were 20% longer. Mm-hmm. And they say size doesn't matter.
It's those fools.
Yeah, ridiculous.
They've never been underwater for 100 days, basically.
Yeah. Well, welcome back to land, Dr. Deep Sea. It's great to have you.
Welcome home, champion.
Wow, did I just get some of the best news of all time. If you go to moistglobal.com right now, you can get the brand new MoistCore 2.0 line. Go to moistglobal.com to get it now.
Yeah, that is some great news. A heartwarming story. This is the story of a rare albino panda being spotted for potentially the first and last time ever. An albino panda was spotted on a nature reserve in southwest China, and we have video footage of that little cutie pie coming out of the woods right now.
Oh,
that's adorable. It's like Paddington.
Wow.
Oh, they must be friends.
Yeah. Are we sure it's not just a polar bear?
Also, those videos like 2.5 minutes. You can just like skip around a little if you want.
Yeah, where'd the albino one?
Yeah, where is the albino?
Oh, he's in the trees.
He's camouflaged. Jesus.
Wow.
He's got cloaking tech.
Look at it. He's actually adorable.
I mean, all those bears are really cute. I'd be one of those fucking idiots that'd get mauled by a bear because I go to like pet it.
I don't think you would. I don't think you
No,
would.
I actually find them adorable. But you're right, I probably wouldn't pet it.
I was going to say, there's certain things you won't do that baffle me. I don't think you'd walk up to a bear.
It depends. If it's like a small enough bear where
Yeah.
I'd feel comfortable, but even they can like rip your arm off.
Let me wash my hands first. All right, this is adorable.
Yeah, it's a very cute bear. We're glad to see that he exists.
And we're glad that it's not going to be the last time we see him.
But it is, in the notes it does say that this is the only one of its kind. So
Yeah.
it really could be the last time you ever see him. But it won't, hopefully won't be.
Hopefully not. That would be good news. So last episode we covered a cool medical discovery with the brain-spine bridge digital connection. And this week we have an update on some research that's being done in Israel on cancer treatment. At Hadassah University Medical Center in Jerusalem, they had an unprecedented achievement in the treatment of multiple myeloma. It is the second most common hematological disease, and it accounts for 10% of all blood cancers. So it's a treatment that's based on something called CAR-T, which is chimeric antigen receptor T cell therapy, which in essence, it boosts your own immune system to destroy the cancer cells. So they had 74 patients that they tested this on with a 90% success rate, which is incredible, and as I said, unprecedented. And they 90% went into complete remission. It's still experimental due to the complexity, but it's hopeful and awesome news.
That is incredible stuff. The medical advancements we're making are nothing shy of amazing.
I agree.
Solar power is the fastest growing form of renewable energy, and there's still a lot of obstacles to overcome, but they're constantly working towards making it a more viable energy method. And one of the things that kind of inhibits the mass adoption of solar power energy is the intermittency. So when the sun's not out, the inability to collect the solar energy and turn it into power. So they've been working on ways of solving this problem, and one of the ways that they've come up with is using satellites to orbit Earth to collect solar power 24 hours a day from space. So that way, when the sun's not out here, we can still get it from space. And they've recently had a breakthrough at the Space Solar Power Project at Caltech. They've completed the first successful wireless power transfer using microwaves in low orbit, which effectively proves the concept can work, which is taking the solar power from space elsewhere in the cosmos.
This was the most baffling story to me here. because my little pea brain can't wrap around the fact that we're collecting energy in space and shooting it back to Earth. I know it says we used, well, not we, I didn't do shit, that they used microwaves to send it back, but I don't get it. I can't fathom it.
Yeah, it's always very impressive stuff. I like that kind of futuristic technology thing. It just sucks solar power has such like a bad rep because there's all those scam callers that talk about like coming over and installing solar panels on your house all the time.
Like 3 days, and there's Elon Musk who's doing solar. I don't think there's anything wrong with him. With his solar.
Yeah, I was just talking about like the scam callers.
Hey, I mean Tesla does solar panels.
Yeah,
don't they?
I don't think solar panels are a scam. It's
no,
just, they just keep calling and it's shady. It's just like, leave me alone, collect it from space.
They come to my door at least twice a week, 2 to 3 times a week. Scary stuff.
In other great news, a special little butterfly had a chicken come back to roost recently. Matthew Phillips had one of his beloved cats unfortunately go missing for the last 20 days, but Bubby came home.
She did. So yeah, she went missing. She's done it before for 3 or 4 days at a time. She's indoor, outdoor, and we thought she was gone. She left May 18th, and we haven't seen her since. And then, 2 days ago, she showed up on our porch, had some injuries. She was skinny, but she's good to go. So here's a cute little picture of Bubby for you.
I would say don't let her out of your sight again. Ever.
All right.
She can't be trusted anymore.
She's out of my sight currently.
Get a nanny cam.
I need to go now.
To stay vigilant.
So yeah, thanks for coming home, Bubby. So some other news that hits close to home is our esports player for Smash Melee, Zane, won
one of our esports players.
One of our many beautiful, wonderful esports players, Zane, won the recent major, Tipped Off. And even though you might think it's hard to trump that, he did something even cooler this past week. Tell him about it.
So some of the boys came down from the Moist Esports squad, and we went to a little bar arcade thing. And Zane was challenged by returning air hockey champion Jeff, a local Tampa legend.
Jeff is crazy.
Yeah, and Zane's not only stood his ground and went toe-to-toe with Jeff, but beat Jeff. And we have a little bit of footage from the event as well as a police sketch of what Jeff looked like. Here you can really see Zane demonstrating impeccable technique against one of air hockey's most fearsome gladiators, Jeff. He's been terrorizing the tables for years until he met Zane, the raid boss of air hockey. And here's a artist's rendition of Jeff, in case you couldn't see him that well. So congratulations again to Zane for the triumphant victory.
Yeah, great job, Zane. So in just a couple short episodes, we've had so many important birthdays on this show. Myself, Mike Myers, Roman Reigns, all the good ones. But we got a special one this week. It's Peyton. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
That's some good news.
Do you want to say that? What is it, like 43? Peyton turned 43. Great news.
Now, your standard stereotypical news broadcast is usually giving you last week's Powerball numbers so you know what the winners are, but those broadcasts are run by evil reptilians, and we don't want to play by their rules.
Well, and what good does that do us? It's already done.
It's already over. So we're going to give you next week Powerball numbers, so that way you can win a lot of money.
Yeah.
So next week's Powerball numbers, the winners are 7, 14, 23, 29, 46, and the Powerball number 13. So enjoy your millions upon millions of dollars, and don't forget who sent you. The Good News Boys.
Yeah, good work.
Halt. You've just reached a smile checkpoint, and it's time to pay the fee, so put a big smile on that face. I'm here to help. I've got some amazing news that's going to tug on your heartstrings and make you go, aww. A YouTube scammer was just sentenced to over 5 years in jail for a massive fraudulent operation they've been running for the last half a decade. And boy, howdy I tell ya, it's always a great feeling watching a scammer get their comeuppance. A nice knuckle sandwich from the law. And honestly, he's getting off easy here. His name is Jose Terran, and he is like the Cobra Commander of scammers. This guy is going to go down in history as one of the largest fraudsters in not only YouTube history, but music history as well. Over the course of the last 5 years, Jose has claimed 50,000 songs, meaning that he then took the rights from these songs and all of the money that those songs would generate online went into his bank account. And over the course of the 5 years he's been doing this, he's made roughly $23 million in royalty proceeds from the music he's fraudulently claimed. Bro straight up found a money tree and couldn't help but take a bite from the forbidden fruit, just like in the Garden of Eden. And now he is paying the price. He may have raked in 23 million bones, but now it's coming at the cost of over 5 years worth of his life spent in the slammer. And I really do think he's getting off easy here because this is an absolutely abhorrent case of fraud. But the wildest part is this is actually a very prevalent and out of control epidemic on YouTube itself. This scam is not something Jose came up with. This is very common right now and used by a lot of other shady scumbags. In fact, I'm not here to start pointing fingers here and, calling out sailors on the ship. I'm not trying to lead a mutiny. But there's even some beloved YouTubers that do pretty much exactly what Jose did on a smaller scale. We'll talk about all of that in a minute. I just want to quickly thank today's video sponsor, Opera GX. Opera GX just has so many tools that really allow you to customize it to your liking, as well as even allowing you to limit how much CPU and RAM the browser uses with GX Control. GX Control allows you to enhance your performance on PC when gaming by changing the amount of CPU and RAM you're willing to allocate to the browser, which makes it a lot less of a load on your system, unlike something like Chrome, for example, which is a resource hog. Another great feature is, of course, GX mods, and there's even a mod pack for me on there as well, if that sounds interesting, where you can change browser sounds. Yeah, baby! So yeah, all kinds of customizable wallpapers, and a lot of other interesting things that you can toy around with and adjust thanks to things like GX mods. And when you download using my link, you can see my latest 12 uploads in the Opera GX corner. So if you're interested in starting with Opera GX, you can download it for free in the description. Thanks again to Opera for sponsoring. Before diving into the bigger picture of this whole situation, let's focus on the particulars of Jose's case here. Now, he's considered a person of high risk to reoffend. They even cited that he obtained more than $6 million in personal profits and continued pocketing another $190K of stolen royalties, which he hid. And the hefty sentence was really necessary to deter him from launching future scams because he's planning to remain in the music business. I want to stop it right there. How the fuck is this even considered a hefty sentence? He stole $23 million. 23 million clams that he had no right to, he stole. Now let me walk you through how the scam works. Someone like Jose and other awful people like Jose will set up these fraudulent businesses and they'll go on a copyright claiming bender. Like, we're talking full-blown, 10 lines of coke, stay up 24 hours programming bots in order to flag content on YouTube that they will copyright claim to take the money from. On YouTube, when you copyright claim a piece of content, you then get the ad revenue from it, even though it wasn't you who posted the video. This happens to everyone's channel at some point. At some point, someone created a piece of music or something that plays in the background of a game you're playing or something, and it'll get flagged in the system, and when that's there, you lose all of the ad revenue from the content, and it goes to the person who made that piece, or is claiming they made that piece. That's how it works. In theory, it's supposed to be there to protect copyright holders from people that are just re-uploading their shit. Instead of just taking it down, you have the option to instead just take the money from it and it can stay up. But there's a lot of people that exploit this process, like Jose, where you don't have the rights to 50,000 songs here, but you're still claiming it because YouTube's system is fucking archaic. And there's not a whole lot of safeguards in place. A great example to highlight how unacceptably dog shit the current system is on YouTube, a community member of Destiny 2, just a person, just a, red-blooded, God-fearing human being, a normal person, noticed that this is a complete oversight from the system. And in the Destiny 2 community, he got really fed up with the way Bungie was doing something. They got very upset. I don't want to go into all the details here, so I'm not going to get too deep into the weeds. But basically, they were disgruntled, and in order to get back at not only the community, but Bungie themselves, they started copyright claiming a ton of content in the Destiny community. And they were claiming it as if it was Bungie doing it. So Bungie got a lot of flack, a lot of shit for it, and then eventually they got so bold and brazen that they copyright claimed Bungie themselves. Bungie's own content that they were posting on YouTube, their Destiny 2 content, this guy started taking the rights of. So it's very exploitable and has been exploited many times. And it's illegal, highly illegal. That guy's facing some serious life-changing repercussions from all of that. And now Jose is as well. But the point is, it is exploited often. It happened a lot and blew up in a big way a couple months back on TikTok, where people started to notice that there's these Spotify accounts set up that just play like random common sound effects like Roblox oof, or like that gong sound effect when something happens, like when you, I don't know, drink milk too fast on TikTok and it's like gong, I'm gonna shit my pants. Like those sound effects. Someone had made Spotify accounts and were actually claiming those sound effects so that way they could take the ad revenue from YouTube videos that use them. It's someone that obviously didn't work on any of the sound effects or anything, but they noticed that they could claim the individual sound effects and then take the ad revenue. So the point is, this is a very common scam and it's a fucking problem. And Jose did this for half a decade, claimed over 50,000 songs that were not his, stealing money directly from those artists in order to profit himself, and he's only getting a little over 5 years in jail. I think that is a far cry from a hefty sentence. And the only reason that it's even that high is because they think he's at a high risk for reoffending, which he is, made over $20 million. You think this guy's not going to come right back into, hop onto the saddle again for another 20 million doubloons? Of course he will. So 5 years is comical. This should have been like an absolute statement. They should have made an example out of Jose here with a super serious sentence, because they got to put the kibosh on this shit. It's already out of control, and it's only going to get worse as people realize just how profitable it is to make these fraudulent copyright claims. So I totally disagree that this is hefty. This is light sentencing for this guy. And it's not just him. In fact, there is another one of his associates that is facing sentencing soon, but I imagine it's going to be roughly the same charges and the same time in jail. So it looks like there's going to be a restitution hearing soon, and right now the amount is set at 1.4 million to the victims of this scam, but they're trying to connect with more victims, but it's a little difficult because a lot of them are outside the US. A little insight into how this scam works was highlighted here in the Ars Technica article. It said that Batista, which was Jose's, teammate here, they duo queued to start this scam. They began in 2017, and they started the label known as Media Move. And the goal was to seize unearned royalties by claiming ownership of songs on YouTube that they noticed weren't actively monetized, meaning they didn't have any ads running on it, which is something you can see even as just a viewer. If you go on like a video or a song and there's no pre-roll ad, there's no banner ad or display ad somewhere, you can comfortably say that no one's making money from it. So what they would do is they would target content like that and claim it, which they didn't have the rights to. It's not theirs to do that. But that was their whole business model, hunting this content down and putting it under their umbrella. Eventually, they even partnered with a management group called AdRev in order to give it like more credibility. So it wasn't just immediately red flagged as a huge fucking scam. Like 50,000 songs, that's a lot to be claiming ownership of. But no, wait, no, it looks like they're partnering with AdRev. This must be legit. So it was kind of deep. Deeper than a lot of the other scammers that go this route on YouTube, which is probably why they were so successful and made so much money. This is a great section here, just laying out the timeline. This wasn't exactly like a jump scare to the community. A lot of people had been tipped off about this and fighting against Media Move for quite a while, because obviously the people who made the content that was getting claimed knows that it's a bunch of baloney. Like it's straight up fish paste. They made it, and it's getting claimed by a company they've never fucking heard of before. So they did fight against Media Move for years, but it kept getting pushed aside, it seemed. But in 2019, the IRS launched an investigation after they became a little suspicious with the amount of bank accounts Media Move had that were sometimes registered under fake names. And I really like this section here, so I'm just going to read it. Everyone knows how the scam works, and it's unclear if much has been done to stop future YouTube scammers from using the same playbook and targeting more artists. Artists attempted to bring a class action lawsuit against YouTube to gain access to systems to monitor their royalties and stop royalty theft, but that case was dismissed earlier this month before going to trial. I'll answer that question. Nothing has been done to prevent this from happening again in the future, and it is still continuing to happen right now. I briefly mentioned at the beginning of the video that some YouTubers actually use this same fucking method. Unfortunately, it's become a bit of a nuclear weapon that sometimes these creators will use to either silence criticism or just out of pure greed. An amazing example that we just covered a month ago is Alex Edson of Business Casual when he tried to take down a channel he felt was competition to his. He issued fraudulent copyright strikes. So he went above a copyright claim. He wasn't just taking the ad revenue. He was straight up taking the entire channel down because he believed that that channel used an image that was somewhat similar to an image he used in his video. This just highlights just how broken the system is. So if he wanted to, he could continue to do that and copyright claim other channels and keep making that same argument about like, oh no, that's my image and you stole it from me. And he'd get away with it because the system doesn't have anything in place to stop that. Now, Alex Edson at Business Casual was unsuccessful in his nefarious evil plot. Thank God. But he's still an absolute unforgivable piece of shit for what he's done, and there's a lot of other content creators that engage in similar behavior, maybe not always motivated out of like, you know, getting rid of competition. I need to make sure there's no one left in the world except my channel, so I'm gonna take them all down. But a lot of them are just motivated by greed, where they'll start copyright claiming people's content who like maybe make a meme out of something they did, or even criticize something they did. That's happened a lot over the history of YouTube, so it is unfortunately a system that needs a drastic overhaul, and it's not getting that tender love and care that it needs to be in a good state. So squeaky wheel needs the grease. The squeaky wheel really needs the grease. Otherwise, Jose and Batista here that got 23 million from fraudulently claiming just completely innocent artist music will continue to pop up over the course of the next few years and will only continue to snowball. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this. I think it's great that they did get caught and are being punished. I just wish the punishment was more severe because I just don't think the punishment fits the crime here. They likely won't even serve their full time in jail, and they got away with so much money for quite a long period of time. So I think the sentencing needed to be harsher, and hopefully as more people are caught doing this, the sentencing will continue to increase. So that way it can finally deter people from trying it more in the future. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. The goofball finally admitted it and is facing real repercussions for his reckless, ridiculous, stupid stunt of crashing his plane for YouTube views. I'm about to blow a kazoo right now to celebrate. It feels so great. Now, a year ago I made a video talking about a situation with a YouTuber named Trevor Jacobs, who made a video, a sponsored video by the way, where he took off in his plane wearing a parachute, which is unusual for a pilot to just have a parachute strapped on him, as I understand it. And while flying the plane, he's like, oh, jeepers, Jiminy Christmas, something's gone wrong. We've lost the engine. And he has like 9 different GoPros set up, and then he just bails out of the plane like he had just accidentally pressed triangle in GTA. He just ejects from the plane and parachutes out, with his selfie stick, of course, making sure to get all of the right angles. And then the plane just, unpiloted, free flies around and then eventually crashes into a mountain. Now the reason I put an emphasis on the sponsored part of this video is because that played a role in his motivation to crash this plane for views. He said it was part of the sponsorship deal, so I imagine he wanted that shit to bang. So in his deranged little mind, he cooked up this unhinged idea of crashing his plane on purpose and parachuting out. Now it's extremely dangerous obviously because he had no control over where that plane was going to crash. You know, it's not like he's the weather master. He wasn't on the ground doing some kind of fucking sacred wind dance or air bending to make sure the plane crashed into a mountain with nobody around. And even then, there could have been a hiker on the mountain or anything like that. But also, there's a town nearby where it crashed. So what very well could have happened is the plane could have just kept going, gliding, and then eventually being like a fucking terrorist attack on that town with the plane crashing through a business or a house or something. Just from top to bottom, the absolute dumbest fucking idea a pilot could ever have. And everyone immediately knew that something was fishy here. Everyone immediately pinned exactly what happened, that this was a planned viral stunt. Because in the video, you know, when shit's hitting the fan, he's like, zoinks! It's all going awry. He made no attempt to fix anything, correct anything. His first instinct was to jump out of the plane with a selfie stick filming him and the plane behind him, and then parachuting to the ground. And also, everyone immediately called out how fucking weird it was that he was flying with a parachute strapped to him already to begin with. That's not normal. That's not something most pilots do. So all of the red flags were immediately being tripped. Everyone was sounding the alarm that this was a planned ejection and viral stunt to crash the plane for the sponsor deal. And now the Johnny Sins of pilots is fully admitting it. He's just taken all the egg on his face. He is squealing. He's currently pleading guilty to the obstruction of a federal investigation by cleaning up the site of the crash. This is in reference to Jacob going out of his way to make sure that he gets the wreckage and destroyed it himself, which you obviously can't fucking do, especially with a high-profile maneuver like this, fucking crashing a plane. So it just goes over the situation here. So he's in a plea agreement, and he said that he filmed the video as part of a product sponsorship deal, and he's looking at a potential 20 years in the slammer for it, which it sounds about par for the course. Honestly, it's just lucky no one fucking died doing this. Again, he had no control over where that plane was going to crash. This could have been an unbelievable disaster, even more so than it already was. So he agreed to the plea deal and one felony count of destruction and concealment with intent to obstruct a federal investigation. He reported the crash to the National Transportation Safety Board, who said he was responsible for preserving the wreckage. According to the plea agreement, Mr. Jacob later claimed he did not know the location of the site, but he did and returned by helicopter and secured and removed the wreckage, which he later destroyed. So he's expected to make his initial court appearance in the coming weeks, and his pilot's license was revoked last year. All this for a drop of YouTube attention, potentially 20 years in prison because you're a starved little clout goblin who needed your fix. You needed your belly full. This has to be one of the most degenerate, terminally online ideas I've ever seen cooked up by somebody to not only reach a position in your life where you're like, I'm going to crash my expensive plane for views on my YouTube channel, but then to go through with it and then try and cover up all the evidence. I don't know how anywhere along the way he didn't stop and think, wow, this is going to fuck me. Because I can't even imagine a world where he would have got away with this. There was no set of circumstances where he would have somehow gotten through all of this without a problem. Everyone knew immediately that this was a planned ejection from the start. Nothing about it looked authentic or genuine. It was all so fucking cringe. Because even when he lands, after the parachuting, because he ejects from the plane, like, immediately. The second he sees, like, a fly hits the windshield, he's like, oh shit, I'm out. And then he just dives out there. And then the rest of the video is spent with him hiking and giving, like, motivational and inspirational speeches like, man, this is all part of God's plan. The Lord put that parachute on my back today. I woke up and while brushing my teeth, I had a feeling, a tingle in my tummy that told me, wear a parachute today, Trevor. And I listened to that little tingler in my stomach and it saved my life. Sometimes you just get a premonition, you gotta follow through with it, everyone. Sometimes there's a divine plan for you, and that plan for me today was to wear this parachute to save myself from a catastrophic accident. God damn it. Golly gee. And then he hikes over to the wreckage, and then he's like, oh God, look at this. This is terrible. I can't believe this happened. Why? Where did it all go wrong? It's a horrible video. He's a horrible actor. The whole plan was beyond ridiculous. It's just crazy. It's craziness. Jacob also admitted in his plea agreement that he intended to make money through the video. Fucking obviously, that was clearly the main motivator here, that internet clout and ad revenue from the video. He also admitted to lying to federal investigators after submitting an aircraft accident incident report and falsely claimed the plane fully lost power roughly half an hour after takeoff, the news release said. Also, it's pretty clear to everyone watching the video, the plane doesn't exactly just lose power out of nowhere. Everything that happens in the plane in the video actually just seems like a Disney ride. Like, it is just very fucking silly. It seems like that kind of shit that you have is like the pre-ride entertainment when you're waiting in line at Disney. It's embarrassing. And it's so poorly acted that it immediately tipped off people as stupid as me who have no clue about aircraft or anything aviation related. And I was like, yeah, this had to be fake. All of it was so clearly a stunt, a viral play for that ad revenue and that sponsorship bucks. Jacob also lied to a Federal Aviation Administration safety inspector when he said the airplane's engine had quit, and because he could not identify any safe landing options, he had to parachute out of the plane. And again, if you watch the video, he doesn't look for any safe landing options. He doesn't look anywhere except for where his selfie stick was. The closest thing that even comes to a panic is him trying to locate his selfie stick so he can make sure to get good footage. Everything else, he didn't even bother going through. There was no lists of checks that he was making to try and get the engine back online or trying to glide it to safety, looking for a safe landing spot. The dude actually just boot scooting boogies right out of the plane, letting it crash behind him. Well, not behind him, because it still like flew on its own for a little while before crashing into the side of a mountain. But yeah, overall, it is so nice to see him just fully admitting all of this. I mean, we all knew it was fake from the beginning. This isn't like a surprise to anybody, but it's nice to finally just get it from his mouth, and 20 years in prison for it sounds about par for the course. This could have ended a lot worse. Again, there was a town nearby. This could have just killed random people, all for this man's YouTube views. It's so ridiculous. So, just wanted to give a little update to this because when I was streaming today, watching the Moist Esports Rocket League squad absolutely pop off, chat made me aware that Trevor Jacob was finally facing the repercussions and just openly admitting all of it. So right after the games today, I went, checked everything with a big smile on my face, and I figured it was worth updating all of you who may have been, you know, aware of the story but not following it that closely like I was. So looking like the happy ending here. Hopefully he does face that prison time because he absolutely deserves it. That's about it. See ya. Why does the mouse movement feel delayed? Wait, what is this? Here, I'll try VSync off. I don't think that'll fix it or anything. Wow, it did. I've never had that issue before. Freddy mining crypto from your PC. Yeah, I guess so. That was weird. That was some haunted Freddy Fazbear moment. For a brief period there, Freddy's hands were on top of mine, slowing down the mouse movement. Alright, let's find Gregory. Gregory is trapped in the Pizzaplex. Only you can save him. Is Gregory an established character? Was he like a Bite of 87 victim?
Gregory!
Gregory is the person you play as in the base game. Oh, cool. Jump scare coming up. I feel it. I was wrong. I thought I had a good read on it. Oh shit, it's Molly. Right? That's the duck's name? Or chicken? Is that a... I think it's... I don't know. Chicken and duck, I can't tell. Chica! Well, I was close.
I got your message. Where are you?
Help! Something grabbed me! You won't let me go! You have to find me! I'm trapped in the sinkhole under the raceway!
Under Roxy Racers?
Oh boy.
That's all the
No
way
one's
on
ever
the other
come back
side.
from Roxy's Racers.
I'm not even close.
Oh boy. No one ever lives to tell the tale. Oh, there's gonna be one of the animatronics crawling around in here saying some weird shit. Surely I won't go 0 for 2 on my predictions. I'm 0 for 2. Rough.
I'm okay.
Chica. Oh man.
Chica? What happened to you?
Oh, she's covered in
You look awful.
ooze and slime and shit.
A Faz wrench. It's just like my dad's.
Your dad has a Faz wrench. How old is your dad? Why would he have a Faz wrench? What the fuck? How many Funko Pops does he have? Uh-oh. Monty, you dirty bastard. Man, I am really sinking here. Was I carrying bricks in my pocket? What is that about? You remembered his name?
Oh, my head.
No, I didn't. It just said Roxy.
Monty thing.
Or, Monty, sorry.
I better find a way out before
I don't know any of
he's
these
back.
goofballs' names. None of them. Oh, man.
Please take a mask.
These jump scares are really gonna make me wet my britches here.
Weird.
About to have a
It's
soiled
not
diaper on
blood
our hand with all these.
Look at all the wires and stuff.
It's, fuck, what's his name? Yep, I don't know. I remember he was in the base security breach. It was like Paul or something. Oh, it's an AR demon! Oh shit! The ghost in the machine! Where's this go? Is this a secret? Nice! That's so big.
Don't stop looking for me. I need your help.
Do you stop whining, Gregory? Holy shit.
Gregory, I can hear you.
Security knows. Find them and turn them all off. I can't get out until that happens.
Gregory? Security?
I don't trust Gregory. He's up to no good. This must be Golden Freddy disguising himself with Freddy's voice using a modulator. Or, Gregory's voice using a modulator. In order to fool us so he can get free by us turning off all the security protocol. I feel like I'm at a glow-in-the-dark mini-golf course right now. Oh. Ah. Man, no children's puzzles are too difficult for me. This is what it means to be a grown man operating at peak efficiency. Alright, I've really gotta take a shit. Give me 2 seconds, I'll be right back. I'm gonna fill up my water as well, so give me one minute. Boo! Did I scare everybody? Are the Five Nights at Freddy's fans tinkling their little britches after that one? That's gonna be the new bite of new bite of 87. The boo of 2023. No, this is the new DLC.
It's sending out some sort of distress signal and Monty is responding.
Uh-oh. Oh, is there an AR boogeyman that's gonna scare me? Oh. I thought he'd go away if I took off the AR mask. Gotcha. Assuming this pauses everything, because if not, I'm fucked. Okay, so I can't see him in AR. Oh, the door all the way back. Uh-oh. He heard my plan. Oh, it's a new bad guy. It's the bunny bad man. I'm assuming he's only there in AR. Yeah. Metaverse jump scare. True. Oh no, he's back. Jeepers. Jinkies. He's gonna be right behind me. Or maybe right in front of me. Nope. Oh, the daycare had the sun and moon guy. Uh-oh. Ugh, I hated this fucking area so much. It's such a tedious maze. Son of a bitch. Can't use my AR mask, but that's where I'm supposed to go when I can. I see, I just needed to get close enough. I overthought it. Tase him! Tase him! Stop resisting! Hey, hang in there, bub. FaZe wrench on the way. How do I get to you? God damn it, it's Fazbear's teddy bear. I'm here.
Happy birthday! But it with kids. Come back soon and have a Fazerific day.
Hey, you two. Have a Fazerific day, my friend.
Thank you.
Was I not? Oh. It's one of those guys you have to shine the light on. I forgot about him. Ugh. I have to do it all over again. Oh, I missed one. Hey, bub, where's the other node at, huh? Oh, another one. What am I stuck on? Oh, I didn't make it to the barrel, or to the crate. Oh, my favorite program. A classic cartoon. Man, they got that old style cartoon aesthetic going on here. Nice. Hopefully it's not racist. A lot of those old cartoons had some racist shit in it. It'd be such a shame if that turned out to be the case with Freddy Fazbear.
It's Gregory.
Gregory! Oh no! No! Gregory!
This vent is creaky. I really hope it's...
Monty's Gator Golf. Whee! Woo! Let's go! Monty, the one-man juggernaut. Oh, this is the whole story of Monty. Abandoned as a pup, he was found by Muriel, who lives in the middle of nowhere. With Freddy Fazbear. Yeah. This was a cool ride. Reminds me of the E.T. ride from Universal. But so much more hype. I actually really like the E.T. ride at Universal because at the very end they have an animatronic E.T. who reads your name because you give them a card in the beginning and he just says like, "Thank you for saving me, Charles, Greg, Tiana." It's fucking awesome.
It's not stopping! Fucking controller. Whatever that is.
Yeah! Take that! Man, imagine someone misses that. Holy shit. They give you 10 shots. If you miss that, video games are just not for you, I'm sorry to say. Find a different outlet. Can you move, please? Oh, I can't even take it off. Oh, shit. Oh, there's a hole here. They booby-trapped me. And then blew up my game. Damn you, Monty and Rabbit Man. Shit. Whoa, almost slid off. Hit him with that crazy drift. Okay. Move. Does he do anything? He doesn't even give me a booga 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 or anything. He doesn't even jump scare.
Ugh, I'm gonna puke. How did I get over here?
I'm in the spooky dimension.
What happened?
Oh, the firewall got him. Oh, it's the uvula. That's big. Five Nights at Freddy's is nothing if not educational. If I have to do all four again, I'm calling it. I never fall for the same trick twice. I almost fell off. But I'm too slick. My moves are too strong. Oh, I really fucked myself. I wasn't paying attention. Run it back. Run it back. Head away. Oh. Just do the whole thing over again. What? Oh, it didn't follow my mouse. Thought you could get me with that brain buster, huh? Oh, I see. It's a rocket ship ride. Whee! Monty's, what was this place? Monty's Jungle Cruise or whatever is back online.
I'll explain it all when you get here. That thing is here again. I gotta hide. Save me, Cassie, please.
Don't believe him, Cassie. It's not Gregory. They've AI programmed a clone of Gregory. It's evil. That damn Freddy Fazbear with ChatGPT. Easy game, easy puzzles. Love that shit. This is a baby game. For little milk drinking, diaper soiling little babies. Oh my god, easy again. Oh my goodness! Neuron activation. Oh, it's the cupcake factory. Chica! Chica, no! Oh my god! Oh! You okay, Chica? We're friends, right? She's not gonna hurt me. Okay. Worth testing the hypothesis. Cassie seemed to be like really friendly with Chica, so I thought well, maybe they're allies. How glitchy is the game so far? I haven't had any glitches yet. Unfortunately. This will be a good test to see if this actually does, like, pause the game. Perfect. Oh, I had a little bit of a glitch there. What if that triggered an invincibility state? That would have been pretty cool. Visually, I think the game looks cool, though. This definitely looks nice. I like the aesthetic of the AR dimension. Gameplay is incredibly repetitive and uninteresting in this DLC. Yeah, that's most of horror games, though. The majority of them are just walking simulators and nothing else. It's the Fazbear Hand Blaster. Whoa. Germs are gonna get vaporized. Thanks, Freddy.
You're not trying hard enough.
Oh, Roxy.
Poor Roxy.
Huh? Who's there? You can't hide from me.
You were looking right at me.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by GodSlap. Issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. You can find links below in the description. Go check it out.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Jedi Survivor. I'm sure you've all seen the headlines about how awful the game is due to performance problems. Now, obviously, I'm going to have to factor that into our advanced scientific calculations when rating this game because it would be ridiculous to overlook a $70 game shipping in the state that this one has. It's poorly optimized across all platforms, but most notably, it's horrendous on PC. Like 99% of people's computers can't run this game consistently at 60 frames, which is just an unforgivable sin. $70 for a game that doesn't even meet the baseline standard of AAA quality that you'd expect is laughable. Which is an absolute shame because the game itself is good, but I absolutely have to mention how awful the performance is because most people aren't even going to be able to enjoy the game. You're watching a slideshow sometimes, it's got so many problems, and I don't want to hear any of that mumbo-jumbo about how, well, Charles, don't you know they're planning on fixing the game and patching it right now? Old St. Nicholas at EA's got all his little elves, all his little helpers working on it tirelessly to fix the game for the gamers out there because they care. I say that's a goddamn load of dirty barnacles. This trend of push it out now, fix it later is garbage. I fucking hate it. And anyone who has that take of like, oh, it's so entitled to expect a game to work when you pay $70 for it, I'd say that take isn't worth a doggone set of donuts. Like, it's a bunch of baloney. The game, when you buy it, should work. It should be functional. It should be in a good state. That shouldn't be a hot take. So yes, the worst part of Jedi Survivor is the performance. Everything you've read is accurate for the majority of people who are going to be playing the game. I got lucky enough where my problems on PC were pretty minor. They were not game-breaking, but I recognize I got lucky. That's not going to be every player's experience, at least not until patches roll out. So I would say definitely wait on the game no matter what. But let me get into the game itself, because like I said, it's good. Now, Jedi Fallen Order, I liked a lot. I was blown away by how much I enjoyed the combat in particular, but it had flaws. It had a lot of jankiness to it. It was a bit wonky at times. Unfortunately, with Jedi Survivor, I feel like they didn't really polish that jankiness to it. Like, there's some hitboxes that still just go Insano style. Like, they just have a mind of their fucking own. There's a ghost in the machine, and that ghost wants to fuck you in the ass, because sometimes these hitboxes make no sense. It was a problem that existed in Fallen Order, and it's still here in Jedi Survivor. There's also a huge emphasis on just fighting a lot of local wildlife, which are the biggest culprits of the worst hitboxes in the game, so sometimes it begins to become a bit of a headache, but the gameplay itself is still really fun. It's not like a drastic improvement over Jedi Fallen Order, but I do recognize some quality of life improvements, and I really did enjoy it a lot. There's a lot of stances to go between. You have your standard single saber, you've got your double-ended saber, you've got dual wielding. I don't want to spoil too many other ones because I don't know how much has been revealed in trailers and stuff, but there's also two other wacky ones that are really fun. One of them, I will say one of them, I don't know if this is a minor spoiler, but be warned, there's a blaster stance where you get to use a lightsaber and a blaster, and that's the one that I kind of just mained for the entire game, and it never stopped being fun. There's a lot of versatility to the combat. The skill trees are pretty expansive, but unfortunately a lot of the skills I found to be really worthless. Like, they don't do a whole lot. I played this on Jedi Grandmaster difficulty, so maybe that's it because everything's pretty spongy, but a lot of the abilities in the skill tree, the Force ones, they just weren't super useful. The animations are really long, so they lock you down for a while, so you just end up getting punished when you try and use them against a boss fight, or God forbid if you take a fucking stupid pill and try and use them in a horde of enemies, you just get blasted. It's just a lot of the force abilities didn't have a huge purpose for my playthrough, so I didn't find myself using them a lot. And I'm talking about force abilities for the saber stances. The other force abilities like force push, force pull, lift, slam, all of those were always useful and a lot of fun to toy around and experiment with. You could cheese a lot of things with a force pull if you upgraded it. But overall, I don't have any major complaints about the combat other than, of course, some jankiness and the feeling that they didn't really take a huge step forward with their combat from Jedi Fallen Order. Though I guess they didn't need to because it was just so much fun in the last one too. So I enjoyed it, but don't expect anything crazy from it if you played Jedi Fallen Order. You're getting a lot of what you're used to, which for a lot of people, like me, is fine. Now, luckily this game is a long game, so you're going to have plenty of time to have fun with the combat and toy around with finding some optimal strategies that suit your playstyle. It took me a long time going through it. I did a lot of the side content. I killed pretty much every legendary boss, and that's like a minor complaint I have. There's only 2 legendary bosses that aren't just recolors of normal enemies with a name. And that's Ogdo and the Rancor. Everything else is literally just the normal enemies that you encounter, but this time they have a name like Ugmog or something, but it's the exact same moveset, the exact same everything, they just have a name now. And their health bar isn't even that much bigger. So the legendary enemies, while a cool concept, was pretty underwhelming past Ogdo and the Rancor. And fuck Ogdo and fuck Spawn of Ogdo. I killed both of them. I even did the double Ogdo fight where you fight Spawn and Ogdo together. I fucking triumphed on Jedi Grandmaster difficulty, probably the only one in the world that did it, so I'm a real champion out there. Point is though, there's a lot of time to play around with the combat, though I do think the legendary bosses had a lot more potential than was realized here. And outside of that, the game's just massive. There's a whole lot to explore. I did a lot of exploring. There's challenges that you can do, like parkour challenges for skill points, as well as just upgrades. It's just a huge game. I was blown away by like the size of the worlds, like, and how much there was to do in there. There wasn't a ton of worlds to visit, which I think for a lot of people might be disappointing, but the worlds that you do get to visit are massive, with a lot to them. A lot of puzzles, a lot of parkour. The parkour is fun. The puzzles are fun, although the puzzles aren't exactly brain busters. The parkour always makes it enjoyable, and it's super smooth. There's also a lot of wacky, zany characters in this game that even offer fun little mini-games. Like, there's a whole Hollow Tactics mini-game, which is a little strategy game within the game where you fight units against other NPCs, and the units that you can use for your squad are units that you scanned in the main game. So you'll kill a Rancor, for example, you'll scan it, and then you can use it in the game. Although I don't think you can use the Rancor, so bad example. But you kill enemies, you scan them, then you get their card to use in that minigame, which is cool. There's also a gardening minigame, which is cool. There's just a lot to do. I was really surprised by just how much depth there was. There's a lot of meat on the bones of this game. Now let's get to the narrative. I've been putting that off because I have such mixed feelings on it. I really like Jedi Fallen Order's story. I had a great time with the narrative. I thought they built up something special. In Jedi Survivor, I felt the same way. I actually thought they did a great job with the story. I was drawn in immediately. I really think a lot of the characters they introduce here, as well as like the big bad, was very cool and compelling. And I don't know if this is a spoiler, so just in case, another minor spoiler warning. It deals with the High Republic, and I always think that's such a cool setting to explore and a cool time period to explore for Star Wars, so the High Republic plays a crucial role in the narrative. However, this is where my feelings get mixed. The game really loses its footing in the final act, and not even the final act, really like the final 10%. It's really just right towards the end. They had great narrative beats throughout. I really thought they were fucking hitting a great stride. I was a little underwhelmed that the Empire was kind of absent for a lot of it. You were mainly dealing with raiders, but that's not a huge complaint. I thought overall they were doing a great job with the story right up until the end. It seemed like they had a great idea, and the idea itself for what happens at the end is great, but the motivation behind it and exactly why things are happening the way they are gets very silly, and you have to suspend disbelief and just accept, wow, this is happening because the characters are fucking stupid. Like, that's the narrative point. They're blinded by stupidity, and that's why what's happening right now is happening. Which just isn't very satisfying as a plot point, like, so it's because everyone's fucking dumb all of a sudden. Everyone's just a buffoon now. got it. So that's why this final act is happening like this. So that was really disappointing because I don't think they stuck the landing, but I do like where the game leaves off, and I'm really excited to see them explore more in the future because I'm pretty sure they plan this as a trilogy, so I'm really excited to see where everything picks up. But overall, there were so many great moments from the story. I can't be mad about it. I do still think I walk away from this game with a very positive impression of the story, minus that very last bit towards the end of the game. And now just a little nitpick. Throughout my game, I put on a poncho after defeating Spawn of Ogdo, and that fucking thing would not stop glitching out. But not only that, so many times there was a ton of visual bugs and noise from the characters. So I'll be fighting two enemies, and all of a sudden their cloaks will just start spiraling out of control and taking up my entire screen, fucking blinding me. All kinds of wildness. So there, even outside of performance problems, there are just some bugs that happen pretty often throughout the game, but not the biggest deal in the world to me. It's not something I get super upset about, but just something to make note of. And the final boss fight, there was moments where I was just getting teleported around and attacked in the void, which was clearly not supposed to happen. So there are just some bugs to be aware of. Overall though, one other thing I want to mention, the soundtrack fucking slaps. Absolutely fucking slaps. Star Wars soundtrack always goes hard though, but I just always like to make a special mention when it just pops off the way this game does. I just love the soundtrack. Now, plugging Jedi Survivor into the Moist Meter, I'm unfortunately going to have to give it a 70%, and that's mainly because of the performance problems. In fact, 70 is even kind of high. I really can't stress enough how strongly I feel about how bad the business practice is of just shipping a game out knowing it's in a bad state where a lot of players won't be able to enjoy it. That shit makes me so upset. The performance issues hinder this game greatly. Without that, I'd probably give it an 85%, pretty much exactly what I gave Fallen Order, because I really think both games are really good. I don't think this game was a massive step forward over Jedi Fallen Order, but it was still extremely enjoyable, and I had a great time with it, and it's just, once again, a shame that it shipped the way that it did. I'm confident they are going to fix those problems going forward, so I would say definitely hold off on buying this for a while until those patches are in place. And that's about it. As most of you know, we started our own comic book series called GodSlap. Everyone who's read GodSlap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and GodSlap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and Issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at GodSlapBook.com, and per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at GodSlapBook.com. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series GodSlap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co, link in the description. This is probably the easiest Moist Meter I've ever made. Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning. Absolutely amazing. Just a genuinely incredible film. Mission Impossible is probably the best action franchise ever. It's gotta be in the conversation, if not the #1 spot. This franchise has been cooking for 30 years, and they never miss on the recipes. They're delivering exquisite meals. The cuisine is a delicacy every time a new Mission Impossible rolls around. Fucking Tom Cruise is 61 years old, and he's not geriatric at all. He's still doing all of his own stunts, risking life and limb, putting it all on the line in order to deliver an unforgettable experience, and it shows. The passion here is unlike anything else in the industry. 30 years, and they keep finding ways to get better. That is so rare, especially in Hollywood, where half the time it's just formulaic garbage that's just driveled out for the sake of trying to capitalize off a beloved franchise while putting no effort into it, just absolutely phoning it in. But Mission Impossible, it just wants to just keep going, fucking full throttle and never let off the gas. And man, it is such a breath of fresh air. And another thing, like I mentioned, Tom Cruise is 61 years old. Usually when someone's reaching this age, they're no spring chicken anymore. But somehow it never comes across as weird or lame. It doesn't ever feel like he has to slow down in the film. Like, he is still doing the same kind of stunts that he used to do when he was 40 years younger. Like, he is still at an extremely high level of athleticism and an extremely high level of, like, executing good choreography and making things look amazing, which is crazy at his age. Even someone that I think is comparable, like Keanu Reeves with John Wick. In John Wick 4, there are moments where you can see he's kind of slowing down a little bit. It doesn't really take away from the experience. I still fucking love John Wick 4. But you can see that it's getting a little more difficult for him to do some of, like, the moves that he was doing in John Wick 1, for example. Tom Cruise, though, this man's got fucking adamantium bones with goddamn, like, plutonium running through his veins that's powering him. It makes no sense how he's able to do what he does in this film at his age. So, anyway, I haven't even really begun talking about the movie. Dead Reckoning is a 2-part movie, and this was part 1 that dropped. And it is so good. It is just so, so good. Now, I know a lot of people are going to get into the debate of which is better, Dead Reckoning or Fallout, which was the previous Mission Impossible movie. A lot of people consider that to be like one of the best action films in general ever made. And I understand, because it really is extraordinary. But I honestly do think Dead Reckoning here, assuming part 2 is as good as part 1, will be better. Now, of course, since it is just part 1, it didn't wrap itself up, but it didn't fall into the same trap that a lot of other 2-part movies have, where it feels unsatisfying by the time the credits roll around. Dead Reckoning Part 1 has a really nice conclusion that feels like you got like an entire experience worth. You got a good natural stopping point. It doesn't feel abrupt. It keeps you salivating at the mouth for more, but still your tummy is full from the meal that the chef prepared with love. I can't stop talking about how hard this shit cooks. I want to go back into the kitchen and kiss the chef on the mouth. It is incredible. So I didn't feel like walking away from the film, you know, that it came out of nowhere, the ending, because it felt natural. So I have no problems at all with part 1 here ending where it does. I think it did a great job, and I'm super excited for part 2 now to see how they wrap it up. Now, one thing I actually like more in Dead Reckoning than I did in Fallout is the story. I really like all of the new characters they introduce here, but even more than that, the narrative itself I actually think just feels much better in like the current landscape of the world. Fallout, while I still agree is an extraordinary film, it did have the cliche nuclear threat. The fingers on the trigger, the nuclear bomb's gonna bust ass at any moment now. How are they gonna stop him? How's Ethan gonna put the kibosh on this bad guy? The concept of the plot wasn't anything super new or innovative. It just did the concept better than anything else that has ever really come before it. However, in Dead Reckoning, they don't go that direction. There is a nuclear bomb moment because you fucking gotta have a nuclear bomb moment when it's high stakes like Mission Impossible. But the core is around AI and the threat that it poses, both with the information that it's able to disseminate or the misinformation that it's able to disseminate, as well as even being able to take control of warheads. So the main threat is about who's going to take control of this extremely powerful and extremely deadly AI that's becoming sentient. Now, that itself isn't exactly, you know, a novel concept that's going to have you fucking flying back into your chair or anything. That's been done a lot, like most notably Terminator with Skynet. But it doesn't go in that direction. It doesn't feel cheesy and it doesn't feel goofy because AI is such a big talking point in reality right now. With how quickly AI is advancing, nothing in this film feels far-fetched or silly. It's very interesting at the capabilities, the dangers AI could pose in the wrong hands. And Ethan Hunt's rationalization of how best to handle a situation like this with a threat this large. I really like the narrative a lot here. I think it's nice and refreshing to go in a bit of a different direction as opposed to just standard bad guys got big bomb. Even though that's not exactly a bad thing if that is the plot, because Mission Impossible has proven that it can do anything and do it well. Dead Reckoning, I think, has the best set pieces in the entire franchise. I'm just going to say it. The action set pieces in this film are unbelievable. They are so good. I don't want to spoil anything here, so I'm trying very loosely to talk about things, because I think this is a must-watch movie. This is one of those films that absolutely is worth going to a theater to see. It is an experience more than a movie. Yeah, I'm getting real pretentious sounding, like sniffing my own fucking farts here, but seeing this movie in theaters is definitely the optimal way of experiencing it. Mission Impossible deserves it. It's so fucking good. I just don't really have any complaints about this movie, aside from like two very minor ones that I can't really get into because it's kind of spoilery, but I'll just say they involve plot convenience moments where I feel like they were so focused on delivering a really cool action moment, but then ended up kind of backing themselves into a bit of a corner, and in order to kind of salvage the situation, they needed to pull from their ass a little deep to get out of that situation, even though it doesn't really make a ton of sense how it happened. That's about the most I can say without getting into spoilers, but it's not a big deal. Like, that's a nitpick. Like, if I was really going to look for something negative, it's just there were a couple instances of where I felt like they didn't really write something super cohesive on how they get out of this situation. They just kind of do because they needed to. They're the fucking heroes. And even though I do like the villain, I think he wasn't super fleshed out here, and it really feels like they reached a bit in order to connect him to Ethan's past in a way that felt kind of like an afterthought almost, but it's not a big deal because I do think Gabriel, the main villain, like the main villain outside of like the evil AI potential, like I do still think he was cool. Like I think he was like a good villain to have. Every time he was on screen, I felt like this is a big threat moment. This is going to turn into some shit. It's about to go tits up real quick. And Gabriel has a subordinate named Paris who's just a badass. She like fights with a sword. Like it feels like she was a character out of John Wick. It's like it actually is really just cool. There's nothing in this movie that isn't just really cool. So yeah, anyway, I think this is a must-watch movie. Plugging Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 into the moist meter, I'm giving it a comfortable 95%. I really hope Part 2 sticks the landing. I do hope they give a little bit more to Gabriel in particular. I would like to see that, but I imagine that is the plan considering this is only half of the story they want to tell. And I think they've already done a great job with it. So yeah, I think it's fantastic, and that's about it. So yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this moist meter. GodSlap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. The title's not clickbait. There's something I need to complain about. Shocking, I know. It's not that I want to complain, it's that I have to. I'm being forced to, by a powerful spiritual presence that's working me like a puppet. Like this whiny demon inside of me that needs an exorcism, and the only way to get it is through talking about something that's made me a bit perturbed, to say the least. And that is this non-stop attack on everything I love. All of my favorite properties that I grew up with are getting adapted into either movies or TV shows, and all of them are terrible. Jesus Christ, I feel like my brain has been stun-locked thanks to the Halo TV show, something that I dreamed about, wet dreams as a kid, finally making it to reality with the Halo television program, and it was an unforgivable fucking war crime of a production, a damn near violation of the Geneva Convention for how atrocious that show was, and it hasn't stopped there. So often, they are adapting beloved game franchises that I cherish near and dear to my heart, and just turning them into laughably pathetic shows. I swear to God, like, there's more dogshit video game adaptations on streaming services than there is dogshit in downtown Tampa sidewalks. It is absurd how often this is happening now. Now, of course, not all of them are bad. but you can pretty much count all of the good video game adaptations on one hand. It's very rare that they do a great job of it. And then this brings us to the topic of today's video that served as the catalyst, the little spark here for my whining. Peacock has a Twisted Metal TV series that's hitting their platform next month, and they released a new trailer for it today that makes it look like a bit of a stinker. And watching it made me more upset than when I realized my growth plates had closed and I wasn't getting taller than 5'6". Just a trailer that I feel missed the mark in getting people excited for it, because this is a franchise that I fucking love as well as many others, and it just didn't really do it justice, I don't think. Also, looking at the description of it on Peacock here, a post-apocalyptic live-action comedy TV show based on the classic 90s PlayStation combat game, makes me sick. Twisted Metal does have its goofy moments. It has very self-aware silliness and a lot of humor in there, of course. But it's a lot more than just a comedy. This should read like a post-apocalyptic, over-the-top, fucking full-throttle, nuts-to-butts action series with some comedy as well, like dark comedy. Because that's what Twisted Metal is. Like, Jesus Christ, Sweet Tooth, who is in the trailer, we're gonna get to all the trailer stuff in a minute. Sweet Tooth is a fucking psychopath serial killer who has an incredibly dark past and an incredibly dark storyline, as well as many other characters, but Sweet Tooth in particular. In the most recent game, he is a fucking maniac who killed his family, and his daughter was the one person he was unable to kill. So his wish with Calypso and winning the event was that he would be able to get to his daughter so he can finally kill her because it's been bothering him for so long. And it turns out his daughter, after witnessing Sweet Tooth killing the whole family, was so traumatized she killed herself. So when Calypso grants Sweet Tooth's wish, he buries Sweet Tooth in the coffin with his daughter. And that's how it ends, with him struggling to get out after being buried alive because he's a murderous fucking psychopath whose whole mission was just killing people and finally being able to kill the one person that got away. Like, zoinks, Scoob, jumpin' Jehoosaphex. How do you take a storyline like that and then say, that character needs to sing the thong song in our Peacock series? Like, what the fuck? Like, Jeepers Creepers. There is comedy in the games, but they turned Sweet Tooth into a goddamn Saints Row character. The dialogue in the trailer for him is like something you'd see out of Forspoken when she's talking to the Gauntlet. It's embarrassing. Like, god damn it, it's making me upset. I'm fuming. I don't know what Peacock was thinking, and I feel like I need to explain what Peacock even is because it's such a nothing burger of a service. It's a streaming platform that you may have signed up for one time by accident because they advertised one decent show and you forgot to cancel it and don't realize you're paying for it. They have, like, nothing worthwhile on their platform. And I'm not exaggerating either. They really don't have a strong catalog whatsoever. You get more value out of a Farters Anonymous subscription where they deliver fart jars to your door every month as opposed to paying for Peacock. And now they've got this Twisted Metal show here, and from what I'm seeing in the trailers, it's not looking promising. Now again, it's not fully out, so hopefully all of these trailers are just doing it a real big disservice, and it turns into a great show, because I would much prefer it be a good show, because then we might see another game. It's been over a decade since the last Twisted Metal game, so if the show was good and successful, maybe we'd see more from the franchise. That would be great, but I'm not optimistic. Let's talk about the trailer. I can't show you the trailer because I think that's probably frowned upon, so I'm just going to describe it, and I'll show you a couple of screenshots. So the trailer kicks off with Sweet Tooth in a fist fight with a character named John Doe, which I didn't recognize the name of in the description of the trailer, so I had to look it up, and it is a character from the Twisted Metal franchise. These two are locked in some high-quality fisticuffs action. John Doe plants a mean one right on the cheek of Sweet Tooth, really socks him, clobbers him. But Sweet Tooth, being the menacing madman he is, isn't affected by it at all and says, "Aren't you a tall glass of water? Me? I'm a Hawaiian punch," and then punches him. That is some cringy shit. I imagine they wrote that trying to be like self-aware, tongue-in-cheek or something, but it's just fucking cringe. I'm about to go on a tangent rant here. What is happening to comedy writing? It's all the same formulaic garbage throwaway shit lines. It feels like it's all AI generated by ChatGPT based on the worst Tumblr scripts you've ever read in your life. I feel like it's only been snowballing out of control. Like it started with things like Saints Row, and it's only been getting worse and worse and worse. You know, then you got Redfall, Dead Island 2 writing, like, and now it's like infiltrated TV as well. Even though I feel like television humor writing's probably been stagnant and bad for quite some time now, but it just feels like it's so derivative of the same horrible throwaway comedy writing in games that's been prevalent over the last year or so. and it's just making it worse. But anyway, that's kind of the entire tone here. So if it's a comedy series and that's the level of humor, then it's dead on arrival in that genre as well. But why even take Twisted Metal and bank entirely on comedy? Twisted Metal is all about the car combat. Like, that is what Twisted Metal made its bread, that was its bread and butter. That's what it made its money on. The fun gameplay and the fun, unique characters of it. There were, of course, moments outside of the cars, and this could very well be like a very, rare instance of that in the show. But why use that as your official sneak peek? Why wouldn't you highlight the car combat? There's a line in the trailer that John Doe says where he says, "Can we go back to the cars?" And I feel like he's voicing the audience's, mind very well. He's voicing all of the audience thoughts. Can we go back to the cars? Let's see the car combat that people would expect with Twisted Metal as the name of the show, instead of this fucking lazy-ass comedy. But they don't go to the cars. Instead, the fist fighting continues. Eventually, Sweet Tooth throws John Doe up against the slot machine, and they start singing the thong song. They do a little duet thong song and then bond over it. And, then the scene ends by John Doe saying, he's ready to go to Sweet Tooth's show. I don't get how this trend is continuing of taking a beloved franchise, buying the rights to it, and then delivering something that has absolutely nothing to do with the property that you're using the name of. We already saw it with Halo, where the producers proudly talked about how they didn't even play the games and wanted nothing to do with the actual established Halo games or universe, so they gave something that nobody liked. Or we also saw it with The Witcher Blood Origin, for another quick example, where they take The Witcher and deliver something that has fucking nothing to do with The Witcher or anything established there. It just doesn't make sense. Maybe it works for a couple of cheap clicks for those curious fans of the property to see if this is going to be something worthwhile, but then they abandon it after episode 1 when it's clear that this is not made by fans of the property. I just don't get who the audience is. It's not for fans of Halo, Witcher Blood Origin, or in this case, it's looking like Twisted Metal either, and the shows are never good enough to stand on their own two legs either. They just use the property, the IP, as a crutch for really lazy throwaway garbage. You don't win. Everyone loses. You don't accomplish anything. I just don't fucking understand it. I'm really hoping that Twisted Metal ends up being surprisingly good, and that this was just a really bad marketing idea to show just a comedy scene from it, as opposed to showcasing an action scene, or really any scene with the vehicles. They do have one other trailer, but it's a very quick teaser and doesn't show much of anything at all. So that one's not anything that I'm going to heavily critique. It's just supposed to be a teaser, so I don't think that one's necessarily bad. But this one is. This is over 2 minutes. It is a sneak peek, and it's supposed to sell people on the hype of the show. But I just don't see how it would. I don't think fans of Twisted Metal are going to be pumping their fists yeah, Sweet Tooth said Hawaiian Punch and then really gave him a wallop. Woo! I don't see that happening. I feel like most people would rather have seen a sneak peek of the vehicle combat that Twisted Metal is known for. And it would be unique for a show. That would be hype for people who don't even know what Twisted Metal is, to see some of the crazy shit that Twisted Metal offers, with the weaponry on the cars and the crazy cars and the wild over-the-top action. But instead they just chose a dumb, stupid, not very good fist fight comedy routine scene from it. Just doesn't make sense. I hope the show's good. I'm not optimistic, and I just needed to rant about it. That's it. See ya. It's always so inspiring to see someone never give up in the face of adversity, to push forward and achieve great things. Like Rocky, or Will Smith in I, Robot, when he was telling people hey, these robots are a little fishy. And they said, hey pal, you just blowing from stupid town? And then turns out he was right and he still protected us anyway. Point is, this is the backbone to so many of the best stories ever told in books, movies, TV shows, and anime. It's like one of the 10 commandments of anime for every protagonist, just that never quitting attitude. But in the real world, when companies in particular adopt this never give up mentality, it's pretty embarrassing and pathetic. In particular when it comes to Meta. Or, as you know them, Facebook, because nobody really knows this fucking clown company as anything other than Facebook. Meta's been on a bit of a cold streak recently, with the most recent embarrassing blunder being the Metaverse. More like Meta reimburse everyone who bought into that scam. being sold as like the way of the future. Nowadays, it's just a barren, empty wasteland of broken dreams and broken promises. The goofballs just made a virtual reality experience more primitive than Roblox and Second Life. It's just shameful. But they didn't give up. They didn't quit. They said, you know what? That was so good, we're gonna do it a second time. What about second breakfast? So they're trying another venture here, and it's actually opening to pretty big success. And it's what we're talking about today. Threads, a Twitter competitor. Twitter's had its own series of missteps, quite a few blunders. They've given up Scholar's Mate a few times here, and it looks like Meta's trying to strike while the iron's hot, so they released their own Twitter competitor called Threads. When looking it up, I saw this headline: Meta's Twitter competitor for friendly conversation launches early. And this feels like the worst article ever written to promote something. Calling it a place for friendly conversation makes it sound like Weenie Hut Jr., where you're not allowed to go in there unless you're wearing elbow and knee pads. Not that I like Twitter. I think, and I've been very vocal about this, I think Twitter fucking sucks. I don't think the world was ready for a platform like that, and it is just the absolute worst thing for a human being's mental health. And now for the first time, we're being cursed with a platform that threatens Twitter's stranglehold on brain rot. This is like that scene out of Godzilla where he says, let them fight. We now have two kaijus going to war over poisoning your mind, basically. So you have Twitter, which is no stranger to horrible decisions, and now you have Meta with Threads, which is no stranger to horrible decisions. Obviously, Meta's mainly going to be using this for more data harvesting, I imagine, since that's kind of their bread and butter behind their business models. But this is a big deal because Twitter now has actual competition in the space. And it doesn't seem like they like this ball game very much, because apparently Twitter is threatening to sue Meta for Threads right now, saying that it stole their trade secrets. I don't know what Krabby Patty secret formula they think they cooked up there, but Twitter itself was already derivative of some of the old message boards from way back in the day. It just kind of became streamlined on Twitter, and everything just got so concentrated on the internet as a whole that everyone flocked to Twitter for the experience. I don't know exactly if they have a strong case against Meta here for Threads, so I guess we'll just have to see how that whole soap opera plays out. But honestly, the biggest thing about this announcement that I see nobody talking about for some reason is the fact that Meta maliciously calculated today as their launch day because they knew that I was dropping our Plague Seeker animation. They wanted to take the wind out of our sails knowing that Plague Seeker was going to hog all of the internet's attention for today, so they had to drop Threads in order to take the wind out of our sails, which is foul play from Meta, but I'd expect nothing less from fucking Zuckerbot. So don't let them win. Go watch the Plague Seeker animation. We worked very hard on that. But anyway, I don't want to get too lost in the sauce here at the buffet, so before the steam keeps pouring out of my ears, let's focus on Threads. I have always been extremely vocal about how important competition is, and more now than ever since everything is getting so concentrated on the internet where pretty much all discussions are happening on either Twitter or Reddit and like nowhere else these days. I always think competition is a great thing. But that being said, Twitter sucks shit through a crazy straw, and I am not thrilled about making another Twitter account on something called Threads. I don't need a Twitter 1.5. I already don't like current Twitter, so why would I come around for the sequel here? I don't need too fast to Twitter, so I'm not going to make a Threads account, but I'm glad that it exists, and I hope it does become successful, so that way Twitter doesn't have a stranglehold on brain rot anymore. They can now share the neural load, and maybe, you know, now we're just spitballing utopias. Maybe Threads actually does become a great social media platform somehow, and Twitter can just kind of be like this quarantine zone for, you know, wild, wacky nonsense. It could just be like the fucking loony bin, right? Then I'd make the switch to Threads. But for now, I don't need another Twitter, so I'm not going to be signing up for it. I'm not exactly, you know, scratching at my neck for more of that experience. But like I said, competition is great, and I do hope Threads can at least threaten Twitter enough so that way both can improve. So that way you're not stuck with constant dog shit changes that make the user experience worse. The most important thing to remember about competition, that it is always the best thing for consumers. You want competition. This isn't me trying to hypnotize you. I'm telling you a fact. You want competition. You don't want one entity to have all of the power when it comes to a market share like this. So it's good. But I don't like Twitter, so I'm not making a Threads account for more Twitter. But I'm out here rooting for it, even though it is one of Meta's. But at least now you get the choice. Do you want to stay on Twitter, or do you want to go to fucking Mark Zuckerberg's boobie here and suckle on that for the Twitter experience. You get choices now. And since I don't have a Threads account, I've just been reading people's personal accounts of the site. Apparently they're not allowing like pornographic material, and they're also like censoring people, like individuals. I don't know how true these claims are right now because I'm getting conflicting information from different sources. And if both of these claims are true, the censorship is a big L, but not having it constantly feeding you pornographic material, I actually think is a good thing. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. I was talking about this on stream last night. I never stopped to think about just how weird it was that Twitter's a platform that you have to be 13 or older to sign up for, and it just has porn plastered all over the place. And it's super common, especially in replies. And this is a platform that is, again, 13, which is below the legal age for porn consumption, which is 18. And it just wasn't even something I even thought about until a couple people on Twitter started mentioning it, and I was like, huh, that's an interesting point. And the majority of the time, it's not age-gated at all. You just immediately get fed the content with no, like, safeguard in place or anything. You'll read a goofy tweet that you're giggling about, you know, such as the timeless classic, dude walked into the pee store and said, "Is this the poop store?" It's like, brother, look around. And you're, you know, busting a gut laughing at it, having an old belly laugh, and then you scroll into the reply section to see who else is laughing with you, and then bang, just a full picture of a gaping, leaking butthole and an OnlyFans link. And it's like, what the fuck? So yeah, I'm not exactly going to be crying about the lack of porn on Threads if that is the decision they decide to make. But I did look up some complaints that a couple of articles have noted, so I'm just going to go through those real quick, because again, I'm not making an account on Threads right now, so I don't know firsthand what the experience is like. According to this article, you can't set Threads to view only posts from accounts you follow, which, again, this just feels like they rushed it out and just didn't bother putting this in yet, but will be coming shortly if I had to guess, because this is a pretty obvious one that they'd need to have set up. There's also no web interface, but you can read the threads on the website, but you can't post them or interact with them in any way. And apparently you can't delete your Threads profile without deleting your Instagram, which seems like a pretty big oversight, but it seems like something a lot of people will have an issue with down the line. According to the quote here, you can deactivate it, but you can't delete it without, you know, also annihilating your Instagram account. Also, there's no search functionality right now in Threads. It only lets you find user accounts, so they do say that they'll be adding more features to help discovery, obviously. That's very clear. This is just a rushed job getting it out, so it doesn't have all the features at the moment. And then the other thing is that it's not currently available in the EU, which I imagine it will be shortly. But yeah, anyway, like I said, even if I'm not making a Threads account right now, I am happy that there is competition in the space, and hopefully it can be a legitimate competitor to Twitter. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya. Hey, welcome back to another happy news segment, amazing news. We're basically the frown elimination force here to assassinate your bad mood with positive stuff. I'm joined, of course, by Matt, bubbly as ever.
Yep, great to be here, Chuck. I was just telling him before the show, while looking through the news, there was so much negativity that I'm happy to have a segment where we can bring you smiles and laughter and have your, as Aaron would say, mouth grinning ear to ear.
Amen, Matt. The first story is one that's actually kind of controversial, but not really. It's about a man named Brian Johnson. He's a tech multi-millionaire. He sold one of his companies a while back for like 800 million, just absolute oodles of doubloons. And since then, he's dedicated his life and all of his money to trying to find the cure to aging. So he recently went through a multi-generational blood transmission, tri-generational blood swapping treatment. So basically taking his teenage son's plasma, taking his plasma, and then getting his dad as well, and they just kept swapping blood back and forth. And he's got a whole team of doctors with him that are constantly monitoring him. He calls himself the most monitored man on the planet. His research is super interesting, albeit a little divisive, because he's a bit of an oddball. He's a wacky kind of guy. He's got some interesting theories.
He's quirky.
He's very quirky.
He's a quirky guy.
But overall, I think it's a net positive thing that he's spending, I think, over $2 million a year researching anti-aging methods, as well as all kinds of cutting-edge science and treatments, just to see what works. He's trying to pursue the fountain of youth.
Yeah, weird parts, but I agree. He's doing good as long as he shares the research.
Yeah, and he's got a company that apparently posts everything that he learns and discovers for free for people to access.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
So that's pretty cool if that's true.
Yep.
He could be lying though.
He could.
I don't know him personally.
All of this could be a lie. I don't know the doctors.
He could be like an actual fucking vampire.
Yeah, I do think he looks like a vampire. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
A humane society in Kansas set out with a goal to raise $2,000 for things like vaccinations, food, and microchipping for their animals. And they did it in a very unique way. They took a note from everybody selling feet pics and making millions of dollars online. And they promised for every $100 donated, they would post feet pics or toe bean pics of their animals, like their cats, dogs, and a few other exotic animals. This crushed their initial goal of $2,000. They raised $8,000 by the end of it, and we got pictures of falcon feet, cat feet, dog paws, penguin feet, everything you could want is there, and the internet's losing their minds over it. So overall, it was a huge success, and they ended up raising more than they ever set out to.
Yeah, it sounds super adorable. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, and take a look at a few of the pictures of the feet that you could buy.
Oh, they're still selling it? It wasn't like a one-time
I don't
thing?
know, that you could have bought. Look at the feet. There you go.
Now it's time to drag you kicking and screaming into the future. A cyclist named Gert van Oskum suffered an accident 12 years ago that left him paralyzed, but thanks to advancements in modern medical technology, he's been able to start to walk again thanks to the brain-spine interface, the BSI, which has remained stable for a year, allowing Gert Jan Oskum to stand, walk, climb stairs, and traverse complex terrains, according to a study published Wednesday in the journal Nature. In the latest study, the research team restored communication between Oskum's brain and spinal cord with a digital bridge. Oskum participated in 40 sessions of neural rehabilitation throughout the study, and he said he's now able to walk at least 100 meters or more at once, depending on the day. Now, according to one of the researchers at the Institute, they said, "We've captured the thoughts of Gert Jan Oskum and translated these thoughts into a stimulation of the spinal cord to reestablish voluntary movements." That's fucking awesome.
What it sounded like when I was reading through it is literally like that digital bridge. It's like they've got one part in the brain and one part in the spine talking to each other and like controlling its movements.
Well, Chase said it best. It really does sound like what Doc Ock made in Spider-Man 2.
But yeah, no, that's absolutely crazy tech, and it
Yeah.
does say that the next step is to miniaturize the hardware so that it can be more functional like throughout the day. But that's crazy results.
Yeah, it's huge.
And I'm excited to see where that goes.
Yeah, congratulations to the research team out there, and that's awesome for Gert Jan Oskum as well. It's amazing. Here's a story to make you go, aw. Platypus population was thought to have been vanquished due to a chemical spill, but they've now been relocated to the Royal National Park in Sydney. It's been about 50 years since they thought they had left, disappeared, but now they're home, baby. They're bringing it back.
And I'm glad they are.
We're all glad they are.
So yeah, now you can watch this little video of them being released back into the water of their Sydney Royal National Park.
Welcome home, little guy.
That's actually adorable.
Yeah, it's super cute.
I love the video. It was just him scurrying and he disappeared. I've never seen a platypus before.
I've only seen it in cartoons.
Yeah, I've seen Perry. So summer's here. I've been feeling the heat. How about you?
Oh, yeah.
It's been rough, but you know one thing you're not going to have to worry about anymore? Shark attacks. A sophisticated app has used artificial intelligence to help forecast shark attacks and where they're going to happen with an 89% accuracy rating. All right, so the risk of a shark attack is 1 in every 3.7 million swimmers, which I will say is even better news than this app being made. You basically have nothing to worry about. So you have zero reason to be scared of shark attacks. And this app is going to help you have even less of a reason. And on top of that, the project is crowdfunded and sending portions of profits, I think it's 5% of profits, to ocean cleanup efforts. But yeah, I really do think the biggest takeaway from this story, that's a great use of AI amidst all the bad horror stories coming out.
I do wonder if that's like shark attack deaths or just general shark attacks.
Doesn't that seem really low?
Because that does seem shockingly low. I know it's rare to get attacked by a shark, but I mean,
But no, I would still say that is wonderful news.
That they're not common.
Yeah, very uncommon. Great work with the AI. Finally, somebody's using it for something other than like porn and stealing artwork.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
I think sharks are more afraid of you than you are of them.
I'd have to agree with that.
Or that could be alligators, one of the two.
Do we?
We're going off book
I'm
here.
ready.
We're going rogue. I watched a video about a man who got his arm ripped off by an alligator after peeing into a lake behind a bar a couple days ago. And there just happened to be like a couple of good Samaritans around there that administered like a tourniquet. One of them just had like a rubber tourniquet that he like pulled out of his magic bag of tricks. So he was able to like stop the bleeding, which obviously saved his life.
Yeah.
Medical professionals came, saved him. And then they interviewed him the following day. He's like, yeah, I don't remember anything, but you know, I lost an arm, but I still got my life, which is cool.
The image popping in my head, because I'm assuming the way you explained it, it's like bar, lake behind the bar, so he's peeing. An alligator snuck up on him.
Yeah, no, like it was,
and took off his arm.
That was Sam Fisher of that pond for sure. He said like he lost his balance and fell in, and then the next thing he knew, he was waking up in that hospital bed.
Okay, so maybe he fell in, and that's when he
That must have been.
It didn't like Pink Panther up to him and
No,
pop
I don't
it
think
right
so.
off.
But the good news is that he's been very high spirits. The right people were there in order to tourniquet him and save him. So yeah, that's good news. We have another great news segment for you. Burger King just released a Spider-Man burger, and other good news, a lot of Burger Kings recently shut down. So that's something to celebrate.
A lot of them.
A lot of Burger
that
Kings.
is, I mean, think of the hearts of the human population. They're all getting healthier. And what's this? We go live now to our field reporter, Aaron, who's live on the scene.
Putting his life on the line?
Yeah, God.
Hey Patriots, I'm here at Burger King. I'm trying out the all-new Spider-Verse Whopper that I've heard so much about. I know typically for these sorts of things, you just fucking get them how they come, however they want it. I was not gonna let Burger King do that to me. The last thing I was gonna do is put a Burger King vegetable in my body. This is more of a wake than it is like a food review. It's like a funeral procession for the palate more than anything. I just finished a nice workout and I'm sitting here in my fucking blistering hot car. There's nothing here on this planet I would have wanted to put less in my body than this bad boy right here. This shit tastes like actual dog ass. It doesn't even want to stay in the bun. It's hatching like escape. If I hold it like this, it's hatching escape plants as we speak. As far as Burger King goes, that wasn't the worst. It's still a bad burger. It's still I didn't want it in my body. My body doesn't like it. But overall, pretty fucking good burg for Burger King. I find it hard to fathom that Sony Pictures couldn't have found a better restaurant for this.
Well, no surprise from Burger King on the quality of that burger there. I'm just happy to hear it's not the worst thing they've ever made, or we would have needed a coffin for Aaron.
Yeah, and that's a sweaty guy, let me tell you.
That is a hot, he's taking the hot car challenge.
Yeah, I'm proud of him. Thanks, Aaron.
Hey, welcome to Chelsea's Cute Creature Corner.
This is Thadine.
Hey.
Oh, she's mic'd up, you're fine.
Oh, she's like made out of chrome.
Yeah, so this is Thadine. She is a rosy boa, which is one of the two boas that are native to the U.S., the other one being the rubber boa, and both of those boas are found in the western part of the U.S. and Baja California, Mexico.
Nice.
She is considered a coastal boa because of her, or rosy boa because of her modeling, but usually you can kind of see they have 3 lines that run down their body, and that's how you can tell what they are.
Yeah, I don't really know anything about snakes. All I know is that those little bastards convinced Eve to eat that apple in the Garden of Eden and lost their legs for it.
Well, this is not the same kind of snake. She's a boa, so she's a constrictor. A cool fact about boas too is that they don't lay eggs. They have live births. These particular snakes birth 2 to 10 snakes, and their gestation period is about 4 months. Thadine in particular apparently is very slow. Slower than normal. They are one of the slower snakes. She's 10 years old, but she's also a little bit slow in the head, I've heard. Takes her a minute to kind of find her rats in her cage.
You and me both, Thadine.
She looks nice.
But yeah, would you like?
To go over
Would you like to hold her? She might try and like play with your hair a little bit.
No, she can. I'll
they
give her.
don't bite.
I'll give her one of these.
They want to. Yeah, just don't boop her snoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So they don't bite. Yeah, super docile. Usually the only reason why they would bite is because they think that you're food, which is one of the reasons why you wash your hands before you hold them, and also just to make sure you don't give them any diseases. You want to hold her?
Somebody's got to hold her.
You can feel how strong she is. She's super slow moving.
I'm not worried about like getting yuckied
like
out or
that
anything.
kind
I
of,
don't want to
yeah.
hurt her.
And she'll probably kind of go through your hand a little bit. She likes to move forward.
Wait,
You
stay
got her?
with me, Chelsea.
Yeah.
Stay with me.
You got her, look.
You got to support her head here.
She's supporting
she'll support her
head.
own head.
okay.
Yeah. So that is pretty cool. They are boa constrictors, so they constrict, which actually kills by blood pressure and not suffocation, like a lot of people think.
Oh, that's cool.
Any chance you'd put my hat on me that you made for me?
Oh yeah.
We've been planning this segment for a while.
Yeah, look at that. That's some good news.
Oh, wow.
She thinks you're his mommy.
And the good thing is she did just poop 2 days ago, so she won't poop on you. That's kind of the only thing you'd have to worry about.
Does she only shit like once a week?
They poop after they eat, and they eat every 3 to 4 weeks once they're adults. Sometimes they'll eat a little bit more. She's a cool, very friendly beginner pet. They are a little bit difficult to find, but you can find them online. Just make sure if you do get animals, you're getting them from reputable breeders and not taking them from the wild. We don't need to do that. Yeah, but you can feel how strong she is.
Thaddean, what do you have to say about this?
Actually getting close, I want to see.
She might try to bite that, actually.
Yep,
She
yep.
might think the way her tongue is going, she probably thought that was food. They're not, like I said, these aren't particularly the smartest snakes, and apparently Thaddean is really not smart at all when it comes to her speech.
Thanks for stopping into the studio, Nadine. Or Thaddean. Jesus, that's crazy.
This is why we can't have critters in here.
She's got a weird name. She's got one of those like French names.
Yeah, that one's a hard one to pronounce. I don't.
Well, that about almost concludes our stories for today, but just want to wish some very happy birthdays to some special butterflies out there.
Good friends of ours.
Mike Myers.
Yep. Happy birthday. Keep on keeping on.
The Love Guru.
Yep. The one and only. What else do you
Wayne's
do?
World.
Wayne's World.
Austin Powers.
That's the one.
Shrek.
Wow. Wow. Not that one. And then, of course, the other one and only Roman Reigns, who I'll call you back later on making the move to the MWL. Sorry, we've been a little busy, but we're excited to have you.
Lots of paperwork, but he'll be here in the studio one day.
Yeah, please don't sue us, Vince. It was a joke. So, yeah, that's great news. Good news, everybody.
That's all the good news for this week.
Yep. Everything else is bad, so we'll see you in a couple weeks.
It's very rare that I have anything positive to share about Nintendo. I've been a very outspoken and harsh critic of this company, not because I don't like the games. In fact, I think they make some of the most fun games ever produced, but the company itself is just run by out-of-touch dementors that love to suck the fun out of everything, going out of their way to be evil, shutting down Smash tournaments, spitting in the face of all of their fans, and they're just archaic. They're like 20 years late to everything. They're probably still learning what email is. I'll scream this from the mountaintops every chance I get. It is downright criminal that they're charging for the Nintendo Online service when it is unforgivably horrible. It's a joke. It's laughable. It's worse than dial-up, and you still have to pay for it. Point is, I have shit on Nintendo more times than a dog shits on the floor during potty training. But today, I have a very positive story to share about Nintendo, and more specifically, the Nintendo Switch. Recently, a child had been abducted by a predator, and thanks to a Nintendo Switch that the child brought, authorities were able to track her down and rescue her. I know Mudahar just posted a video about this story as well, but I couldn't help but talk about it too, given how harsh I've been on Nintendo in the past. I do want to highlight when they do some good things, like in this story. So what happened here is a 14-year-old girl met a 28-year-old man named Ethan Roberts on Omegle. The two started talking and eventually exchanged nudes, and Robert traveled 2,000 miles from Arizona to her hometown. Eventually, he kidnapped her, took her back to Arizona, and coerced her into meeting strangers on Omegle to sell them nudes via Snapchat. She was immediately reported missing by friends and family, and a large investigation took place trying to find her. They had boots on the ground looking for her throughout the area, putting up flyers, doing everything they can to try and find her, to no avail. Until one of her friends saw that she was online on her Nintendo Switch. She had booted it up to watch YouTube videos and download a game. So her friend alerted authorities, obviously, like, hey, she just logged in on Nintendo Switch. So the FBI pulled the Nintendo Switch's IP address after getting cooperation from Nintendo, so they subpoenaed the information. They had Nintendo fork over everything they had about the IP address of where the Switch was coming from, and the FBI was able to swoop in and save her from Ethan Roberts, the Omegle pedophile. Now, this is something that is mentioned in the article no one really even thought of, because someone's getting kidnapped, you're not really expecting them to have their phone or a fucking Nintendo Switch, a portable game console with them. But apparently what happened here is Ethan Roberts let her keep her Switch in order to stay entertained, and didn't realize that since it connects to Wi-Fi, it can be tracked easily. So one of her friends just noticed that she had logged in, like she was online, and was like, hey, this is definitely something interesting, I'll report it to the authorities here, and that's how they found her. Like, that shit must have been like the craziest revelation from her friend, like, oh wow, she's on her Switch right now. That shit must have been like in RuneScape when Zezima goes online and like everyone's eyes get like wide, like holy shit. Just the simple checking in the Nintendo Switch friends list saved her. And it's still just so baffling how this all unfolded. Super lucky, like very, very fortunate that she had her Switch, because most of the time in a kidnapping situation, they don't like have their phone or anything that has an internet connection, which makes it very difficult to find and save kidnapping victims. But in this case, she had a flare. She had like a perpetual bat signal that was just posted up with her location, but authorities didn't even think to check it. It was her friend that just happened to be on the Switch and saw she was online that noticed it. So that was a very lucky break that they took notice and reported it. I guess Ethan Roberts just assumed that since the Switch uses outdated hardware, that it can't be traced. The Nintendo Switch is locked to 30 FPS on games. It can hardly even play mobile games. I mean, there's no way it even connects to the internet. It's probably just a cup with string on it. It's so old and archaic. It doesn't even use real technology anymore. It's totally off the grid. No one's going to be able to trace a Switch. That's fine. Dude thought the Nintendo Switch was like some kind of encrypted device or something, I guess, or just the hardware was so old and obsolete that it was untraceable. I have no idea, but really fortunate that he allowed her to keep that Switch so she could be traced and saved here. Obviously, the Nintendo Switch connects to the internet, meaning it can easily be fucking traced. Now, Ethan Roberts has been indicted in federal court on multiple charges, including child pornography and transportation of a minor with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, and after a plea deal, he was sentenced to 30 years in federal prison. Personally, I don't think 30 years is long enough. I believe that should have been an even harsher sentence, but I'm not the judge, I didn't swing the gavel. But overall, this is a big W both from the FBI and Nintendo here. Nintendo did directly cooperate, and the FBI did act very quickly, actually, all within 11 days. And Nintendo was very quick to cooperate. They gave all the information necessary in order to track the IP and save the child's life. So, just wanted to give a little positive story about Nintendo doing a great thing here, and that's really about it. So yeah. Gollum, I will go back to if there's ever a speedrun route for it. But I don't think anyone's actually going to bother looking for any kind of glitches or speed tech for that game. Not doing the skip. It doesn't save like any time at all to be worthwhile. So no, I don't bother with that one. It's like actually just 1 second. Whereas Cork Skip, at the very least, saves like 3. So I can justify Cork Skip in my head, but not that one. That one is truly just a complete waste of time and effort. Oh my god, I might not make it. Wow, that was clutch. What is going on? I'm sloppy. Okay, this should work. Ooh. Once I'm nice and warm, this will be super clean. Oh, first try on that though. You love to see it. Alright. Here's... oh my god. That was a little close. Here's hoping I can actually move off the bed this time. Okay. Now it's working. I don't know what happened last time. That was so weird.
The more I know, the less I know.
Oh! I've never missed book. I've never missed book in my life. Oh my god. No. Okay. We'll have to just run the whole way then. I just hit the oh my god, that cucumber almost really ruined me. I would have been so upset. Oh my god. Oh, Jiminy Christmas! What is happening? He does not want to stand on anything today. Holy shit. Stand on it! You bastard. You sick fuck. Just stand on it. What is happening? Oh, okay. Alright, that was actually full, that was full panic. That was actually just full, okay. Collect myself. He's got a mind of his own today. Lesser men would say no to Cork at this point. But I'm not a lesser man. Shake it out. Shake it out. Okay. I'm 1 for 4 on this. And I'm feeling real confident. You hate to see that. That's always a real dagger. I'm not gonna go Cork. It is actually just not fucking worth it. It really isn't. Unless I hit the perfect waifu launch, I'm not going for it. I will only ever do Cork off perfect waifu launch. Alright. Perfect waifu launch, we go Cork. Anything but perfect, we just do it normally. Which I've never done before, so even doing it normally, there's a chance I just fuck it up. I've only ever done Cork. I just don't want to keep going for Cork and having to keep fucking running all the way back. I think I'm just gonna start... I think I'll just do Pirate Hat. I think I'll just start doing Pirate Hat. I don't believe in the Cork dream anymore. I've only hit it 1 time. I think it's a resub trial. The hat just seems easier. Looks like I can just do like a little jump here. I probably don't even need a sprint jump. Like if I go for hat here and I overshoot it, that would be so embarrassing. Because I can't really gauge the distance super well. Maybe I'll do like a long range sprint jump. Okay, you know what? I'm overthinking it. Yeah, that was that was underwhelming. I've been given actual trauma from Cork. Alright, time for one of the scariest tricks in the run. Nice. No! Oh my god, I'm lost. I'm lost, I can't see. I can't see, I'm scared. I just really don't like the idea of missing Dragon and going all the way back. Let's just try it normally. Let's just get a completed run under our belt and we can try Dragon next time, because I'll be faster coming out of the tunnel since I'll have seen it before. Oh! Oh, the dragon! No! Okay. Unlucky. Why? Why did it do that? Why did it climb up? Why did it climb up? But you didn't cork this time. I did not cork this time. We did corkless. We did pirate hat instead. Oh, I saw its shadow. Here it comes. God damn. Alright. I think like right now. Wow. Dragon, first try. I really don't know how I'm gonna get off of this dragon. Sports fans, I gotta tell ya, this is looking like a real dicey fourth quarter finish here. There's a hitbox on that wing, clearly. There's the flag platform, so I gotta get ready here. Coach is about to put me in. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. But it's coming up. Whoa! It threw. Okay, it fucking threw me off like a bucking bronco. Okay, 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 okay. Whoa. Whoa. Wow. Okay. Okay. How far up this can I go? Okay, so probably about right here, and then here's the flag platforms I need. So now I can just do it the old-fashioned way, I guess. Just send it. I did do dragon, so you know what? We're committed. We're committed. I did dragon. We'll go for it. Oh my god! I can't believe I just did that. Carried a little too much momentum there. Yikes! That's the one thing I didn't want to happen there. Yucko. Shit. What? Okay, that's sad. That's very sad. That hurts my feelings. Let me out. I want to go back to dragon, please. Jesus Christ. Now I'm stuck. Oh, wow! He just fucking headbutt me. Damn. Wow! What a shame. Unlucky hitbox, I guess. Jesus Christ. Nope. I hit dragon skip once, that's good enough for me. Just enough to let myself know that I'm good enough to do it if I was only a bit braver. Oh my god, this hitbox is so weird. Oh my god, it's all so weird. I'm panicking. I'm starting to panic. I'm starting to panic. It's a fucking video game, Charles. Jesus. Calm down. Alright. So now we just take this to the... Oh my god, where's the dragon? Oh, he's below me. We're fine. Okay. Now I know this goes to the airplane. Oh, wow, that was a lot closer than it appeared. Okay, some cassette tapes. That's kind of far. The dragon! No, you bastard! You sick motherfucker! Why? Okay, we're just gonna do dragon skip from now on. That is so tedious. Even if I fail dragon skip, I don't care. I do not feel like going through all of that. Oh, okay, okay. Let's not get greedy. I'm fine here. I'm fine here. I wanted to change my position a little bit. I'm fine here. I don't need to get greedy. Now we wait. Approaching final pass. Hip. Too much momentum, huh? What a shame. There's a resub overflow. Man, I am actually still so fucking tilted about that. That was the perfect dragon jump, man. That was exactly where I needed to land in everything. No, wait. Is he making another strafing run? Wait, he's not supposed to do that. Oh my god. Oh my god, don't do it. Oh god. Oh, please tell me he turns. Oh, thank god, okay. We're good. No! What do you mean? That's alright, more practice. I think I'm just gonna... We're just gonna get experimental. I'm gonna theory craft my own little skips here. Man, I'm so sad. That dragon just... He will not let me live my fucking life. Just like legitimately just upset. I can't believe that, man. Again. I'm about to get hit off my fucking hoverboard. You sick fuck. You absolute degenerate. Why? Man? I'm doing dragon skip. I'm not allowed to do anything but dragon skip. Right now, that's being controlled by one of the devs. Legitimately, the safest way to do this is the dragon skip. It is actually the safest way to fucking do this, I guess. Which is baffling. Like, I'm trying to just do it the right way, and the game is not letting me. The dragon just keeps blasting me off every time, and I've legitimately waited for him to. But then he'll do, like, these fucking strafing runs out of nowhere and clip me with his wings. Alright. Buckle your seatbelt. Here we go. I'm going for flag. I want to be the best. Whoa, what, I'm climbing! Oh! What am I climbing? Beanstalk. Just what I was aiming for. I climbed like 15 invisible hitboxes there. Made that very scary. I'm going to wait for him to go home. But the thing is, I don't like either one of these. Speedrun route goes up this beanstalk, onto that hitbox, and then up the staircase. I cannot decide if I do normal route or... I'm just gonna do that. I'll feel better if I just do the speedrun route. I can hold my head high. That's normal. This is speedrun. I'm doing it. Oh, almost fell. I mean, I didn't almost fall, but I didn't make it on my first try. Wait, let me see the angle. I'm not doing it. I'm bailing out. I'm panicking. Okay. What's next? I don't feel good about myself. I didn't... There's supposed to be a thing you climb up there, and I missed it twice. I freaked out. I panicked. I lost composure. Okay. What's next? Oh, we're right at the fucking end. Oh, shit. There we go. Okay, slow it down. So now it's that to Statue of Liberty. In the speedrun, he makes it all the way to the YouTube play button over there. Okay. And then he makes a full jump all the way to that, but I'm just gonna climb the horse and do that. Okay. What's next? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
We are in this world to gain experience, and in order to gain
Wow. 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 That was something special. That was fate stepping in right there, that I was able to grab onto the yoga ball. I'm here. Now we go up, fist bump the Lord and say, thanks for this one, pal. Good looking out. And tell him good game before we pat him on the ass. Stay strong. This is why we flopped out of the ocean fucking 10 billion years, or 10 million, what, many millions of years ago and started to evolve to reach this moment. This is what it was all for. Tiny hole there, avoided. The last jump. We did it. Make sure there's no more traps, hold on. And I'm just gonna let this congratulations really sink in and fill every goddamn pore on my body. Okay, it's just a straight shot. We did it. Holy shit, we did it. Oh my god, finally. And I used every single speedrun strat except for, beanstalk, backdoor, reach around, loop-de-loop and pull. Every other speedrun strat I used. We did it. We fucking did it. It's over. The speedrunning god! I was made in a fucking test tube in a lab! This is what I was made for. A 3-hour speedrun.
You get a spaceship. Now you are the pilot of your life. You still have a lot to learn, but now you can do what you want and fly wherever you want. Open up new worlds and new heights.
Alright. I feel like I really got acclimated to those strats, I'm not gonna lie. All of that pain was just a lesson. After lesson. After lesson. Like when a teacher spanks your bottom with a ruler. I've been disciplined. I think I can get a sub-hour pretty comfortably. Anything is possible! Yeah! That's how we do it! This is why humanity is at the top of the food chain. Man, my list of video game achievements and accolades are ridiculous. Sub 3-hour only up speedrun. I am one of only 3 people in the world who finished Lord of the Rings Gollum. Wow, that's pretty good, yeah. Oh, I checkmated XQC in 6 moves in a chess tournament. Yeah, no, that's about it. That's pretty fucking good though, what a resume. Oh, maxed out on RuneScape too. True. RuneScape max. Man, that feels good to finally be done with. I really think I can get a sub-hour. Here I come. That's the beauty of this game. You never stop playing. There's always another goal. Now I can do everything with a lot more confidence. I'm a new man. Do I even look the same right now? Do you even recognize me in the webcam? I bet I'll stand up and be 5 inches taller. Didn't you hate this game 4 days ago? Brother, I hate this game right now. Yeah. I think the game's a pile of shit. It's just every free asset pack they could find shoved into one game for rage bait. And god damn it, I'm deep in it now. Is he finished already? I love when you say already. I know, it was super quick. If you blinked, you might have missed my last run. Yeah, it was sub 3 hours. Tell your friends. You know what this proved to myself, though, is that I can do those, like, long 2-hour speedruns. Maybe I'll start speedrunning games that are longer than 20 minutes. Or speedrun routes longer than 20 minutes.
One day he wouldn't come back from work.
Usually I just do very short ones.
He drank a lot and often beat my mother. And
This like actually upped my confidence in long speedrun games.
Oh, I'm still scared of him.
Time loss. Biological time loss, unlucky. Oh god. Oh god. Oh fuck. Jesus Christ. Why? Okay. Little sloppy here. It's been a while since we've been down here in fucking Normieville. So I'm blowing it at the moment. Still on sub 3 hour pace. True, I could still PB at least. You doing Cork at waifu? Nah, I think we just have to retire Cork. I think we always just do Pirate Hat from now on. Fuck Cork. It's just not worth it. I don't like it. It doesn't like me. I think we just always do Pirate Hat from now on. Man, I'm getting so fucking clean. Jeez. Jiminy Christmas, who is this man? Is he a man or a machine? Lord. Where does the human stop and the technology start? Fucking android of speedrunning. Even with a complete fuck up on Windmill multiple times, that was still a pretty good Earth. Not bad. How many hours do you have in this? More than the developer spent making it. I have like 8 hours in this game, which is fucking embarrassing. Only real men do Cork. Eh, whatever. I don't care. I'm not just gonna keep throwing away runs forever for Cork. It's just not worth it. I will only do Cork off Perfect Waifu. That is the only time I'll ever do Cork is off Perfect Waifu. Sub 40. If I did everything perfectly, I could sub 40 here, but I don't think I will. Perfect waifu. Alright, we're going Cork. God, sometimes I'm just too good. I didn't want to Cork. I didn't want to do it to him. I didn't want to fucking do it to him, but it's making me. Ah! Why? Why must my gamer genes be so strong? Feel the flow, I'm just going for it. Damn. That's the danger of Cork. She's a cruel mistress. But I was a man of my word. Like I said. Perfect waifu, I go Cork. I'm gonna be honest, I think I cracked the code on how to do perfect waifu. That one I knew was good the second I landed on bed. So I think I've got the right angles now. Alright, let's see if I go back-to-back perfect waifu into back-to-back Cork failures. I've got a sneaking suspicion that I will miss Cork again should I get another perfect waifu. There's just something telling me. There's something tickling me saying, Charles, you won't make that again. You really shouldn't. But then the devil on my shoulder says you gotta do it. Woo! That's perfect waifu again. We're going Cork. Alright, I've got waifu down. Yet I cannot master Cork until right now. Calculating. Calculating. Game time. Woo! They say Charles never misses Cork twice. That's how we fucking do it, baby. Those 9 minutes wasted were worth it for the 3 seconds saved. You got that right. This run right now, I've used only the most optimized strats. I haven't pussied out on any strat except Jesus Fingers. So this is actually pretty good. I don't know. I feel like Cheese Path is such a recipe for disaster if I actually do... Assuming I don't fuck up the trick right before it. I just haven't seen enough Cheese Path to know exactly how to do it. So, no, I don't think so. If I'm going to lose the good run, I'd rather lose it to Dragon. Man, I'm so fucking clean at everything here, pretty much. There's just a few stinky shit that I need to clean up. But I am actually such a fucking machine at most of it. Dragon one-shot incoming. That would be great. I'd be very happy about that. But we'll see. Dragon is widely considered to be the hardest trick in the run. I'm pretty good at the start of Dragon, though. Well, wow, that would have been the most embarrassing moment. Like, I'm pretty good at landing on Dragon. My problem is getting off Dragon onto flag platforms.
Stop drifting.
If you were gonna stream a movie, what movie would you stream? I still really want Konami's permission to stream all of the, pretty much all of Yu-Gi-Oh! I'd love to do a full watch party for Yu-Gi-Oh! As a series. That is probably one of the most fucking wild cartoons, or, excuse me, anime, that ever got made. It's fucking crazy. I would love that. As for movie, I don't know. When Redline was still free on YouTube when they were doing the Redline promo, we watched that here. But that was a Redline, like, endorsed thing. Like, they allowed people to just freely access the movie. Moonfall would be good, yeah. Where's the dragon at, man? Why is it taking so long? It's supposed to be 3 minutes. There it is. They get stuck or something? GX is good too. GX has some fucking wild moments. Like when Kaiba sends a set of Yu-Gi-Oh cards to space because he wants to teach aliens how to duel. Come on, come on. There we go. So yeah, that also has some fucking wacky moments. I'd love to do the whole series as a watch party. The line, no, it's a fucking cool line too. Kaiba goes, "If there's intelligent life out there, I'm gonna teach it how to duel." And then fucking shoots a rocket into space like Elon Musk in a car. It's crazy. Let's see if we actually hit Dragon first try. We could actually sub-hour this. If I land this, we legitimately can sub-hour here. Which would be crazy improvement already. From my last run at 254 to less than an hour would be substantial improvement. Hang on to your hats, sailors. I'm climbing the wings again. I'm still climbing the wings again. I'm still climbing the wings. Please let me off the wings. Holy shit, what a disaster. Why does it do that? Man, I'm so nasty at this fucking game now. It's just Dragon. Dragon's like the last Gordian knot I have to cut. But, I mean, that makes sense. It is the hardest trick in the run. Even for the best runners. I'm not super confident on cheese, though. But we'll try it. And if we fuck it up, whatever. Clean. That wasn't too bad. Oh my god, that's so sad. It forced me to fucking climb up the wing. Ugh. I'm not gonna go for tail anymore. I'm just gonna go for body. Oh no! It was too far. No. Alright. Well, we finished one of the runs. There are more podcasts on YouTube than there are stars in the night sky. Everyone has been convinced that they're a unique, special little butterfly and that their insight is invaluable. And now that there's so much easy access to recording equipment, everyone gets this insidious little idea planted deep in their noodle that it's time to start a podcast. And my God, I tell you, it's a plague. It's a disease, a virus that's infecting the mind of the most insecure and insufferable people of all time. For some reason, once that AT 2020 touches their hand, they just scream their insecurity from the mountaintop with authority, proudly. And it blows my mind. But I've never seen insecurity projected quite like what I'm about to show you today. So I am still shocked that he hasn't scrubbed this podcast episode from the entire cyberspace, just wiped it from the internet. Like, if this was a clip of mine, I would have paid every penny I have to my name in order to ensure this never sees the light of day again, that this clip stays buried, like the fucking Millennium Puzzle from Yu-Gi-Oh! It is that embarrassing. Like, you couldn't lock me up in Guantanamo Bay and torture this clip out of me, and yet he still has it on his channel. So the podcast is like a bootleg Fresh and Fit, where they just get a bunch of women together and ask them stupid questions and then rate each other's beauty. And then he gets really offended, like visibly upset, and I really thought he was going to start bawling his eyes out, crying in the fetal position. And I've watched a couple of their episodes now because I was curious if this was like an isolated thing. But no, this is pretty common. This is like a staple in their show from what I can tell, where they just have this section where they ask the women that they bring on to rate their beauty, the rate the podcast host's beauty.
Listen, ladies, we're rating just off physical appearance, just off beauty, okay? Same standards. Trust me, we're not going to get hurt, okay?
That's the biggest lie ever told since the time Kellogg's tried to convince the world that sugar doesn't make you fat. So, the segment is rate our appearance, basically, which is some actual middle school, literal baby brain man-child behavior shit. That is insecurity at its finest, to have the women you bring on as guests rate your appearance. That's so stupid. I'm surprised they don't also play Spin the Bottle and Truth or Dare. And maybe they do, I've only watched a couple of their episodes, but he says that they're not going to get offended with the ratings. Well, do I have news for you?
All right, cool.
Stop being delusional. What the fuck?
All right, so now what I want you to do is, ladies, real quick, don't fucking waste my time. Rate the guys. Do me a favor, Josh. Stand up real quick, man. Everybody look at him once, man. He's not going to stand up again, all right? So I want you to rate me, my co-host, and then our fucking producer. Go, from 1 to 10, just off beauty. Go.
When he does these sections, it really seems like he's some kind of basketball coach who's really upset at the team. Like, he gets very aggressive with all of it. Like, don't waste my fucking time. Listen, we're going to do the drill right now. We're going to do it right. So stand the fuck up, Josh. Look at him. Now spin around, Josh. Okay, good. Drop your pants, Josh. Good. Now rate everything you just saw. Now, don't waste my time. Like, I don't know why he gets, like, so upset even before they hear ratings. Like, he immediately goes into these sections combative. And I watched the whole episode up until this point. Like, he's pretty blunt and like very much so most of the time. But when it gets to this one in particular, he's like angry. Like, even before anything happens, he's already angry.
Speaking to the fucking mic.
I would rate you.
First you're rating me, and then him, and then him. Go.
I'll rate you a 7.
All right, what is he?
I'll rate you an 8,
All right.
and I'll rate Josh an 8 also.
Okay, what about you? Go.
I would rate you a 8.
Okay.
9.
Okay. Come on, he just fucking stood up, bro. Like, come on.
I don't even know what he's getting upset with here. She only took like an extra 2 seconds to take another look at the guy. It's like he just lost a gold split in a speed run to this extra 2-second time loss. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I don't know why he's so on edge. It seems like he just really hates the guests that they bring on. Because when he's talking to his boys, he's like much more jovial and joking and smiley. But the second the conversation shifts to the rest of the class here, like the group of women over there, he turns into like a drill sergeant and starts getting extremely serious and loud. So I don't know why they even bring on women to this podcast when they don't even really want them there. And I also don't know why women keep agreeing to go on shows like these, because half the time it's them just like saying, you're not good looking and shit like that. Like, right after this rating section of rating the podcast hosts go through and rate all the women. And they literally give them 2s, 3s, and 4s. And make sure that they know that the hosts don't find them attractive. So I don't really get why women keep signing up for this shit just to get insulted by podcast hosts. And they don't say anything or do anything. Like, the women will insult each other sometimes. Like, they don't ever push back against the hosts at all, so then they just walk away looking silly from all of it. Like, all of it is just a net loss for the women that go on these shows. I don't know why they keep doing it.
I would say 9.
All right, what about you over there? Go.
2.
Okay.
give him a 9.
Okay. What is she over there?
I would give him a 10 because he invited me.
All right. So again, you sound like a stupid ass bitch. I'm trying
Thank
to figure
you.
out why you rated me a 2 because we're not going off our interactions. We're going off beauty.
I don't
right?
like lights.
I don't give a fuck. He's light skinned just like me, and you just gave him a 9. You gave me a 2. You only gave me a 2 because of the whole interaction that we've been having, right? So do me a favor, get the fuck up and get the fuck out.
Thank you.
Yeah, get out.
Spoken like a man whose feelings weren't hurt at all and wasn't offended by the 2 rating. So he tries to justify it with, you only rated me a 2 because we had a disagreement earlier, which I guess they did, but even still, this is an extreme overreaction to getting rated a 2. The insecurity is palpable. You can fucking taste the salt here.
So what the fuck?
Stupid ass bitch. Make sure she gets her bag and phone too. Make sure she doesn't take the wrong fucking phone, dummy. All right, cool. So now, again.
You can actually hear that lump in his throat start to form from all the emotion building up inside of him. Get out of here, stupid bitch. Hey, make sure she grabs the right phone and not someone else's phone because she's so dumb she probably won't know which one's her phone. Dumb idiot. She's real stupid. You're stupid. I'm a 2. No, you're a 2. Unsurprisingly, this turned their own community against them for the episode. A lot of the chat messages pop up on screen, so you're just seeing things popping up saying like, damn, just because she gave you a 2, what the fuck? Or something like this where it's like, thought you wanted your show to last. Like come on, man. It's because it's ridiculous. It's very clear temper tantrum over getting a 2. If you were someone that was actually getting pussy, if you were really slamming ham and glazing donuts, you wouldn't care if one girl didn't find you attractive or rejected you. You wouldn't care. You would laugh it off like a normal person. So one girl gives you a 2 and it shatters your whole ego and you publicly melt down about it? That's such a bad and embarrassing look. And he tries to justify it, like I said, by saying, she only gave me that 2 because of our negative interaction from moments ago. Just pure huffing of copium.
We're just going off physical beauty, okay? Not what we've been talking about, not my fucking arguments, not on none of that, okay? I want you to rate me, him, and then him. Go.
Can you stand up for a second?
You didn't see me before the show?
Yeah, but I just forgot.
I mean,
Just stand. It's not that hard. Okay. You're an 8.
God damn it, bro. Go ahead, rate him.
Podcast is now turned into like a hostage situation here. All the women seem on edge, and I actually just can't believe they didn't leave after that. Like, again, I don't understand why women keep signing up for this shit. Like, no one seems to be having any fun there. The hosts especially don't seem to be having any fun. This guy's co-host seems miserable, but he does liven up a little bit when he gets to rate the other women and gives them like 3s, 4s, and 5s and all that. But it's just so awkward and weird. The only explanation that I can come up with, the only rational way of explaining this is that the reason women are signing up for this show or shows like it is because they're being paid for their time, so it's like an hourly wage just to go there and be insulted or bouncing stupid questions off of. That's the only thing that almost makes sense. Like, so they just come on here to play a game of grade my friend's appearance for 2.5 hours or whatever. I mean, really, someone summed up the situation really nicely in the comments. They said, podcast is called Unfiltered, yet kicks a girl out for her opinion. And that is just such a nice, concise way of breaking it down and the silliness of all of it. Again, I watched a couple episodes just to try and get like an understanding of the content. There's nothing there. Everyone seems miserable most of the time, or they bounce the dumbest questions around, and they always just do a grade our appearance thing, which, who wants to listen or watch that? Like, I as a viewer, let's say that I was a huge fan of this podcast. Why would I want to keep seeing what women say about my podcast hosts? Like, why would I care? There's nothing there. There's no entertainment there, especially when one of them's super insecure about all of it, who's going to freak out if he doesn't get a 9. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So yeah, just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. Hey, yep, welcome back to the tier list. We're doing MREs today, and Matt's going loopy.
Yeah, we're going to war. What kind of?
In our own way.
Yeah. Let's just fucking run it. Start with the crackers. We've got a bunch of packs and cheeses and jalapenos.
All right. Is there any like special preparations for it, or do I just eat it?
I think we just eat it.
Well, no, like I know MREs sometimes have some like wild tech to them where you like make a fire out of it and then you eat.
He's never been in the military.
I've never had astronaut food.
Have you really not?
No, I haven't.
Wow. All right.
Cheers.
Is this what they call hardtack?
No. Wow.
That's like if you took one of those, what is it, the Toll House crackers that come in the big green tin, and you sucked the flavor out.
That's like what I eat in a dream, where I don't taste anything.
Yeah.
Like it's like the idea of a cracker.
Yeah. Wow.
It's like it's impersonating it, but not very well.
It's not bad.
It's
just,
fine.
It's just there. You want to bump it up with a little cheese spread?
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is a fascinating thing of nothing.
Yeah, it's quite literally nothing.
It's like a tangible ghost cracker.
They're fascinating.
Yeah, give me a little cheese.
In fact, my brain wants to learn more. Oh.
You have an inquisitive mind.
Yes.
Excellent spread.
This just must be the same as Easy Cheese, right?
Cheese Whiz, you mean?
Cheese Whiz.
Yeah. I would think. Yeah, that's Lunchables cheese right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's government cheese.
Literally. We're off to a strong
That's
start.
pretty fucking good.
Yeah. Damn! MRE's going hard.
Oh, fuck.
You guys are aliens, like, actually.
Got me ready to enlist, I swear to God.
No, if this gets better, I'm right there with you, brother.
Yeah, I'll sign up
Cheese spread with
today.
jalapeno.
Where's my local ROTC program?
Yeah, I
Jesus
don't know why
Christ.
they go to the local high schools. Just come give me this bad boy.
This is how you recruit. You don't need to do any of those like Twitch stream shits where it's
No.
like join the army, be a
We
hero.
play Rocket League. Just give me the cheese spread.
Be like, we got crackers and cheese.
They got salt on them?
Mm-mm. Nope.
You can eat as much as you want.
Whoa!
These things, I think this is what they put in the vests because these things are like fucking bullet.
They're pretty hard.
All right, you ready for this?
Is this a different spread?
Yeah. It's cheese spread with jalapenos.
All right, give me a little dabarooski.
Yeah. Oh, it's just coming out in a different formation.
Oh yeah, that's a very odd formation.
Yeah. Oh, that one had a little chunk in there.
Woo!
Oh, that's the jalapeno chunk.
She got some kick to her. Pretty good though.
Wow.
That's pretty fucking good.
That's like the spicier Cheez-Its. It's like they captured that flavor.
Yeah.
This is the perfect vehicle for anything that you just want to taste the thing. It's just a great foundation.
It's like when you spray perfume on your wrist and you take a sniff, that way you get the actual essence.
Yeah.
That's good. That's an S tier.
Both of them are S tier, honestly.
Yeah. And the cracker, the entire meal was an
That
S
whole
tier.
meal was S, I agree. Great job, Uncle Sam.
Wow. Yeah, Uncle Sam really
I
put
guess
his
the
best foot
government
forward.
doesn't actually make the MREs. This is APAC, made in the U.S. God bless.
Do they have ice cream?
I don't think they do. That's
No.
the astronauts. NASA gets that big budget.
Yeah, okay.
Inspected and passed by Department of Agriculture. So this does pass through the hands of the government.
The what?
The government. You ready for a beef patty with jalapeno?
That sounds awful.
It sure does. Why don't you open this one?
No, I'd love
Wait, do
to.
we have more plates?
Yeah, dude.
You're gonna need one.
This is wow, that actually looks like dog food. Take a peek in there. That is actually what I serve Kata from Farmer's Dog, a little beef pate. I'll jiggle her out. Show me.
I'm getting a phone call.
That looks like actual baby shit.
I'm gonna let you handle this one today, bud. The perforations don't go deep enough. Don't go.
There you go. I got
I'm
you.
speaking gibberish today. This MRE's got me acting up.
No, I can probably just cut it with the fork. No, I can't.
That didn't move at all. Look, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. They did a great job on the cracker.
I counted them out on the cracker, and they proved
Yep.
me wrong.
Is it cooked?
I don't know.
It's-
Have you had this before as well, Chelsea?
You said, mm-hmm.
No.
Your dad didn't come home with like a big bucket of beef pate.
He
from
didn't
the
say,
MREs?
put down your cracker and eat the real food.
No.
Okay.
He did not.
That's dog food. That's dog food. Are we allowed to spit? Cracker.
Oh. You wouldn't be talking like this if you were on the front line.
That's true. That's so true.
No, like if I had a bite of that when I was hungry, I'd be like, you know what, I'm just going to the bullets. I've had enough. It's safer out there than in here with this. That is revolting.
I'm going to go see what they've got on the other side.
That is so bad. That is actually awful.
Oh God! You're telling me he's shooting at me from his kitchen? You can cook.
True. This is how the chef fights.
Holy shit!
The beef patés.
That was dog food.
That's an F.
One of the lowest Fs we've ever done.
That's actually shockingly bad. I would recommend everyone try this.
Yeah.
Here, come take a bite.
All right, so I'm starting to think these are a different company, and I think they're going to be worse than the Apex.
I think you're probably onto something.
Oh my fucking god! It's a brisket entree. I think based on the feel, you can pour the brisket entree out. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh Matt, you love brisket.
Ah.
That smells pretty nasty.
You're gonna look at it, Chelsea.
Chelsea, everybody has to try this today. I'm sorry.
All of you are going to look at it.
I bet you it looks better coming out my body.
That doesn't smell as bad as the last one.
Let me give her a little whiff.
That one actually smells a little better.
Sure does, Chuck.
I mean,
You're not wrong.
It does smell better than the last one.
Are you going for a chunk?
I'm gonna go for like a tiny.
All right. It's better.
That is a little better. I still don't want to swallow it.
I don't.
Mainly because
either.
I don't trust it.
I don't either.
Okay, cool. We're on the same page.
Why don't you trust it?
I just don't.
I
trust these.
Those I
don't trust these mystery. Like, she went to the dentist and they were like, you can pick one thing. Let's get another plate going for our spag with beef.
Can you guys throw this somewhere else so it doesn't sit under my nose the whole time?
This is spag with beef and science. I don't know what S.
In science.
It's spag with beef and SCE. Spag with beef and SCE. Oh, sauce.
Sauce. Yeah. Way to crack the code.
I like science better.
You said spaghetti again.
Spaghetti and spaghetti. I think the spaghetti will be good. Just a hunch.
I have the same hunch. I don't feel spaghetti noodles.
That's like a literal thing.
Solid.
That looks yummy. Here, let me just come right from the source.
I've got an idea. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You got that? Oh, here, I got you again. It's like a little dispenser. What if they stop putting meat in them?
I would agree.
Oh, I thought you meant like MRE creators, like YouTubers.
No. Like,
protein. How would you get your protein?
just throw some fucking protein powder in that bad boy. I don't care.
Yeah, does protein powder
Ready?
expire?
It's just whey, so it'd be like cheese left.
Oh.
They're cooking.
That's good.
Wow, that's good stuff.
That is actually good stuff.
Chef Boyardee, step aside. Really tasty.
Is there meat in here? Or?
There is, yeah. So he doesn't take a second bite.
It's not gonna be bad. It's not gonna be bad meat.
Well, this is from menu 4. I wish we could have gotten the full menus because menu 4 comes with a sweet potato grape smoothie.
Wow. Also, this is a B tier.
I agree. B.
And the whatever brisket thing was a D tier.
The dog food was F. It was. All right, moving on.
Yep.
It's probably the good one.
Wait,
hash brown potatoes.
Wait, that is the
good
one.
Woo! Give me another plate. Why is it liquid?
I hope this is like the McDonald's hash browns. Why does it look like that?
Get there. Yeah.
All right, now we found it. Well, I mean, I'm ravenous now.
Yeah, who wouldn't be? You really just dug into that.
It's not the worst thing I've ever had. It's not good, though.
Huh. It's very, if you have those like barbecue, like pinto beans, it tastes like everything around the
Your
pinto
stomach
beans.
is crying out.
Yeah, it's. I think it wants more.
Yeah. Get another.
It's saying, please give me more potato squares.
Yeah, it's
that
not,
one's fine.
Yeah, it's not good, but it's
No.
not bad. I'd give it like a C.
I was gonna go under the spaghetti. That's a C.
Yeah, the spaghetti was like good. That's just like, I can tolerate it.
All right.
All right.
We're done with the small fries. We're moving into the big boys, the 8-pack ready meals. Let's get it. Yep.
That's a lot of ingredients.
Wait, is the whole menu in here?
It might be like a full meal, yeah. Let's say what it is.
This is the spaghetti with Italian-style sauce and meat. So it comes with the spaghetti, comes with the cracker, the spork that we need. Oh, sunflower butter for our cracker.
That actually sounds fire.
And, oh boy, I spoke too soon. We did get the sweet potato and grape smoothie. Who put that together? Typically, this is how you would heat your meal, but it takes a while. This spaghetti looks better.
It does.
It looks more spaghetti-like.
Does it need to be heated or no?
Can I have a paper towel? No. You can eat it without.
Okay. Oh, that tastes just like Chef Boyardee. That is going hard.
Let me scoop on in here.
I actually would like some more. That's good.
It's a little sweet for my liking.
Really?
Yeah.
I actually think that adds a lot to it.
I like the other spaghetti better.
This is fantastic. That spaghetti is...
That one's all yours.
This is... Well, I might just have it then if you insist. Ooh. Oh, is there meat here?
Yeah, finish it. Like, eat the meat.
No, I think I'm full now. But that's really good. I would give that a comfortable S tier. Outside of the crackers...
I was going to go D. That
Wow.
might be our biggest discrepancy ever. That one I really didn't like. It's super sweet.
Yeah, but that's kind of fun.
Yeah, it's playful.
It's goof noodles.
So are you ranking the individual pieces of the full meal, or are you ranking the meat?
We can average it together for meal 4.
Yeah, so we're gonna rank all of meal 4.
Okay. You can have that one.
Thanks. Man, there's a nice texture to it. It's almost like the shortbread cookie of the cracker world.
Mm.
I don't know why I said that specifically to you, but I hope you know that, Chelsea.
What is that? What are you using right now?
This is sunflower butter, but I didn't mix it super well, so here, I'll give you good sunflower butter. There you go.
What is this supposed to go on? Because I doubt it's a cracker.
It probably is the cracker.
Really?
It's like a
Yeah, it's
peanut
just
butter
butter.
replacement.
It's like just a butter and cracker.
That is some extraordinary butter.
Good stuff.
Right now, this is a meal that I would actually choose to eat for fun.
First part, not so much, but this one's it for me.
Thank you.
I know this isn't hardtack, but I just wanted to share a story that I once made hardtack in 5th grade.
I did too.
They made us spend the night in the school, and then in the morning, we made hardtack and little tinfoil stoves with a candle to cook an egg in.
It's literally
Imagine
just like
this.
a brick
It's
that you
it's
gnaw
like
on.
a brick cracker, basically. And you're
Yeah.
like, it's bad.
What else we have? 'Cause that's another S tier.
So this, I agree. That's a strong S. This is a sweet potato grape smoothie. Do we have cups up here?
All right, grape smoothie. Sweet potato grape smoothie.
I want to know what mastermind cooked this one up.
That's not a great smoothie color, if I'm being honest.
Well, would you want sweet potato for a smoothie in general?
Nope.
Nah, not really.
I love taro.
I don't know what
It
that
is. It's a give it a good
I
ol'
legitimately
sip.
hate the smell a lot.
I'm gonna get my drinky drink ready. You went in like a champ on that.
It's pretty good. That's actually pretty good.
I don't know if you're fucking
I'm
with
not-
me or not.
I'm not
Whoa!
fucking with you.
That's like Thanksgiving came alive with grapes.
That's pretty good. Yeah, it's just it's very viscous.
It's like baby food.
Yeah, it's actually like baby mush.
Oh,
yeah.
The grape
That's pleasant.
comes in with a little punch of sweetness.
Yeah, I don't know how it's not bad, but it's
It
pretty
smells
good.
bad, but that reminds me of when the rat in Ratatouille.
Did you see everyone correcting you on that? It's
No.
not a grape. It's a strawberry.
They're watching the new version.
They've got the common
Yeah,
version.
yeah.
I watched the
Snyder
original.
cut.
So that whole meal is an S tier. I actually would eat everything in there again.
I was going to put it at A just because I wasn't a big fan of that. But I would have to say menu 4 came out swinging.
Yeah.
And I'm not so sure that other menus are going to be able to compete.
That's kind of what I'm feeling too.
We've got our little vegetable stew cooking over there. What?
Theoretically.
Yeah, don't burn yourself.
It's not getting warm.
All right, so right now, menu 4,
It's just
delicioso. Let's go to menu 6. The smoothie in this one, banana and, oh wait. Oh, they're different options. Some have banana and apples, some have sweet potato and grape. I don't know which one this has. That's the fun of MREs. It's like a Cracker Jack box. You never know what you're gonna get.
That's so exciting. What was the actual meal of this one, not just the smoothie?
Oh, sorry. Pasta with garden vegetables and tomato sauce.
No meat?
No meat.
No meat!
Meatless!
Let's go!
Yeah!
I feel
What's
safe.
this? Chocolate crisp protein and energy bar. We'll be able to get a real date off of this bad boy.
Oh, actually, that's going to be very helpful.
It's probably on the box it came from.
Yeah.
It was just inspected in July, so this was just recently.
Oh.
Okay, cool.
Oh, you made a little.
I made a little
squirty miss.
Oh.
Oh, there's corn in that puppy.
There is, and there.
That's not good. I think on the front line you
macaronis.
probably don't have great sewage systems, and your body doesn't digest corn. There's just corn. You learned it here.
Well, you don't need sewage if you're not digesting it. It's just corn again.
The fields of war are littered with corn.
You're on to something. You're getting dangerously close to something the government doesn't want you to know.
Chelsea's family is going to watch this and make her quit her job.
This looks good.
We got sweet potato and grape again. I just want a banana and apple.
Okay, that may have been a bit ambitious from me.
Let me get did you get a piece of corn?
I got a piece of everything.
There's a lot of chew to that noodle.
There is. There is. They need to do a little something to the noodles. It's not bad. It's no menu 4.
Yep. It's a menu 6.
It's a menu 6.
You know what they say out in war. It's, I guess I'll eat menu 6 if I have to.
Fuck, they gave me a menu 6.
Yeah, what did you get? Menu 4.
I'll trade you. It's okay.
Middle of the road. That alone right now. C.
Yeah. It is okay.
Yeah. All right. We already know.
Well, and to be fair, it's supposed to be hot. That would be a lot better hot.
I completely
that would
agree.
Be much
that
better
one
hot.
would do a lot with some heat added.
Yes.
The chocolate crisp replaces my cracker and almond or sunflower butter.
Well, they were cutting costs.
Yeah, that's big shoes to fill. I just want you to hear that noise one last time.
That's thunderous.
Yeah.
That's a lot of nutrients.
Well, it's in case you
densely
run
packed.
out of weaponry.
Oh, that's true.
You can
Yeah.
use the bar as well, yeah.
You want to take a bite and I'll hold it?
Wow, that looks awful. Yeah.
You got not, oh, there's a snap to it. Get right into the middle. Whoa. You ever seen Jawser size?
Yeah.
This bad boy could put him out of business. Holy shit. It's only 11 grams.
Fuck, that's bad. Wow. Yucko. How was it inspected? Like, they didn't open it.
Everything is to make sure it's not open.
Yeah.
So
True.
that way we if it was bad, once it's functioning, obviously.
I would say this really would bring it up.
Yeah.
I'd give this, we gave menu 4 an S. Well, you did, I did an A. I'd say this whole menu's a, I don't know, this bad. It's a C or D. I'd say, I'll give it a C because it's got a sweet potato grape smoothie bringing up.
Yeah, I think it averages out for me like a B.
Alright.
That's horrible, though. It's actually just that and the sweet potato grape smoothie that carry.
I think this, with heat, would have been
would've
really
hard,
good.
yeah.
Alright, so menu 6 did not live up to menu 4.
Are you sure this is working? Look, dude.
It's the same temperature as when I pressed it, like...
I'll get to cooking it, alright?
He's just gonna go put it in the microwave.
Puts it in his pants. Alright, you want to dive into menu 1?
Oh, this is, yeah.
Yeah, I heard about menu 1.
Menu 1 is what started it all.
Yep. This was the OG.
What is menu 1?
Menu 1 is Southwestern style beans with rice and chicken.
Oh, this is our first chicken.
Chicken! Alright, give me a plate.
Alright.
The crackers are back!
Welcome home!
Now, what smoothie did we get? It's like, here, I'll let you open this. I'm figuring out our prize. God damn it!
The tier list. That looks bad.
Oh no,
That
I
looks
saw a
bad.
little glimpse of that square.
That just looks bad.
That one I think would do well with heat. Oh.
If you just chop it up, it looks like the other ones.
Yeah. Yep. The gang's all here. Alright, I'm just gonna...
Man, them beans aren't playing games, I'll tell you right now.
That bean's punching. The texture leaves a little to be desired.
This would be good with heat.
Yeah. Well, heat...
With
Not
heat,
bad.
and the way it's supposed to be consumed, the way the Lord intended, that would be pretty good.
I think that one, if heated, would be my favorite.
I agree. I actually like these beans a lot.
The southwest part of that is there. That's good. I'm going to go A because I really think that bad boy wasn't playing if he heated it up.
Yeah, I'm going to go A as well because even not heated up, these beans are saying
Those
something.
beans are good. That's Southwest seasoning.
Yeah.
And then what did we get with our cracker? Sunflower butter.
Well, we already know it's good. Is that the next course of the meal?
Yeah, that's all of it.
That means it's got to be an A.
That's an A.
You guys are both like, "Wow, this is fucking weird and doesn't taste great," but it's okay.
We said the flavor.
Like if it was
this is
heated.
definitely better than this.
Yeah,
Okay.
if this was heated, this would be.
I think that
reactions were very different.
No, the texture is off-putting.
It is.
But if you're not a connoisseur, is a much better
that's
word.
true.
A sommelier.
Yes, a sommelier of MREs.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
See, the thing is, like, it's good, but bad.
Yeah.
Like it.
So that means A.
It flirts. Sometimes when making a masterpiece, you gotta play with a little fire.
If you give me this and you give me some Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets, it's gonna get bumped down. But I'm not rating it compared to Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, it's all
I'm rating
relative
it
ratings.
in the MRE scale. And we went from shit dog food to Southwest chicken.
To Southwest beans.
So it's an A.
I'm still just kind of eating these little beans.
You're liking those beans. You're picking them out.
They're little treats.
I'm gonna move to menu 3.
Okay.
Home style vegetables in sauce with noodles and chicken.
Perfect.
And we got another shot at the elusive banana apple smoothie.
This is our last chance.
Go ahead with the vegetable with noodle chicken.
Noodle chicken vegetable coming right up.
What's happening? And here, I'll ruin our surprise. We got a cracker with sunflower butter. I would be done by day 3. I would need something else. Oh, no.
I actually don't
That
mind
looked a little cat foodish from what I saw.
I don't mind that color.
Wait.
That's like it's not dog food color.
Good golly, Miss Molly, I'm excited to jump into this one.
At first it looked like a scab, but then as it came out I was like, you know what, actually that's not discolored, it's just, it's
the color.
It's got some weird characteristics is all.
Alright, let's get in here. That sweetness is back.
Yeah.
Hey, is there sugar in it? 62 grams of sugar. Oh, that's the whole menu. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't really like that. It's not dog food level.
No, it's definitely a little better than that.
But we put this in C, right?
Yes.
Because that means that's got to be a D in my head. Does that make this a B and that a C?
You're getting into weird quantum calculations.
Yeah.
Mine's more simple. I don't like a whole lot about it, but I don't hate it either.
That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I could eat that one.
Yeah.
Which is why I feel bad giving it a D, so I think it's a C.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to give this one a C as
We'll
well.
just run C. You're not going to believe it.
We didn't get it.
We got a sweet potato grape smoothie. We are chasing our Charizard. And we're not finding it.
Well, how did it get so hot so quick?
Bro, literally, I have no idea. It's fucking heat.
All right, come plop her down then. This is our last menu item. This is menu number.
Wait, what were we ranking this overall menu? We had the
C.
sweet potato and
Didn't we
grape.
give it a C?
Well, that's C, but then you got the cracker with
Oh.
sunflower butter and the sweet potato, which I think has to bump it to
To a B. Yeah, natural.
Yeah.
You
It's
use slope intercept form.
Yeah.
Good call. Good call.
Yep. Found the hypotenuse.
Did you go home and look at math stuff last night?
Well, no, and then we found the hypotenuse, and there it was.
You wouldn't understand. These are very advanced calculations, Chelsea. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah,
Come
we're good.
Come
we're
bring it
so
over
this,
here.
This is menu 5, the coveted menu 5, vegetable stew with meat.
Do you feel heat coming out of it?
Man, it's government heat right there.
She cooking. Do not overfill. Oh, you overfilled it. You actually did.
No.
You put the fire out the second one up.
So how is it supposed to work?
Here, you wanna plate her up?
Is it? Oh, it's okay.
Could we throw this away later tonight and it just explodes?
I'm just gonna put it on top of this. so we stop wasting so many
That
plates.
is just
What?
okay. Whatever.
Well, if you think about it, there's enough there that we can pull off the top and we won't be touching the bottom.
I'm done questioning.
You pick off the top of the mountain because the top of the mountain hasn't muddled with the rest of it.
It's actually an architectural approach where you build up instead of out.
Yep. It's like ants.
Yep.
Stew? Oh, garbanzo beans?
Oh. Well, hello there.
Do you hear my stomach?
I hear this.
is
I
not
hear this
great.
right now. It's saying some stuff. Saying some pretty nice things to me, actually.
What is this again?
I don't know. Your stomach is really.
It's not feeling good.
It's very vocal today.
I think it's the
Vegetable stew with meat.
Wait,
That,
oh, God damn it.
what? You thought there was no meat?
Yeah.
You asked for it to be heated because it had meat.
You're right.
That was your choice.
You are right.
Yeah, get back to where you were though. Ignore your fear. That's pretty good stuff.
It is pretty good stuff. Now you eat another meat bite.
Look, with everything we do, if you die, I die. We know that by this point. Okay. All right. Jesus.
The only meat you shouldn't have been worried about is chicken, and both of you went into that with no question.
Yeah, it's chicken.
Yeah, I never met a chicken I didn't like.
A. All right, let's dig into menu 5 some more. Oh, I'm seeing she's giving us something playful.
Oh, yikes.
We're back to these.
I don't know if we need another plate, but just in case.
This one's grand.
I literally waited for Danny's face.
This is the highest level of irrationality I've ever seen in my life, from just on all facets.
You just don't understand the process.
That tastes like a Laffy Taffy, or not, or Now and Later.
Kind of tastes like an Airhead.
Yeah, it's like candy.
Yeah.
That really is like candy with protein.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I don't know why they're not selling more of these. Okay.
Come on, baby.
That's good.
Give us apple and banana. PSA 10.
Sweet potato grape smoothie.
God damn it. God damn it. Maybe they discontinued it.
They must have. It was too good. So you got stew, sweet potato grape smoothie, candy bar.
Probably an A.
Yeah, I think that all rounds out to an A.
Yeah.
We've got one more, the one I'm really not looking forward to. It's pork.
Pork?
Pork.
Pork with sauce and rice.
I mean, technically, you don't have to eat it.
We got another cracker with sunflower butter.
Mm-hmm.
Should I ruin the surprise now? Or...
Just do it now.
Alright. Please, please.
Oh boy. Well, wash it down with some good old-fashioned pork.
You ever just cut your sauce and rice like that?
That's Uncle Ben's rice in there.
You always say that anytime there's rice.
You're right. I just really like Uncle Ben's rice.
Oh,
So when there's good rice, I'm
you
just
saw
like,
me eating when you came in? That was a big bowl of Uncle Ben's.
fuck yeah. That's good.
Oh, it's good.
That
It's
is
got a
a-
little kick to it. It's
Yeah,
nice.
That's actually really nice.
That's well seasoned.
It is well seasoned.
I don't think I got any of the pork.
I don't know if there is any pork. I didn't get any either.
Maybe it's like super fine. I mean,
Like super shredded, you mean?
yeah. Pork's a delicacy.
Yeah, that's what I've always heard too.
I don't eat pork.
I also don't eat pork.
Yeah, that was good.
It was good. That would be A.
I was gonna go A, and then we've got these, and we've got the smoothie. It's another A.
Same old routine.
Yep.
It's all an A.
A. Just we hide all the good food in the MRE bags. It's a shame, really.
I was pleasantly surprised by the quality of the food today,
I
actually.
thought I was gonna be puking. We started off slow. We started off bad, and we went up.
Whoever's making these, like the meals, is
Yeah.
doing a much better job than whoever's selling the under the table.
Yeah, just the
beef
individual
brisket.
bags. Those sucked. These were good.
Yeah,
So,
agreed. Yeah, so if you're ever in a pinch and need an MRE, now you know what the best ones are, and you're
Yeah.
welcome.
Hey, good job.
Hey, good work. I'm sure a lot of you have seen all of the FaZe drama that's been going on Twitter over the last couple days, and FaZe is something I've talked about quite a bit over the last year because it's been an absolute circus. From their stock absolutely flatlining to the point now where it's basically just a sad joke. Just look at this graph, it puts a tear in your eyes. It's more tragic than the ending to Marley and Me. It's just been crazy to see them circle the drain like this and have this wild fall from grace. Because they're one of the very few gaming-focused brands that branched out into the mainstream. Like, most people have probably heard of FaZe at some point in their life, even people that aren't associated with gaming. So they really did blow up in a big way. And now there's like a war going on between like the founders of FaZe versus the corporate suits that now control FaZe. And it's all just been bubbling over and becoming this massive shitstorm. And everyone's getting covered in the filth. It's getting stinky. Now, the first domino that fell in this FaZe soap opera is the OGs came forward, like FaZe Rain and Banks, and started criticizing the brand overall, talking about how it's become soulless and lame and just generally horrible. The main talking point is how the founders have lost control of the company to these zombies in suits that just don't understand the space. And they also show no respect to the founders that brought it there in the first place. They overrule them. They have no real decision-making power. Thus, the decision phase, the direction FaZe has been going over the last few years has been a negative one. And most people can probably agree with that. FaZe hasn't exactly been hitting home runs recently over the last couple years. So the founders have been talking about how disappointed they are with FaZe in its current state. And then FaZe Rain recently has just been leaking tons of information, like internal stuff, financials. He's been leaking more than the faucet in my college dorm room. He has been going hog wild with tons of information. And most recently, he was focusing on their numbers, like their actual numbers with their spend as well as what they're making. He made a video going over their financials, talking about how much they spend on certain games in the esports space, as well as the lack of return they see from it, even disclosing Nick Merck's salary for being on FaZe, which is like $1 million a year, and he just goes over how much they're spending and how they're not seeing any of that money. It's just fucking vanishing into thin air and just like literally bleeding them dry on finances. According to a lot of his numbers here, they're spending over $700,000 a month on like esports stuff. That's crazy, and they're not seeing any money come back into the company, which isn't exactly an eyebrow raiser. This is something everyone speculated for a long time because it's become very clear to actually every single person with eyes that the entire esports scene just doesn't make any money. What's wrong, Io? I don't know why the esports scene is so shit for generating profit. I have no idea. I don't have the answers. What's wrong? I've upset Io mentioning this. Because it is heartbreaking. Like, esports is a scene that you get in for passion, and you see a lot of orgs start to close their doors because they just can't stay afloat. It's very expensive, and you don't make anything. So Rain was going over their numbers, which I do believe because like the information he's been leaking has so far been confirmed accurate, and he's just talking about like how much money they're losing, and it's a lot. Over 700,000 clams, over 700,000 pristine doubloons is a ton of cash. That's nuts. To convert that to Robux, I wouldn't even know where to start. You'd need like fucking 50 zeros at the end of that number. It's a lot of money that they are pissing away and not getting anything back from. So he started revealing these numbers. More OGs came forward to talk about how upsetting it is to see the direction that the brand has gone and that it's completely lost its identity. The people at the top of the food chain don't understand the culture, so it's trash. All of these statements from the OGs then led to this like Marvel civil war within FaZe, where you had the OGs versus the people at the top and also new generation FaZe members. So a lot of the audience was on the OG side and a lot of the audience on the new side, and it's just been this constant clashing. And yesterday it really festered into something pretty foul. So just to give context here, it started with this tweet from FaZe Clan where they said, "We want more women in FaZe Clan." To which FaZe Rain replied saying, "Spoiler alert, it's Grace, and the only reason I heard was because she was on one episode of Stranger Things." He's referring to Grace Van Dien, who is a streamer named Bluefy and also was in Stranger Things. So it turns out he was 100% right, because yesterday FaZe announced that Grace Van Dien is joining the FaZe family. Now, this all led to a lot of hubbub, a lot of discussion, and a lot of controversy. And with a very public fallout between the OG FaZe founders and current FaZe, people were already on edge. It also really didn't help with the FaZe tweet about wanting more women in the organization, because that got the community excited, thinking that FaZe was about to make a big signing from someone who's been grinding in the scene for a long time, working hard for an opportunity like joining FaZe. And then turns out they had already made their decision when they had made that tweet. So that was kind of a bad look, and it didn't do anything good for Grace because it put her in an uncomfortable position where the community was upset that she got the opportunity being a relatively new streamer. They thought that they had signed her just because she's a celebrity. So some members of the community got upset at Grace directly, which I think is super misguided. There's plenty to critique about FaZe signings and business decisions, but Grace didn't do anything wrong here. She does stream often and then had this opportunity to join a huge org. Yes, being an actress did obviously help her get this opportunity for sure, but at the very least, she seems excited about it and does actively stream, which is already more than you can say for half of their celebrity signings. Like Snoop Dogg, for example. They paid him a fat load of money, as well as stock, in FaZe in order for him to be on board the FaZe family. And all he ever did was take a single photo with them, and then the word FaZe never left his lips again. He must have been hit by a Men in Black neuralizer that erased his memory of FaZe Clan entirely, because he never did anything with them, in spite of getting all of this money and this stock. And it wasn't just him, they've done this for multiple other celebrities too, like Kyler Murray, who I'm pretty sure all of you watching didn't even know was part of FaZe Clan at any point. I didn't until I watched Ludwig's Mogul Mail on it. I had no idea Kyler Murray signed with FaZe, but he did. Kyler Murray never even mentioned FaZe Clan a single time, not once, after joining. But in this case, Grace is an active streamer, thus will be presenting the FaZe brand to her audience, and she seems extremely excited about doing things in collaboration with FaZe, which is infinitely more than any celebrity that FaZe has signed recently. So I really feel that the anger directed towards Grace is just a little weird. The focus should instead be placed on how out of touch FaZe has become with the decisions they make. For example, this was also mentioned in Ludwig's Mogul Mail, but it's something I've talked about as well, where FaZe had that whole super expensive reality show where, you know, who wants to be the next FaZe member? So you want to be a FaZe superstar, do ya? Well, hop on board the Polar Express here for this FaZe show. And they put so much money into it, and only like 6 people ever watched it. Like, they dumped money into this completely geriatric, dumb ideas like that reality show that no one cares about, no one gets excited for. And all of their YouTube content is beyond dead. And no matter how much mouth-to-mouth they give it, they can't revive it. They can't get that heartbeat back, no matter how much they try, because they just don't know what they're doing or what direction to take FaZe. It's become very corporate, and most people don't vibe with it anymore. And it's also led to new FaZe members fighting with the old FaZe members, so they're like actually butting heads and, you know, throwing down in the Twitter replies against each other. So it's just been so much fighting and drama with FaZe because the founders lost control of the company, and the direction it's gone has only further decayed the brand to the point where it's at, 55-cent stock price and kind of just like a joke in the industry outside of some of their esports teams. Like, they are still doing really well in the games they're in for the most part. Not entirely all of them, but a large chunk of them, their esports teams are still top of the line. So it's just a shame to see how bad things are behind closed doors at FaZe. And now those doors aren't even fucking closed anymore. Those doors have been kicked open. The entire public is being exposed to all of the dirty laundry of FaZe, and all of it's happening publicly. I am still shocked FaZe Rain was even able to release all of the information he has without getting sued. I would have thought they would have had so many NDAs out the wazoo on FaZe Rain, but he's just been revealing everything. So I'm starting to believe they probably just forgot about him and all of the founders, so they never even bothered to NDA them. So he'll probably just continue to share shit without repercussion. So I'm pretty excited to see what else he starts bringing to the public eye with FaZe. But anyway, I kind of wanted to talk about all of this because I just find it so fascinating and generally sad to see the state of FaZe. Like I said, it was one of the few gaming brands that broke into the mainstream and had like a very wide appeal to people even outside of the space, which is nothing shy of impressive. So to see what it's become is just wild, and to see how it continues to unfold is shocking. And I wanted to talk about it a little bit. I don't know how it recovers, I really don't. Like, even if it does get back into the hands of the OGs, I still don't exactly know how they right the ship right now. I don't know how they fix all the damage that's been done to the brand. They'd probably have to start over, like at the very bare bones level, and build it all again. Because it's just been so tarnished, and they've lost so much money as well. I just don't know exactly how you fix it. But anyway, I just wanted to go over it all. That's about it. See ya.
Look, I got a little pea brain. The storage is almost filled up. I can't keep letting things take up space.
No, I get you. The RAM's almost full.
Yes, exactly.
See, they even break it down for you super easily with just keywords there.
See, that's what I need.
Come on!
What do you mean, come on? I can't fucking fly up there. Oh no, they're gonna die right in front of us. Called it.
We can make it! Shot!
Oh no. I'm watching on your screen.
Well, they didn't have like some kind of big emotional death moment, so they're probably not actually dead.
How could they have lived through that?
Teleportation magic.
That's fair. We don't know what's possible in this world.
Yeah.
I think you're shooting everything.
Yeah, I'm using like 5 different little magic abilities here at once, I think. Like the avatar state. This is probably like an alt if you build it up.
I love video game worlds, or like just new worlds.
Like IPs.
Yeah, just like how that just panned out and shows you like the bigger world here and everything. There's just something so exciting about seeing a new world.
Yeah, I feel that.
See, this is us. I feel it.
Green seems to be strongest for single target damage. Blue seems to be weakest. There. Yeah, I think if you just had like a lot of green, like if you can level up green, you'd be much better off. I also totally forgot to use like my new ability, which probably would have been helpful. Big thanks to Immortals of Avium for sponsoring the video. In Immortals of Avium, you play as Jack, an elite battle mage who can wield force, chaos, and life magic. It's a magic first-person shooter game with a lot of depth and progression. There's over 25 different spells and 80 talents that you could mix and match in a really fluid, fun, fast-paced FPS experience. So you can always approach combat in different ways thanks to the versatility of all of the spells and the way you use them, as well as the talents that you can mix in there. It's got a beautiful world to explore and unravel the mysteries of, and it's just an exciting new IP. So it's out right now. If you want to get started with Immortals of Avium, you can click the link in the description below. Thanks again to Immortals of Avium. These feel like huge bonuses, plus 24% damage. That sounds massive.
That does.
No. You're talking about the main lady?
Yeah.
Kirkind, I believe.
Yeah, there's probably no shot she's dead.
Christ. Oh my god. The archers do so much damage so quickly. Oh, okay, didn't expect that.
Oh, I got the cinder ring. It's too good.
Man, I am just annihilating this boss right now. He's hit me a single time. Granted, it almost one-shot me, but even still. Well, that was easy. I'm telling you, green magic is busted.
I defeated the dragon.
My new red actually one-shots everything. This is not the legendary one. This is the one that you get for the dragon. So if you went in on red, this would be really good for you.
Cool. I just got it. Is it frag fire?
Frag fire, yeah.
Cool.
This one's my legendary, though. Oh, that was just fucking rude. This man just came over here and turned the bridge into a noodle so I can't get across.
Classic noodle magic.
Yeah, a noodle sorcerer.
You threw that out so nonchalantly.
Maybe a different angle.
I thought I could land on these boxes and jump across. It looks like I should be able to, but it's not letting me. I didn't realize there were puzzles in this.
You're not at a puzzle, Matt. All you need to do is time your double jump better and then dash.
I forgot I could dash in this game!
Oh, you absolute buffoon.
Alright, I made it.
Say what now?
We lost our On the one hand, nightmares brought about by a cranky magical Gestalt conscious state.
That's okay. Ignore me. It's cool.
Why is she so
Isn't
mean?
she great?
Well, fuck you too then.
Oh. Maybe she was just having a bad day.
Everyone's so mean to him. Well, I guess one person is.
That's a big difference. Everybody's so mean. Well, just this literal one person.
Actually, it was just, yeah, everyone's really treated him like a messiah, actually.
Yeah.
Except for her.
The, like, head of the order was like, hey, good work.
But everyone should be super nice to him, honestly. That whole spread love, positivity just kind of movement.
I'm with you.
Oh my god, okay.
Damn.
So those, okay. There's some enemies that are only vulnerable to the certain colors. So this one's only blue, I see. Oh, that's so fucked. Unlucky.
What happened?
He survived. I was just gonna yank him off the edge, but he survived. There we go. No way! Okay, there we go. Man, those, like, dogs, they are really going a little wacky. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. This guy got very confused when I hit him with that. Where can I see my Dominion mana? Oh, bottom right.
They're waiting for your answer.
There's only one thing to say in a time like this, General.
Hey, so I don't recognize any of these.
That's because they all were driven to extinction by the Everwar.
Oh, we lost deer in the Everwar?
Since we first learned to use magic, we've waged war over.
Do you think the deer were just okay?
It isn't meant.
I don't know why you'd kill them.
And so unchecked and for so
They're on the side.
The natural world suffers.
The deer?
Yeah, like if you drop a bomb, you can't sculpt it around deer.
Yeah, but they're not dropping bombs. They're using magic. Like, from their hands. They can absolutely control who that hits.
Have you seen the hand lasers? You don't think any deer have jumped in the way of that a few times?
Yeah, I'm sure they have, but not enough to be driven to extinction from it.
Oh, I didn't realize they were extinct. I was missing key points.
Oh, yeah, no, they're extinct now.
I thought you meant like a few deer died. That's
no.
To be more precise,
you know what? I'm changing my mission. Instead of no more names, I'm saying bring back deer.
Yeah, we're bringing back animals. Apparently dogs and parrots are also extinct.
And no one's ever discovered how to actually.
Is this even a world worth saving?
Of course he does.
Damn, you get a nice room as an immortal.
Yeah, you do.
Then why the hell are we fighting?
Oh wow, that poor guy. One guy just dropped in, like from space, and I insta-killed him and he screamed.
I'm a little behind you.
All good, I just made it to the pale forest. It's pale because it's afraid of me.
Oh no.
I'm about to commit my first cold-blooded murder, I think.
Why are you committing murder?
Well, he deserved it, he choked me.
Oh. Isn't that just fighting back?
No, he ambushed me after I killed a few of his friends. It was actually pretty selfish and fucked up from him.
That's what I mean, you're fighting back.
Yeah, mine would be self-defense
Yeah.
justifiable in court. His was premeditated, second degree.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Boss fight, the green Magnus.
Oh. Now I gotta catch up.
I wonder who's the better green. It's looking like me, if you can believe that. It's... Wow, this poor guy.
What?
Oh my god.
Are you just deleting him?
I absolutely vaporized him.
Oh, he's already dead.
He's dead, yeah.
Wow. Maybe I should have gone green.
Green's very strong, and I'm always healing off of it, which is cool. Who's still shooting at me? I killed your boss. Go home.
No way. Fire first, which is the hardest to start, but it pays off late game.
Yeah.
I'm a late game kind of guy.
You're a late bloomer.
No way, man.
Man, there's a lot of bad boys in here. But I'm still cooking them.
Oh boy.
Me and my rock.
They're minerals.
Who's left? I'm getting blasted. Oh, I totally forgot to use my disintegration I'm using now. On just one guy who just had the worst time of his life.
Poor guy.
Oh, this is looking like a boss fight. I'm about to fight the Nickelodeon Slime Time Demon. Alright, Buster.
Show yourself, font of yon cow.
My name's Charlie.
I draw you forth through the power of Thradak.
Oh, you're not talking to me, of course.
Binding stone.
Imagine he just addresses me, the player, directly. Not even Jack.
Dang it. Don't turn your back on me! Send him to his family.
Oh, my little rock guy's gonna fuck you up. I do so much damage. Green is just super strong. Okay, this probably has to be blue. Nope, that's not blue. That's still not blue. There it is. Okay. And I come in here with the green. Yep. Absolutely annihilating. Alright, that had to be phase 1. This better be a 4-phase fight, otherwise Green's just gonna shred her in 30 seconds. My rock! No! Ah, it's like that scene in Naruto with Pain. Ugh. This hurts me more than it hurts you, buddy. Wow. That's a lot. Huge DPS. Oh wait, I'm almost dead. There we go. Easy, Green. Cooked him. Put him in the pot, put him on the stove, and absolutely boiled him.
You are broken and you are bound.
Wow. Speed run. Well then, he's still no match for my green. Oh, Jesus.
What are you doing?
It's like a black hole. We're getting sucked in.
Jack.
Never mind, just a weird dream. A wet one. Did you hear about the microchips in the cheese? I'm gonna have to check that out right now. Goddamn government cheese. This company is implanting microchips in its cheese. Oh wait, this is a real thing. Oh my god, wait. This isn't a conspiracy. There's a company that's actually microchipping their Parmesan. I thought this was going to be like one of those 15-minute city agendas. Bill Gates is controlling my mind via microchips through COVID. This they're actually microchipping their cheese. One of the world's most famous cheese is also one of the most counterfeited dairy products on the planet. Competing manufacturers have for years produced cheaper imitations of Italy's Parmigiano Reggiano, a favored topping for pasta and salad. Now the producers of Parmigiano Reggiano say they have innovated a way to prevent any pretenders from ripping off their product. Is there only one company in the world that makes Parmesan? Who do they have like a patent on it? Like who owns it? There's an entire page dedicated to it called The History of Parmesan. Italy issued a decree that placed exclusive control over the production and sale of this cheese in the hands of Parmigiano Reggiano Cheese Consorzio. Oh, what in the world? I had no idea the Parmesan lore went so deep. It's even crowned the undisputed King of Cheese. This is an incredible story. This is like the Game of Thrones, but for cheese. I'm gonna have to go through that entire history breakdown of Parmesan. There's probably wars fought over it, like Helen of Troy. They weren't actually battling for Helen. She just happened to have Parmesan. They were going to war for that shit. Good God. All right, let's read about these microchips, though. Parmigiano Reggiano Consortium, the PRC, association that oversees production of the cheese, says it has been putting microchips in its product as a part of a technological trial which would allow consumers to trace Parmesan cheese back to its place of origin. Who's doing that? What sane, normal human being is gonna try and trace back their Parmesan? Like, I'm not gonna go to a, like, Italian restaurant, like, with my buddies, and they get, like, spaghetti. They start sprinkling the Parmesan. I'm not gonna, like, slap the waiter's hand down and be like, wait a minute, let me see the microchip. I need to trace this back to make sure it's coming from the PRC. Otherwise, I'm having this establishment shut down. I'll have the Parmesan police force come after you. Like, I could maybe see it being on a company side, like if a restaurant's ordering Parmesan, giving them the option to see if it's, like, authentic coming from the approved place of origin. But just a normal consumer, I don't think anyone's gonna get suspicious and want to double check. Like, let me ensure my Parmesan came from the right spot. Under special protections designated by the European Union, Parmigiano Reggiano is the only kind of cheese which can be called Parmesan within Europe, and it must be made in a small part of northern Italy, including in the provinces of Parma and Reggio Emilia. I saw that. In my massive dissertation that I pulled up for a moment there on the history of Parmesan, I did see about, like, it needing to come from a certain space and nowhere else. But I didn't realize it was a title that could only be bestowed upon, like, this cheese from this particular region. I thought it was just a type of cheese that anyone can make. PRC are hopeful that their new technology will help to enforce that protected status. Their microchips are about the size of a grain of salt and have been inserted into the labels found on the rind of about 120,000 wheels of Parmigiano Reggiano. The chips work as a scannable food tag with a QR code label. I'm going to start tracing my Parmesan. I'm going to go to my local grocers, and I'm just going to trace all of their Parmesan. I'm going to be a hall monitor for this shit now. I'm going to be like a secret agent working for them. This feels so weird. Like, I just can't imagine there's a ton of cheese snobs that are going to double check to make sure they're getting authentic Parmesan. Produced in the right places of Parma and Reggio. In an email statement sent on Friday, Nicola Bertinelli, president of Consorzio Parmigiano Reggiano, told CBS News that by being the first to incorporate these secure digital labels onto our cheese wheels, we can continue to ensure customer safety. Since the establishment of our consortium in 1934, we have worked to convey the value of our product globally and distinguish it from similar-sounding products on the market that did not meet our strict requirements for production and area of origin. They speak about this like it's the goddamn Citadel in Mass Effect. Since the establishment of our consortium in 1934, Nicola, it's cheese. I really just don't think there's a ton of people that give a fuck. Now, I guess I didn't realize how serious business cheese was. I'm curious. Let me see what my local grocer has for Parmesan, because there's definitely different brands, right? Like, there's not just one Parmesan brand. Oh, this is big news, too. If you just type in Parmesan, there's news stories out the wazoo about the microchips. The headlines are a little misleading. Classic fear-mongering, I guess. The microchips aren't actually in the cheese. Apparently it's in the label. So you're not going to consume the microchip unless it somehow bleeds into the cheese from the label. And if that's the case, then Parma, whatever, the PRC have got some big problems on their hand. Yeah, there's so many different brands here. There's no way they all come from the same place. And they all call themselves Parmesan. A secret cheese invasion. I don't know, man. This is very odd. In the United States, Parmigiano Reggiano does not have protected status, and American manufacturers in states like Wisconsin make different forms of Parmesan. Okay. I see. Man, they must be pissed about that. They have got to be so upset. And this is the worst time in the world to be using the word microchip. Parmigiano Reggiano, like the official PRC producers, they have chosen the worst possible marketing strategy by saying they're microchipping their cheese. People are freaking out about microchips existing in their goddamn water supply. Toilet bowls with government surveillance. Saying that we microchip our cheese for your safety, that you're scaring people. You're fucking scaring people. They need a new head of their marketing department, because that is a big L. They're struggling with that one. Big Parma. Yeah, I mean, this is serious business. This is Big Parma. Outside of the United States, the Parmigiano Reggiano Consortium successfully blocked the U.S. food giant Kraft Heinz from registering the name Kraft Parmesan cheese as a trademark in Ecuador in 2022. Parmesan is different than Parmigiano Reggiano. They age differently and made in different places and taste different. There's a name for a cheese sommelier, right? They have their own name, and it's a really cool one. Hold on. Because maybe it's time that I try and get into the high cheese society. So that way I wouldn't even need the microchip. I'd be able to taste where it was aged. In a fine oak barrel while listening to Mozart. Cheese has its own cutthroat version of the Court of Masters sommelier. In hopes of gaining cheese certification, he sits for the American Cheese Society, ACS, Technical Aesthetic Sensory Tasting Evaluation Test. Taste. This is codename Kids Next Door type shit. I like that. In 2018, only 30 applicants passed the taste test. If that weren't daunting enough, the American Cheese Society also offers the title Certified Cheese Professional, CCP, which means that an individual has acquired thorough knowledge and level of expertise that is demanded within the cheese industry. Those who pass both earn a lengthy array of letters after their names. The ACS, the CCP, the ACS, CCSE. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm writing this down. I want me and the team to try and pass the Cheese Society taste test. Where a person's individual palate is subjective, the process of evaluating cheese is not so much. It's not personal preference, but knowing if that cheese is within the parameters of the style it is and what the cheesemaker intended, says Shari Allen, ACS CCP, ACS CCSE, and cheese educator. A cheese educator? Oh my god. We're in the future. Is that a major you can take in college, you think? That'd be hype. The test is rigorous. One part of the exam entails identifying 10 vials of milk on scent alone. It's all about aroma, explains Evan Brown, ACS CCP, ACS CCSE. Do you think they write this down? Like when they're just signing papers or something, when you put your name and title? Do you think they have the chutzpah to write down all of these? Knowing that no one's going to check? What could be so difficult about a cheese test? For one, a grading sheet might have 60 possible descriptors and a cheese might only seem to need 1 or 2 to describe flaws or attributes. Others might register on over a dozen descriptor scales. And to top it all off, it was like a multiple choice test with 60 choices for each question and each choice needing an intensity score between 1 and 5 and no guidance about how many right answers there could be. This picture goes hard. A mere 20 minutes ago, I was ignorant to how deep and serious the world of cheese was. It's like the John Wick universe, but for cheese. You all know me. I'm not a big believer in the paranormal. Ghosts, ghouls, goblins, gnomes, Wi-Fi. All just a bunch of horseradish, if you ask me. And you know what else I didn't believe in until recently? One Piece being good. But now everything I thought I knew is crumbling around me because I am actually, finally, enjoying One Piece after 2 years of committing time to watching this to see if I'll ever enjoy it. I just finished Water 7 and Innie's Lobby, and I actually really liked those arcs. Now, typically, this is a video I would post on my second channel, Moist Charlie Clips, because that's where I've been updating people on my One Piece progress, and it's also just a channel where I've been posting a bunch of other weird shit, so go subscribe to that channel, it'll make you more attractive. But the reason I decided not to put it on that channel this time is because this is such a pivotal moment in my anime viewing career. This is the biggest anime ever made, and biggest manga by extension, and I've never liked it. I've always shouted bah humbug about all the people going crazy about how good One Piece is. But now, after 300-something episodes, I'm finally enjoying it. I'd given One Piece so many chances over the years to really grip me, and it never has, so I always thought that everyone that was preaching the gospel of One Piece being the best fiction ever produced, I thought they were all just a bunch of lunatics, like solar panel scammers just making up lies. You know, I thought that whole concept that One Piece was anything more than dog shit was more made up than the boogeyman. But I decided about 2 years ago now to really buckle down, grit my teeth, and just catch up on One Piece to see if it ever actually gets good. I was willing to subject myself to some torture with early One Piece seasons in order to see if the grass was ever greener on the other side when we finally reach, like, episode 250. There's a very popular meme about, like, no, bro, you have to give it, like, 9 seasons before the show gets good. You have to watch, 400 episodes before you start to like it. You just have to invest the time in it to really get the payoff. And my god, that couldn't be more true for One Piece. It took me 300 episodes to finally get to this point. That's not exactly, that's not nothing. That's a long time spent of not enjoying something before you start liking it. Eating vegetables before you finally get to the main course that you wanted to eat. So I understand why people don't usually subscribe to that belief, like it's not worth investing that much time into a show you don't even like until like 300 episodes in, where you get like hypnotized into liking it maybe. I get it. But for One Piece, you know what? I'll just say it's been worth it. I'm not conceding on any of the points I ever made about the previous seasons prior to Water 7, because I still think the pacing was glacial and bad. The outright refusal to actually kill any characters outside of flashbacks was cowardly and takes a lot of the wind out of the sails of stakes when it comes to the show, as well as a couple of other arguments I've made a lot in the past that I don't need to just regurgitate here. Up until this point, there wasn't a whole lot I liked about it other than a couple of characters like Zoro and Chopper, and I did like the Alabasta arc overall, but on the whole, wasn't really feeling One Piece. I wasn't exactly pumping my fist getting excited for it. It was a show that literally was a sleep aid. Like, this was the cure for insomnia for the first 240 episodes. Like, it was so goddamn boring and generic. I wasn't enjoying it. But then, once I got to Water 7, things really started to turn up. Like a lot of people said. Most people actually, when I was talking about this on stream across my journey, always said that you have to at least get to Water 7 before it gets really good. And I can't fucking believe it, but they were right. It actually is good. So, I'm not just going to repeat all of the things I've said on my second channel about One Piece so far with my updates, so I'll just give you the brief cliff notes. I like some of the characters like Zoro and Chopper. I cannot stand Luffy. He's my least favorite character, and now after finishing Innie's Lobby, he is still my least favorite character. This fucking goober only has 2 modes. It's stupid, and then stupid and hungry. And then I guess a third mode when he's fighting. And then he's, at least he's not being annoying. Like, he's just a fucking grating character, and as I understand it, you either love or hate him. And unfortunately, I'm on the hate him side. I do not like him. He is very, very annoying, and I get that that's his whole character trait, but so far he has not evolved past that or developed past it at all. And I can never forgive this show for what it did during Skypiea, where it just put Luffy in the belly of a giant snake, and he stayed there for like 30 fucking episodes straight, and just was like left in stupid juice and like in this trance of idiot moron mode, where he just kept like punching walls, and he's like, oh, this is such a weird cave. Man, am I ever gonna leave this weird cave? Such a weird cave. Like, he himself made Skypiea almost unwatchable, because he is just a perpetual stupid character. And that's just not that fun to watch, especially when it holds everything back. A lot of the problems are caused because Luffy is stupid, and I think that's just a weak plot point that drives things forward, or at least leading up to Water 7 and Innie's Lobby. There was a lot of moments where Luffy was literally the reason things went bad, because he is dumb. Like, he is just legitimately dumb, and that's it. Like, he's just stupid. Being stuck in the belly of a snake for so long is beyond frustrating to watch because it just keeps repeating itself. Ah, this is a weird cave. God, this cave is so weird. Gum Gum Gatling. Ah, these cave walls are so big. Cave is weird. And then he's finally freed from the snake at the very fucking end. He's like, oh, you guys came into the weird cave to save me? You're like, Luffy, it's a snake. What do you mean it's a snake? It's a cave. It's just so fucking, it's so lame. It's so lame. I cannot stand Luffy as a character. There's only like maybe 3 or 4 moments where he's been serious. And even then, he's still a bit of a goofball. And that's, I don't know, I just don't really like that kind of character trait hammered in nonstop. But all the other characters so far, for the most part, I do like, with Zoro and Chopper being my favorite. Zoro, because he's just a perpetual badass, and he is usually always serious, and when he's not, it's actually kind of rewarding to see him lighten up. And Chopper, because I actually really like Chopper's backstory. So far, he's one of the few characters that got a lot of attention given to them prior to Water 7, of course. And I liked that. I liked everything about his motivation, his drive, where he's come from, and how he grows. Now, we get to Water 7, and every character is getting a lot more to them, especially Nico Robin, the most mysterious of the crew. And there's a lot of drama that happens with Usopp leaving the crew after the Going Merry is deemed insalvageable. They can't, revive her. They couldn't get the paddles out and fucking shock it back. It was kaput. It's dead. And Usopp he's not having it. He thinks Luffy and the crew gave up on the Going Merry too early. So Usopp leaves the crew after challenging Luffy to a duel, and it's very emotional. It's very emotional. I didn't like Usopp that much until Water 7. Now I really like Usopp. And by extension, his alter ego, Sniper King. Like, everything I complained about up until Water 7, they are directly addressing and making better, except Luffy. So I'm getting excited here. The fights are better. I did like the Iniru fight from the Skypiea arc, even though Skypiea as a whole absolutely blew filthy fucking ass. But the Iniru fight at the end I thought was fantastic. And now we're seeing a lot more great fights in these 2 arcs. So I don't know, I've just been really liking it a lot more. Though most of my complaints are still here. I still fucking hate how nobody dies. Nobody dies in this show outside of a flashback. Only when they're doing flashbacks do they have deaths so far. There's no real integral character deaths or really emotional moments so far. The biggest culprit, the biggest crime, and this was an affront to God when it comes to bad writing, is in the Alabasta arc when Pell takes like the nuclear bomb that's about to blow up Alabasta, flies it up into the sunset in order to sacrifice himself, a noble sacrifice, completing his character arc perfectly, and he does that, bomb blows up, everyone's expecting Pell to be dead because he just ate a goddamn nuclear bomb for breakfast, but then he's not dead. He's still alive. He still lives because they don't kill anyone off in this fucking show. And I think that's such a misstep. All of the big bad villains are still alive. Luffy just knocks them unconscious like it's a Pokemon fight. That is underwhelming. I think that's very underwhelming, especially for the Pirate King. The kid who wants to be the Pirate King, the crew, the Pirate Hunter, Zoro. Like, it's just underwhelming. So that complaint is still here even after Enies Lobby. But I know there are character deaths coming up. I've been spoiled, obviously, on where the show goes because Tiana watched all of it in a short period of time, so I saw a lot of it. And I know there are character deaths that come up, but even still, as of right now, it's just lackluster. Because I always know, no matter what, they're not going to kill off even minor characters, even characters that don't have a whole lot to contribute. Nothing really happens to them. So that always grinds my ass grease. I really do still have an issue with that, pulling all of these punches when it would be a lot more impactful to the story if they would just commit to killing some characters that obviously were being set up for something like that. But anyway, that's probably still my biggest complaint. But overall, Water 7 and Enies Lobby have done wonders for making this show enjoyable. The villains are much more interesting here. It's introducing a ton of new, deeper underlying issues that are going on in the world around them, even outside of the immediate problems. The overarching plot continues to get bigger in the scale and scope of it. So it's just finally being fucking interesting and not just a slog or a tedious chore to get through. The reason it's taken me 2 years to even get this far into the show is because I would constantly fall asleep throughout these episodes. So it would take me like a month, 2 months, or even sometimes 3 months to finish a single episode because every time I'd put it on, it would put me to sleep. It was more effective than NyQuil. Like, some of these episodes in the other arcs were just so meaningless and so boring. Like I wasn't invested in it. And there is still some of those sins committed even in this arc, in these two arcs. Like, for example, in the middle of very high stakes stuff, when they're working to get Nico Robin back on the crew after learning the truth about why she betrayed them, in the middle of that, there is, I think it's 4 episodes of just flashback filler. In the middle of like this extremely important moment with Nico Robin opening up about her past, wanting to come back to the Straw Hats but can't because of the Buster order. And during this, like as they're squaring off with all the bad guys and with Nico there as well, they just like fucking shoehorn in like 4 filler episodes. Why? What, like in the middle of very important stuff. At least I think it was at that part. I'm already getting a little foggy on exactly when those flashback fillers come in, but I'm pretty sure it's there. And it's just, it's unnecessary. It doesn't add anything. All it does is ruin, once again, the pacing and detract from the enjoyment. So there are still those moments here, even in what I consider to be the best arcs of the show so far, but they're much lesser and a lot less egregious. So overall, I just like the direction Water 7 and Enies Lobby is taking the show. I'm finally starting to see how this opens up into something very special for the first time. So yeah, I'm finally liking One Piece. I know this isn't the most like detailed Moist Meter review breakdown of Water 7 and Enies Lobby, but I don't really think that's necessary. All of you watching this have probably already formed your opinions about One Piece, and there's not a whole lot I can do to like change your mind. All I can speak to is what I've found not enjoyable versus enjoyable. And right now, Water 7 and Enies Lobby is exactly what I'm looking for from a show like One Piece. So I'm hoping the coming arcs continue that energy and keep that momentum pumping. So yeah, finally liking One Piece. That's about it. So yeah. Get this in slow-mo. You're going to see it go straight.
Yeah.
Get out of the state, Wokey.
I hate when people say that to me.
I see him. I can't quite hit him like this. I'm gonna come in.
Maybe stab him.
Or here.
Oh!
Alright, what's going on, Patriots? Today we're testing out stab vests from the cheapest Wish variants all the way to the top of the line. Got inspired because I saw that viral video of that guy like showing off basically that suit from John Wick in real life. I think it was PSS. He was on stage, guy kept stabbing him like 1,000 times, didn't penetrate. I was like, wow, that's magic. I wonder if all stab-proof vests are that strong. So we're testing it. We couldn't get PSS. It looks like they only sell to like actual fucking assassins or something, but we got
this, which is equivalent.
Yeah, we got the next best thing.
But we'll see. And then we've got our target dummy over there. Yeah. We're gonna stab him with everything from little pocket knife,
all the way up to the
knives,
CS:GO Marble Fade,
and a master sword,
and also this puppy.
And then to have like a real knife, we have a K-bar.
Yeah,
so the only like real thing. I really hate that you're doing that.
Just giving her a little test drive.
That's good. Yeah, let me give you a little test drive.
Yeah, give me a little test.
Oh.
See, that's pretty impressive.
No.
He didn't even flinch. That was crazy.
I actually have
really trusting the
how
vest.
much is the vest I'm wearing?
That one is the $125 one.
Gamble on 100.
No.
Yeah.
All right, let's start with our little. How much was this one?
This is $40 from Wish, right?
Yeah, this one was $40.
Which one do you want?
I'm
me
gonna
to
test this first because I have a sneaking suspicion this
We're
is
gonna
going straight
start
through.
with the little one, okay.
This is going right through like
after
butter.
the first test, we just don't even bother with the little one.
Get this in slow-mo. You're gonna see it go straight through.
Go in?
Yeah.
Wait, did it actually? What the fuck?
Here, I can keep it going too, I think.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's just like actually straight through. You wouldn't be able to prevent a knife assault from a Smurf, I guess. This is actually worthless.
Well, maybe you're just getting
Should we do a control test where there's no vest and you see what it's like to just go into the actual bag?
Yeah, but
he did get.
Oh wait, you're
I'm
actually just
straight
all the way
through. With this, Chelsea, is this advertised as stab-proof?
Yeah, yeah.
Can you pull up the?
Here, I'll pull up the.
Is this the wrong side?
Yeah.
Let's do a real knife.
Yeah, I understand.
Here.
What the fuck?
Ready? We're gonna do cut.
Okay.
There's a little cut there. That's in the bag, for sure, in the bag.
That is absolutely in the bag. This actually seems like it's flimsier than flesh.
Yeah, that's.
It accepts the blade more than your skin would.
It wants to be stabbed.
Yeah, it's like a stab magnet. Oh my god. The newest U.S. Army military tactical vest, anti-stab, hard self-defense clothing, bulletproof security equipment, min, tactical vest, bulletproof vest, and mountaineering vest. That's this line. Oh my god. They're killing our soldiers with these. This is their latest and greatest.
That's what $40.
And they advertise bulletproof. I got through it with this. I actually don't think this will get super.
That it's not really sharp at the point anymore.
Yeah.
I like that you said anymore, like we didn't dent that out of the
Well, that's
box.
what I meant. It's not sharp anymore because you dented it the first time you picked it up.
Hey, you sounded like one.
Yeah.
Our real test, I guess, is just the K-bar every time.
Okay. Let me,
Oh, he's coming in with the kitchen knife.
This is gonna be like actually a knife sharpener. Yeah.
All right.
Well, I wouldn't recommend getting your safety equipment from Wish. I don't think.
Yeah.
So this one is a cut-resistant shirt, kind of like the gloves you would wear to like cook. So this will, I see no way this stops a stab.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
How much is this one, Chelsea?
This one was $84 on Amazon.
This is 84.
It's just a shirt. It feels like just a shirt.
What? 5. Wow.
Out of how many levels though?
100.
How many levels are there? Do you know?
I have no idea how many levels, but yeah, it says like it's level 5 stab proof, slice resistant. Hold on, where did it just go?
Show the camera.
It's not like chainmail or anything.
Yeah, this is just two. We're giving it extra too. It's
'cause
normally
there's
just
two.
one layer.
Yeah, it is just one layer usually. I mean.
Wait, hang on. Wait.
Oh. The way it just glides off.
All right. Splash resistant.
Okay. Just leave that in. Maybe level 5 is up to age 5.
This is a level 5 K-bar.
Okay, yeah.
So we'll slash. It's slash resistant. I'll give it that. And it's dead. Fully dead.
This has to be a level 1 blade. Like this has to win against this. Surely, no
This is
shot.
like World of Warcraft weaponry.
Oh, we just stopped it.
No.
Yeah.
Does that one feel more sturdy? Well, you gave yourself a little test.
Yeah,
so.
no, this one I actually think will stop most of it, not all of it.
So we'll start with the small knife again on this one, because I have hopes that this can stop the small knife.
It will.
Oh yeah, there's a little something in there. It's like gel almost. Mine's like a metal plate.
Yeah, this one's more. I think it's. Yeah, it does kind of feel like a really big piece of like styrofoam.
Yeah.
Oh wow, this just cut that so easily.
Cut or stab?
Oh, like I can.
So this is the fact.
It's like a
See-
nice
see
knife
if you go
through butter.
through.
Yeah. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh yeah, I'm not killing anyone today with this. Not if you're wearing this puppy. All right.
You're past the level 1 knife.
This is the first vest to pass
Yeah.
the 1/4-inch blade. Big slash. Uh-oh.
Did it stop it?
No, it stopped. I think. Yeah, it feels stopped.
You're not putting your elbow grease in it. Like you really want to kill this guy. He said, get out of the state, Wokey. And you're like, no sir.
Well, I hate when people say that to me.
Okay, well that one got through.
He's dead.
Did he go all the way through?
I mean, that's not fair though. He called me a Wokey, so he was never gonna live.
Well, okay, I'm crawling through the jungle. I see him. I can't quite hit him like this. I gotta come in.
Maybe stab him.
Oh!
I put a lot behind that too.
You're not a blue-blooded American.
What did you say to me?
No.
I don't know. Maybe you just found like the one
Maybe I did.
small
Here, wait.
weakness in there.
Where did you go in? Was it like over here?
You went in right here.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go in
okay.
your area.
Yeah.
Call me a Wookiee again. It really gets my
Hey,
blood pumping.
blue hair.
Whoa! I hate blue hairs.
You're off to the side again, Matt. You're in the sensitive spot.
Where do you want me to stab him? I found the weak point.
Stab him right here.
Yeah, you can't stab them
here?
in the right spot.
All
It's
right.
got to be in the most protected area.
Oh, you're right.
That's a stronger spot.
Wait. Call me a Wookiee.
Yeah.
Oh, this. Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be able to like.
Oh, you immediately cut into it.
That's okay. It's just the fabric.
It's just fabric.
It's not slice proof, is it? It's just stab proof.
Well, nothing can.
The plate might be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nothing
yeah.
can really be stabbed. Wow, I'm really kind of getting.
Yeah, you're like really wrecking that bad boy.
I'm filleting it. You see that knife work?
It honestly looks cooler.
Okay.
All right. Oh. Oh.
I didn't get it straight enough in there though, so let's.
Look, it's taunting you. Angle of azimuth? That's pretty good.
That's actually very good. Here, you try.
All right. I got a little more in that time.
Yeah, it looked
but
like
not
you did.
bad. I don't think that went through. Maybe it did.
I don't.
That's
think
pretty
so.
good.
I don't think it did it?
Yeah, should we drop it to the floor and let Charlie mount it?
Well, I don't. Oh wow.
Go
don't think
ahead.
that's
Charlie, get on him.
Okay.
Fuck him up.
All right. Get out of my house, burglar.
Wait.
You won't find what you're looking for here.
Oh!
That was scary.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's smart.
Tag out. Tag out.
It's Matt's turn. I think you might have got through it that time.
I'm in, baby.
Somehow my kitchen knife didn't work. my time and stable wasn't good enough. Oh.
The good news is nobody has to be worried about getting attacked by Charlie.
Yeah, I'm like a
Because he like crawls on top and he'll just kind of like sit there for a second.
You'd be asleep and you'd be like, what's happening? You'd like slowly be like, I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, I'm just like afraid now. It blew up my other knife.
This should be far stronger.
Well, that's what we said about the marble fade.
That's not what we
That's
said.
not-
That's like a $4 Walmart knife.
I just want to give it one good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, just one.
Like to really send him to the shadow realm.
Wow.
Ooh, that one kind of got in there. Yeah.
Could just be a mugging. But yeah, like look at that. That's good.
That is good.
Wow.
That was 5 minutes showing it's great. You
That
wanna
was
try?
good, yeah.
I don't. I'm good. I've seen enough.
It seems like if you are worried about a stabbing, you need to start spending 400 plus.
Yeah, that's where it gets good. 400 and up, you're safe.
Anything under 400 is probably not going to do too much for you. I don't
We
think.
should do this with the real high end, like like can you break a K bar on like $1,000?
Well, that's what I wanted to do, but PSS wouldn't sell to us.
Maybe now, once they see this video, maybe they'll send us one to test.
Oh, true, yeah.
So if you're watching,
We're the
give us
experts
one.
now.
Yeah. Any last words?
Okay, cool. Huh?
Any last words?
No, just I think it's about time we stop stabbing each other. The story of Overwatch is like a Shakespearean comedy, where it's not so much ha-ha, like laughing kind of comedy, more so just tragic. Just a completely horrific series of blunders that you can't help but point and at least giggle at. But overall, everything that's happening with Overwatch right now is entirely its own fault. I already made a whole video talking about the pathetic fumble of Overwatch 2, how they just completely slapped down the campaign and basically just annihilated it like the asteroid to the dinosaurs. It's extinct. The Overwatch 2 campaign, the single player, you know, the number one selling point of Overwatch 2, the thing that made Overwatch 2 a sequel, they just completely are getting rid of. and now you're being drip-fed little bits and pieces of what that content once was in the seasonal storyline PvE shit. So it's pathetic. A shell of what it was supposed to be, and it just keeps getting worse. Overwatch League, the esports scene for Overwatch, is imploding. Now, it's not completely dead yet, but it looks like it's on its deathbed. It looks like it's getting out its final ooh-rah here, and it's going out sad. It's actually pretty wacky. I haven't read this article on it. I wonder if this gives the full overview. Let me see. 6 years after the Overwatch League was formed, dark clouds loom on the horizon, but is OWL coming to an end? As the esports industry continues to navigate a dark period, commonly referred to as the esports winter. Jesus, that's embarrassing. Please don't call it that. This is just very natural for a highly inflated industry. Everyone knew this day was coming. They just kept kicking the can down the road. Oh, here we go. The 12 initial teams paid $20 million to enter the league in 2017, with the price of 8 expansion slots rising to as much as $35 million a year later. Actual, full-blown scam. Big thanks to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance platform that allows you to save more and spend less. Rocket Money allows you to manage subscriptions, lower bills, build a custom budget, and grow your savings all in one place. I had actually just recently learned that I was still paying a subscription to a game that I haven't touched in probably about 6 years now. And thanks to Rocket Money, I was able to notice that and cancel it easily, with no headache and no hassle whatsoever. Rocket Money can also help lower your bills by uploading a photo, tapping a button, and it'll negotiate bills for you, from internet service bills to cable and phone bills. You can also set your own budgets to help keep everything in line, so that way you know if you're getting close to exceeding them, because you'll get a notification from Rocket Money, and it helps you visualize your spend-to-earn ratio by month, quarter, and year. Overall, Rocket Money is a fantastic all-in-one finance platform with tons of tools and features that can really help you out. So if you want to get started, you can get a free trial by going to the link in the description below, or by going to rocketmoney.com/moist to start trying it for free, or you can unlock even more features with premium. Thanks again to Rocket Money for sponsoring this video. I brought this up multiple times after starting Moist Esports, because not a lot of people, like very few people, but a couple of people asked if we'd have any interest in Overwatch, and I said even if we did really like the competitive scene a lot, super passionate about it, there is no world where we could afford the buy-in. And I said it was like 20 million, and chat was like, "You're so wrong. No way. No, it's not. You're lying." Despite big ambitions and the extravagant sums of money involved, the Overwatch League has lost steam over the years, failing to ever eclipse the viewership it achieved at launch. Multiple factors have contributed to this, from the controversial YouTube exclusivity deal to the 2020 global health and travel crisis, to the allegations of abuse and harassment at Activision Blizzard. I don't know how much the YouTube exclusivity deal mattered. Even if it wasn't, and they were still broadcasting on Twitch and YouTube, well, actually, they wouldn't be able to under Twitch's new rules. That'd be illegal. That's forbidden. Okay, let's just assume they never had the exclusivity, though. I don't think it would change. The interest in the game overall has been declining. And the esports sector of any game is always just a pocket. It's not the whole community. So it's kind of a niche within the community itself already. I don't think it would have mattered that much. Viewership in the Overwatch League has been in free fall. The recent 2020 spring stage qualifier had a peak of 118k and an average of 55k, a huge drop off from 437k and 140k from Season 1. Do they do drops? Because this is actually a lot higher than I would have expected it to be. That's actually higher than the LCS. I imagine they do drops in order to gamify it a little bit to cheese some viewers. They do? Okay, that makes sense. With no clear path to profitability and Activision Blizzard in the middle of acquisition by Microsoft, the Overwatch League could be on its last legs. It is. I hope they cover it. Yep, it's right here. As of July 20th, there's no confirmation that the Overwatch League is coming to an abrupt end. However, this possibility has become increasingly likely since Activision Blizzard released its second quarter earnings report, and the document revealed that OWL teams will vote on a new operating agreement at the end of the current season. A team that opts out of the league will be entitled to receive $6 million in termination fees. This means that if all 19 franchise teams decide to withdraw from the league, Activision Blizzard will pay a total of $114 million in termination fees. They're literally paying you to leave. They're like, please leave. We will even pay you to get the fuck out. Everyone will take it. I really think every single franchise team will. But imagine one that has so much money that they want to be petty. They could not take it and basically just hold the Overwatch League hostage, I think. Which would be fucking amazing. Just one team. The Bumblefuck Score Masters. The last Overwatch League team holding out, refusing to take the buyout. It's like when a city's trying to buy like a dilapidated house in order to build around the area and the owner just won't sell. It's like that scene in Better Call Saul, actually. But with an esports squad. In the city case, I believe the government can forcibly take it. I don't think so. I'm not an expert, but this is very personal, actually. My university, the University of Tampa, they were doing some rapid expansion, and they were buying up a ton of houses and a ton of property around the area in order to keep building the university out over the last 10 years. There is still, to this day, last I checked, although it's been about a year now, so maybe it's different, one house in the middle of all of it. It's right before their lacrosse field, right next to their gym, and right in between their dance studio. There is one fucking house that they cannot buy because the owner will not sell. He refuses to sell. He's had it since like the fucking 30s. That shit's been there since the Stone Ages. He will not sell it. Apparently they keep offering and he just says no thank you. And he keeps his house planted in the middle of everything. In a sea of university students, there is one 2-story rough shape house that they cannot take from him, I guess, because he is not selling it. Unless he did over the last year. Like I said, it's been about a year. I hope he didn't, though. I really hope he didn't sell it. After spending between 20 to 35 million in franchise fees, plus millions more in operating costs over the years, many teams may simply opt out of the league and take the termination fee to stop the bleeding and recoup some of their losses. Independent reporter Jacob Wolf reported in May 2022, Activision was still owed approximately $400 million in unpaid franchise fees from OWL and CDL, as payments were deferred during lockdowns. This is another one you guys didn't believe me on. CDL was also a $20 million buy-in, roughly, for the esports side. You guys didn't believe me there either. It is. It is legitimately just a full-blown Activision Blizzard scam. The fucking franchising costs. In May 2023, the Sports Business Journal reported that Overwatch League had agreed to waive the outstanding franchise fees for all teams. At the time, the OWL teams still owed anywhere between $6 and $7.5 million to the league. According to Activision Blizzard's most recent financial report, the Overwatch League revenue represents less than 1% of the company's consolidated net revenue. This came only 2 months after the company stated that the Overwatch League and Call of Duty League continue to face headwinds which are negatively impacting the operations and potentially the longevity of the league under the current business model. There is no business model. The business model was hose these organizations for a massive franchise spot buy-in and nothing else. There is no business model. Esports is not a business. It's just net loss forever. Literally forever. No one's figured it out yet. No specific date has been announced as of yet. All we know is that the team owners will vote to either continue in the Overwatch League under a new operating agreement or walk away and receive a $6 million fee at the end of the current season. The 2023 Overwatch League season will come to an end with the LAN finals scheduled for September 28th through October 1st, and the event will take place in Toronto, co-hosted by the city's franchise Toronto Defiant, and feature the top 5 teams from the West, top 3 from the East. The winner will take home $1 million. I'm sure this one might actually get viewership because it'll be the last one, and then they're paying people to get the fuck out. Closing down the house party, turning off the music, and then giving them a little goodie bag of $6 million on the way out and a pat on the ass. Even if Overwatch League does disappear at the end of the 2023 season, this doesn't necessarily mean that Overwatch esports will cease to exist. In a May 5th interview with Deserto, Sean Miller, the head of the Overwatch League, highlighted that the company remained committed to supporting the game's esports ecosystem. Overwatch esports are not going away anytime soon. Oh, is that right? Just like Overwatch 2's campaign's coming out any day now, the PvE is going to be amazing. We're going to have seasonal storylines when you couldn't deliver on that. All of those other amazing promises that have come true for Overwatch. Your word means a lot, Sean. The Overwatch track record has been stellar. Blemish-free. There's rumors about teams suing over false statements to investing, which is why they're offering the $6 million. They should still sue. They should still sue. This article hasn't mentioned it yet, but they apparently also laid off most of their staff, like their esports staff, for Overwatch. I read that earlier today, but maybe it comes in towards the end of the article. On July 19th, Miller underlined the same point, telling Verge that Activision Blizzard is building towards a revitalized global scene that prioritizes players and fans. As opposed to what? Prioritizes what? Like, this is esports. Players and fans. There's nothing else. Like, I mean, I guess you could prioritize money, but you've done a terrible job with that, too. Like, this is a nothing statement. This is legitimately a nothing statement. This means nothing. He added that the company could be taking elements from other esports leagues when designing the future of Overwatch esports. One such league is Overwatch Apex, a tournament series in South Korea organized by cable TV channel On Game between 2016 and 2017. Apex came to an end in late 2017 when Blizzard announced that Overwatch Contenders would operate in 7 regions, and it was rebranded as Contenders. What does this mean for the Call of Duty League? It's unclear at this point how the cancellation of the Overwatch League will impact its sister, but what is clear is that the recent round of layoffs at Activision Blizzard has affected workers who were involved in the CDL operations. CDL senior producer Nicholas Henshoden was among the almost 50 people who were let go earlier this week. On Twitter, he said that he and his entire content team had been laid off, and he'd been with Blizzard since 2017, working with Heroes of the Storm and Overwatch before transitioning to Call of Duty. Yeah, they don't really have an esports staff. They're slapping them. On the July 14th episode of Nadeshot Knows, 100 Thieves president and COO John Robinson presented that all CDL teams will be in a relatively healthy position by 2025. That's a good thing for the league overall, for all businesses to go through that transition of getting to break even. If you say so. How are they getting to break even by firing all of their staff and paying people to leave the league? I understand this is for Call of Duty, but this is not showing me signs of any kind of health around the corner for the company in the esports sector. Which is not a good spectator game. I'd be inclined to agree with you. It's not the best spectator game, mainly because even though I do think Overwatch 2 changed it a bit, for the longest time it was literally just shoot at meat pile, wait for alts, coordinate alts, and not a whole lot else for a while. I think 2's definitely improved on that a bit, but for a long time that was basically the esports scene. Oh yeah, in other Overwatch news, it's coming to Steam. Yeah, I saw. Oh, actually, it's coming to Steam much sooner than I thought. August 10th. Overwatch 2's coming to Steam. To me, that sounds desperate. Very desperate. Those player count numbers must not be looking good. For about the last week now, I've just been sitting here stewing, just letting some juices marinate in my old noodle up here, as I've realized just how dangerous it is to have an argument in the real world in these days. I remember growing up, usually if you started beefing with someone, like you're insulting each other, like, hey, stupid face, are you looking for moron town? It's that way, idiot. You know, that would be letting bygones be bygones. Maybe they sigh and insult you back and you go about your separate ways. Or if the stars align and someone's real heated, they get real steamy, maybe you shove each other and a couple of wet noodle punches are thrown, just some really low-calorie knuckle sandwiches, but at the end of the day, both people walk away all right, and that's the end of it. I don't think that's the case anymore. Every single day now, I'm reading about how a very trivial argument or disagreement over something minor leads to somebody in a coffin. Just an absolute body bag over fucking nothing. I talked about this recently because I made a video on my second channel. I've been making a lot of content exclusive to the second channel, like I said I would, and I covered a story that was really beyond pathetic and sad. It's about a man who murdered an 18-year-old because that kid had responded to his Facebook post with a laughing emoji. I couldn't even imagine the mentality of an unhinged lunatic that felt that that was an appropriate response to that kind of meaningless nonsense. Like, these days, if you do something so much as putting too much mayonnaise on a sandwich, it could be a death sentence. I've talked about this story so many times, but it still, like, actually weighs on my mind that there are just so many people around us that are just one small inconvenience away from killing someone. Just an actual murderer waiting to happen, just waiting for that one small spark to ignite that rage inside of them. Now, why am I talking about this? Well, it's because I keep getting stories about this shit happening, so I just wanted to share a couple from the last week or so. Yesterday, I shared some good, positive things going on in the world, so I figured today it's time to counterbalance that with some horrible shit that's happening. So, I mentioned the laughing emoji murderer. I'm just going to show you pieces from that video I already made covering it, and then getting into the other ones I wanted to talk about. But on Facebook, a gentleman had posted a picture of himself and his milady, him and his girlfriend, and somebody gave a laughing emoji reaction to it. And for that, he murdered them. When I went over this on stream, chat started saying L. Joe Dirt, because, I mean, his mugshot here makes him look like Joe Dirte. This fucking inbred loser looks illiterate, but somehow he was able to actually start talking to the victim on Facebook. I guess in between whippets, he started responding to the guy who wrote the laughing emoji, who, you know, posted the laughing emoji, which this guy took as him dropping the gauntlet and challenging his honor. So he starts poking him a little bit, you know, trying to get some bread, huh? And shit, I don't know, you the one on my dock. Which I think he means dick. The fuck you even react to my shit for anyways? I'm ready though. Which is just such an unbelievably insane response. You're reacting to my shit? Okay, well I stay ready. Huh? When and where? When and where? You have the laughing emoji here? Prepare to die, bitch. Eventually the two agreed to meet up at a park to fight, where Watkins fatally shot them. This was mind-blowing to me that the victim would even agree to meet up with this fucking maniac. I don't know what he was expecting to happen there, some kind of honorable knight's code like fisticuffs. Like, you know, we're gonna settle this like some pugilistic men from back in the day with our fists. Let our knuckle sandwiches do the talking. Surely this fucking weirdo on Facebook isn't gonna do anything sketchy or fishy. I don't know why he would agree to meet up at a park to fight about it. But yeah, they go to the park to fight it out, where Watkins and friends end up shooting, which kills the 18-year-old and also injures another woman. So I guess it turned into like a big shootout almost, where a lot of shots were fired. So not only was Tanner Watkins arrested for murder, but another person named Caleb Ramses was as well. All of this over a laughing emoji used on Facebook. Now Tanner's in jail for life, most likely, and that girl that he was defending the honor of so steadfast is now just going to be getting piped by other men. So, amazing decision making here from Tanner, really. Throwing his whole life away because someone laughed at him and his girlfriend, and now his girlfriend will no longer be his girlfriend. She is going to find another man while he rots in prison for the rest of his fucking life for killing a man over a laughing emoji. It doesn't get more pathetic than that. I promise you, Tanner did not have the last laugh here. He became an even bigger joke that now everyone's dropping laughing emojis on because he ruined his whole fucking life over nothing. And of course, it's also important we talk about Caleb Ramsey here, who also threw his life away because his friend had a laughing emoji dropped on him. So this guy is an even bigger cuck somehow. That's that story in a nutshell. I then went on to talk about kind of what I briefly mentioned here about how dangerous it is just to even engage in a potential fight with somebody. Like, I really do think when it comes to altercation in the real world, it's best just to de-escalate as much as possible because, you know, like in a road rage incident, you never know what the other person's capable of and how far they're going to go. But then sometimes it doesn't matter how hard you try and de-escalate something, it's almost inevitable. Fate stepped in order to bless you with an asshole that just wanted to commit an atrocity against you for no reason at all. Like the story I'm about to share with you now about a man from Florida, classic Florida man story. I know all great fairy tales begin in Florida. This man nearly beat to death another man with a golf club because he made the mistake of walking on the cart path of a golf course.
And a traumatic brain injury. We first showed you this body cam video last night at 11. It shows deputies arresting Eddie Robit on a charge of aggravated battery. So now at 5, News 6's Emily McLeod is live in Lake County Emily, you spoke with the victim in this.
You know,
Joseph Sivak is recovering from broken ribs, a ripped ear, and several facial fractures after Lake County Sheriff's deputies say this man, Leesburg dentist Eddie Orobit, beat Sivak with a golf club.
Now, the attacker here, who looks like he's in the witness protection program, he's actually a dentist. So I imagine this may have been part of a bigger plan to fuck this dude's face up, like rearrange his teeth, so that way you'd have to see him later on in order to fix it. So maybe this is a money-generating scheme, and this isn't the first time. But anyway, in a nutshell, that man and his wife were walking along the cart path. They weren't playing golf, so it's a pretty fucking stupid place to be walking because you could just get hit by balls. Like, you're not supposed to do that, I imagine, because it's, you know, it's a private course, I bet. But there's a way of handling that that doesn't involve beating the shit out of them, like, within an inch of their life. So he broke multiple ribs, a potential traumatic brain injury, fractured skull, ripped ear, all of that, because he walked on that cart path, and instead of just having a conversation, the guy walked up to him, spit in his face, hit him with the golf club in the leg, to which the victim tried to defend himself with a plastic water bottle, but unfortunately, he brought a water bottle to a golf club fight, and damn near ended up like Joel from The Last of Us 2 here. Like, the guy did not hold back, and he had the gall, the fucking chutzpah, to be surprised that he was getting arrested. That is insulting. He's like, what are you arresting me for? What, because I almost killed a guy? Like, what? What happened to this being a free country? I can't just beat this man to death for walking on the golf cart path? Oh, are you kidding me? Oh my god. This is pathetic. Oh, this is sickening. Sickening. Now, I'm not here to give you a new phobia, but this might just change the way you look at standard yard care equipment. A man in Illinois was shot and killed over using a leaf blower. Just normal, you know, sprucing up the old driveway, the old front yard. Using the leaf blower, he got into an argument with his 79-year-old neighbor, who then shot and killed him. I'm surprised that 79-year-old was even able to pull the trigger with the amount of arthritis they must be encumbered by. Just downright evil. Now, according to neighbors, these two did have a history leading up to this. Not that there's any kind of history that would excuse murdering a man in cold blood over using a fucking leaf blower, but apparently the two weren't exactly on friendly terms, and based on this story, I'm gonna say that the 79-year-old was most likely the jerk here in this relationship. What an unbelievable piece of shit. I've seen quite a few more over the last week, but I'm only gonna show you one more story here, and the reason I want to bring this one up is because in situations where there's like an argument that was filmed or a fight that broke out and something happens, I see a lot of people on Twitter saying, how did no one step in and get in the middle of this and stop this bad thing from happening, or like do something to protect everyone? And like, I don't think this is necessarily a bad take or anything. Like, it's noble, like you want to see the good in people, that someone will be a fucking anime hero and step up and put the kibosh on everything like a fucking saint. Everyone simmers down and everyone shakes hands and walks away. But the reality of the situation is that doesn't always happen. Usually when someone tries to intervene in a situation that's escalated, like in an argument, they usually end up being a victim as well. So in the case of this story I'm about to show you, a couple was arguing at a restaurant, someone tried to calm them down, and was fucking shot for it.
An early morning shooting in Hollywood. Police say a man and woman were arguing near the El Compadre restaurant on Sunset Boulevard just after 2:30 this morning. Another man tried to intervene and then was shot by that man who was having the argument. Well, the suspect then took off. The victim was taken to the hospital, and no word yet tonight on his condition.
There is a real justifiable fear from bystanders that are watching an argument escalate or a situation or fight break out for why they don't intervene and put themselves in danger there, because it could come at the cost of their life, getting shot or some horrible shit like that. So it's just it's a fucking lose-lose situation most of the time. It's fucking scary. I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I keep seeing these stories. Again, I don't know if this is just so much access to information, so you're just inundated with all of the most awful stories all the time, or if there really is just an increase in the frequency of these deadly, violent shootings and killings over such small things. I don't really know. It could be either one. But I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. So, yep. Well, yes, I actually did just finish playing pickup basketball on this sacred Thursday night. Thank you for asking. How did I play? Well, terribly, actually. I played horribly. I almost immediately pulled my shoulder, which at my age is very painful. And then my old man brittle bones started creaking a lot and a fly flew in my mouth. But that didn't stop me from putting on an absolute shooting nightmare. I went like 4 for 12 and 0 for 2 from the 3. It was bad. And also, the fly in my mouth paranoid me because I'm a hypochondriac. I couldn't stop imagining Ozzy and Drix inside of my body fighting against this fly in there. It wasn't my best showing. But can you stop talking about basketball so much, please? That's not what we're here for. Goodness gracious, you're a real chatty Cathy. What the fuck? What we're here to discuss is a really weird criminal I learned about on stream last night, and I've been thinking about him ever since. There's a case going around about a criminal in Essex who has done nothing but steal pacifiers from literal babies. Wait, what? Man, 23, charged with snatching dummies from babies in Essex. Dummies? You guys call pacifiers dummies? It just sounds like you're insulting your kid. Why not just call him a pacifier? A man will appear in court charged with snatching dummies out of the mouths of babies. What a cartoonishly evil plan. Does he at least sell them or something? Like, what's the motivation besides just making a baby cry? Josh Gilder was arrested on Monday on suspicion of theft from a person, robbery, and using threatening behavior to cause alarm and distress. This happened on 4 occasions, apparently. The serial pacifier robber, burglar. What does he do with them? Does he just take them out and run away, or does he take them out and put them back? Like, what does he do? Oh, here we go. We got some more information. All right. The story just took a really interesting twist. So according to this, well, according to her, he uses the dummy to soothe himself. So what he's doing, and this is a revolting thought, he is taking the pacifiers out of babies' mouths and then sucking on them himself. That is fucking gross. Holy shit. He said he would take the dummy and then go sit in a tent and use the dummy, describing the thefts as purely acquisition, so acquisitive. Goulder also admitted causing harassment, alarm, and distress to a police officer the day he was arrested. He told the officer, "If my stuff gets broken, I swear I'll kill you." He denied 3 charges of assault relating to 3 of the 5 children who he took dummies from. Still shouldn't be stealing them from babies. Bit of a hot take there from me, but, you know, I'll say it with my chest. Stealing from a baby is... well, that's pretty low. You know, I'm just gonna say, he's a jerk. He's a bit of a jerk. When police were initially looking for this guy, they released this photo hoping that someone recognized him, when it's just a photo of someone's back with a hoodie on. But I mean, I guess it worked out in the end because they did apprehend him. He was taking candy from literal babies, pretty much, and they eventually did arrest him for it. But I really like the idea that someone sees this and they're like, "Oh my god, that hoodie! Wait a minute, that frame! I know exactly who that is! That's my buddy Josh!" And who knows, maybe that's exactly how it happened. But yeah, they did apprehend him, and the whole story is very baffling. That's a odd crime, for sure. But I want to give you a little bonus crime that I learned about on stream last night. Actually, you know what? I'll give you 2, because we went down a little bit of a rabbit hole with weird crimes. So this next one is about a serial mannequin pisser who's still on the loose, so beware of any mannequins. They might be marked with urine somewhere out there. So just sleep with one eye open. I work at Target, and one day we found that somebody had peed on a mannequin. Turns out he'd been hitting other Targets in Minnesota and peeing on mannequins. The guy has not yet been caught. Don't worry, I'm on the case. I just looked up urinating on mannequins, and the first thing that came up was a Wikipedia page called Mannequin Piss. Is this him? Does he have his own Wikipedia page? And here's a urinating mannequin, which is an art piece. I think I found the culprit for your phantom pisser that keeps coming in and urinating on the mannequins. I think it's this guy. Got him. And this next criminal is not some unknown menace. This is actually a very well-known criminal. Burger King. And the crime, horrible food. But this time around, what they were guilty of is a promotional marketing campaign that led to the death of a few children, infants, during their Pokemon promotion of 1999. I don't know how many of you knew this, but I was completely unaware that this ever happened, so I learned about it on stream last night, and I thought this was a really weird thing that happened back then that I haven't really heard too many people talk about. Have you heard about the Pokemon ball toy that killed a bunch of kids? What? Reflecting on the Burger King Pokemon disaster of 1999. What? I've never heard of this. Some of the most iconic toys of the 90s showed up on greasy trays across the country, but perhaps the biggest frenzy arrived with a series of Pokemon collectibles from Burger King at the turn of the millennium. Pokemania hit a fever pitch in 1999, and the frenzy had a body count. Time magazine helped introduce the Japanese imported phenomenon known as Pokemon to the mainstream. Okay. At the very center of their page, a space normally occupied by heads of state, religious leaders, and business magnates, Poliwhirl leaped out at the reader. I actually vaguely remember this cover. While parents, journalists, and psychologists were mulling the attitudinal impacts of the fad, a far more banal Poke danger was emerging. On December 11th, 1999, 13-month-old Kira suffocated to death in Northern California. A Pokemon toy from a Burger King kids meal was believed to be the cause. The company had begun a massive Pokemon promotion in connection with the Pokemon the First movie, which debuted on November 10th. The 56-day promotion, one of the largest in history, was intended to run from early November to end of December. The kids' meal prize during that 2-month period was one of 57 different Pokemon toys. Making the promotion all the more exciting was the fact that the toys were encapsulated within the immediately familiar red and white orb of a Pokeball. Burger King had plans to distribute over 25 million toys in this clever format for free with any kids' meal purchased.
Enjoy.
She's even in body armor. They knew this was dangerous. That's a huge promo. Did they have all 151? How? Damn, Burger King used to go hard. As far as Kira's death was concerned, the toy itself, as it turned out, wasn't the problem. She died after one half of the plastic Pokeball, measuring just under 3 inches in diameter, became attached to her face. She had somehow gotten it stuck over her nose and mouth, forming an airtight seal. Holy shit. Her mother took a shower for about 20 minutes, and when she emerged, her daughter was dead. Spokesperson for Equity Marketing, the toy maker that had partnered with Burger King, would later state that the toy meets or exceeds all federal safety guidelines, and Charles Nicholas, a spokesperson for Burger King, argued it was not concluded that the ball was the cause. I mean, it seems like a completely freak incident, but I mean, the ball was literally the cause. But it's not the design's fault, I don't think, right? Like that's truly a freak thing. From the sound of it. 10 days later, on December 23rd, it happened again. An 18-month-old girl in Kansas almost suffocated. By the time her father pried the half of a Pokeball from her face, the girl's lips had turned blue. When we found out about the first death, there was a realization that this could be a huge national concern. This was the worst-case scenario. A major fast food chain, not just a toy store, distributing these toys by the millions. How is it happening, though? It doesn't look like that'd be a really easy situation to find yourself in. And also, who's letting 13-month-old and 18-month-old babies eat Burger King alone? Also, what do they eat from Burger King? Aren't you still basically on mush? Maybe not at 18 months, but 13 months? When do you stop having, like, mush? When's the cutoff period? Why is every major fast food controversy about Burger King? Because Burger King it's actually a scourge. Burger King needs to just be shut down. They make the worst fucking food imaginable. Burger King have come around now, but we did have to push them. Oh, they have a recall commercial. It was such a different time back then. They had to make another advertisement in order to advertise the recall. Nowadays, they'll just make a tweet, be like, hey, we're sorry we killed some kids. Like, what more is there to say? We're sorry. Like every game dev that comes out right now when they release a pile of shit. January 25th, 2000, a month after the recall began, 4-month-old Zachary Jones was found dead in his crib in Indianapolis, Indiana. He too had been suffocated by a Pokeball. It's hard to believe that you go to get the kids something to eat, you bring home a lethal toy. How is a 4-month-old eating Burger King? And unmonitored by their parents. Now, of course, there clearly is something wrong with the design here, I think. Maybe the pictures aren't doing it justice for what the Pokeball actually looks like. But what the fuck? This is a 4-month-old with Burger King? And no supervision? Holy shit, that's a recipe for disaster even if it wasn't Burger King lethal Pokeballs. Are they just clipping it around their nose like a pin? So from the way it describes it, it seems like what was happening is the baby would be playing with the Pokeball and the half would get caught on its face, like a fighter pilot, basically, with their mask. And it created an airtight seal that suffocated them. Are you a gamer? Me too. And as a gamer, I have intricate, deep knowledge of all of our strengths and weaknesses. And no matter how hard you work, there will always be one weakness that I'm going to exploit right now. A single word that can induce vomiting in even the strongest, most seasoned of gaming barbarians. And that word is Fextra Life. It was tough even getting that one out. If you've ever played a new game, you've probably Googled something about it, and among the first links on the search results is Fextra Life. And it is such a scourge. Nobody goes to Fextra Life on purpose. It's like falling into the back rooms. It's this thing that unfortunately happens all too often when a new game comes out and you want some information or a guide on it, so you just Google it, and you click the first link, and all of a sudden you accidentally just paid a visit to Fextra Life. And it is such a tragic betrayal. It feels worse than finding out your partner's cheated on you. Fextra Life is a wiki on pretty much anything new that's come out, but they also indulge in some very shady practices that I want to talk about today. But just to talk about the website itself, I and very many others are not huge fans of this site. I personally have never really found anything of value there. It really seems like Fextra Life is so consumed with the idea of being first to guides on games that they don't bother to make sure that it's right or good. So if you go to like the Elden Ring section on Fextra Life, and trust me, I did when the game was still new and I was looking things up, some of what they presented there was just legitimately wrong or incomplete. So you just get like halfway through and it's like, okay, what now? Oh, it's not here on Fextra Life. Because it seems like all they care about is just being first and taking advantage of that wave of new people that are just really trying to get information. You would honestly have better luck finding quality guides in a YouTube comment section than on Fextra Life. So I don't really like this site that much, but that's not even what we're here to talk about. It just being a subpar wiki site isn't exactly the most interesting topic. I'd like to speak about the slimier, greasier side of this organization, because they're no stranger to scandals here. They see controversy and they fucking tap dance on it. They go a bit wacko mode. They have, for many years, been accused of certain things on Reddit, the land of the updoots, most recently with Baldur's Gate 3. They have actually just been blacklisted from a subreddit called Baldur's Gate 3 Builds because they were suspected of vote manipulation, downvoting links to the community wiki, and using bots to keep Fextra Life on top while throwing more things that compete with them into the garbage, flushing that shit right down the toilet. And this isn't the first time they've been accused of using bots for similar purposes. A while back, the Dark Souls community also had some very strong accusations against Fextra Life for other manipulative tactics used by them on the community posts and subreddit. So Fextra Life is just negatively viewed by pretty much everyone, even outside of just the quality of their wiki pages, also heavily criticized for the way they conduct themselves and the way they try and keep Fextra Life on top, artificially, supposedly. Now, the Fextra Life owner has responded to all of the conversation and hoopla going on right now about them. The biggest one, and the one that I'm mainly going to be focused on, is the cooking of the books with their Twitch numbers. That's a big topic that's been around for many years, and they do talk about this here. But just to piggyback on the back of this Reddit accusation, they're coming forward and saying that, nope, that's a bunch of horseradish. Not real, not true, that's not us. We didn't use bots, and in fact, they even said, I didn't know Reddit bots were a thing, which is complete hogwash. What do you mean you didn't know Reddit bots were a thing? Yes, you did. Everybody knows that. It's totally fine to come defend yourself against the accusations and point out, logical inconsistencies or the evidence isn't strong enough. But why tell a bold-faced lie like that in your defense? I'm so innocent, I've never even heard of bots, I think you called them. The only bot I know is the Autobots. Like, we don't even know what this is. We're so innocent. Like, that's the weirdest defense attempt. Like, why would you say that? Bots are a thing on every platform everywhere, and everyone knows it. Bots are a thing on Twitch as well, which FextraLife is no stranger to, since FextraLife is basically botting all of their Twitch viewer numbers thanks to their embedding video practice that they use. I'm sure bots isn't the preferred nomenclature for FextraLife when it comes to their viewer numbers. They might use something a little more bubbly, a little more PR friendly, like less than sentient spectators, or perhaps blissfully unaware viewers of the FextraLife stream. But this has been a controversial hot topic for quite a few years now. This comes up at least once or twice a year. If you have ever gone on Twitch during a new big game release, within the first or second on that page is FextraLife. They have like an average of 30k viewers when a game is new, and if they're playing an older game, they'll still average like 10k plus. But if you ever click on their stream, you're gonna smell something a little fishy in there. It gets a bit stinky in the swamp because there is no chat activity. Maybe 2 or 3 people chatting to each other in a 30,000 person stream, which is very odd. 30k is huge. They are among one of the biggest channels when it comes to concurrent viewers, at least when new games are present, and no one's talking. 30,000 viewers on their stream, but their chat is a goddamn ghost town. It's an absolute barren wasteland. You'd find more life in Chernobyl than you would in a FextraLife 30,000 plus viewer stream. So how is that possible? It has to do with a very controversial practice they engage in called embedding, where they embed their Twitch stream on their wiki site. And not just on the front page, on every single page of their site. So let's say you open the Elden Ring FextraLife page. You'll see that the stream is in the top left. They're currently offline as of me making this video, but when they're online, it would be right there. And now let's say you want to go deeper, you're looking at like build guides or something. If you go to one of those pages, the stream is also embedded there. It's on every single page of FextraLife, their stream is embedded, meaning no matter where you go, you will count as a viewer for their Twitch stream.
Sitting here, 30,000 viewers. The chat slower than fucking a 200 viewer streamer. This is pathetic. Twitch doesn't give a fuck, yeah. And that's the thing, is like, how are we really gonna get mad at them? They're just playing the game. They're not breaking any rules. So as you can see right here, inside of their wiki here, they have the stream embedded in this tiny little box. And this tiny little box here is why they have 31,000 viewers.
Now, I have seen conflicting reports where if you open multiple FextraLife tabs, you will count as multiple viewers since it's embedded on each one, but I haven't seen like 100% concrete confirmation that that's how Twitch would calculate that, but there is a bit of evidence to suggest that it might. So I just want to put that out there as a possibility. Take it with a grain of salt. That is something that's been being discussed as well, because since it is embedded on every page, a lot of people like me open many tabs, so I might have like 3 different FextraLife tabs open, and that's 3 different embed sources. So I guess it could count as 3, but again, I'm not sure 100% if that's true. But what is true is you do count as a viewer when you are on FextraLife, no matter what page you're on. You are absolutely not watching the stream. I have no doubt anyone's... There is literally 0 sentient human beings with a fucking pulse that are watching the FextraLife stream on the FextraLife website, because it's a tiny little box that just hides away in the top left, and no one's going to be watching it on that. It'd be like watching it on a Game Boy Color. Like, it's fucking worthless. No one's doing that. It's there just to gamify those numbers and pump that shit up. Like, absolutely skyrocket their viewership numbers on Twitch while adding no real organic viewers to it, and obviously no one in the chat. Now, another thing, most people, like me, will keep these tabs open for a long period of time. So even if FextraLife's offline right now, if I just keep this tab open, when they go online, I'm counted as a viewer even if I'm not home. Like, even if I forget the tab's open, I'm still counted in their viewership numbers. And to prove just how prevalent this is with viewers that are just accidentally watching FextraLife because they have the tab open somewhere, a streamer named Quinn went into their offline stream after FextraLife had concluded and just did a command that showed how many viewers were still there even though the stream wasn't going on. Now, this is something that does exist on normal Twitch streams with normal people watching them. there is something called like an offline community where if a streamer goes offline, there's pockets of people that'll hang around and just talk to each other in the offline chat, but not very many. It's a small number compared to the overall viewership. But for Fextra Life, it's almost their entire fucking viewership is still in their stream even when they're offline. Meaning, it's just people that have a Fextra Life wiki tab opened somewhere, not actually a viewer of their stream.
Surely my anguish and despair will ring on someone's ear.
23,000 current chatters. Okay, dude. All right, I'm a day streamer, boys. I guess this is what a 23,000 person chat looks like, guys. It's not a. You're disgusting. If you insinuate that there's not 23,642 people right here, right now, you are fucking disgusting for implying that these are view bots and they're not actually there. Okay, literally 23,000 people in his offline chat. Come on.
Yeah, it's pretty outrageous. So the offline chat was over 23,000 current chatters. So meaning that's 23,000 people in the stream right there, and not a single message. And also, there's no such thing as an offline chat that has 23,000 people in it. Not even the biggest streamers in the world have anywhere close to that as an offline chat number. That is people that are just on the Fextra Life wiki with tabs open. They're not actually watching the Fextra Life streams. It's fucking ridiculous. Now, it is important to note, Fextra Life is not the only stream that takes advantage of this embed protocol. Like, they're not the only ones that employ this tactic, but they are the ones that are the most egregious because they paste it on every single page on their wiki, and there's tons of pages you can't avoid it. And obviously, whatever they're streaming isn't going to be relevant to every single page on their wiki site. It's people that aren't actually watching the stream. It is no different, really, than viewbotting, which is an argument people have been making for years. And naturally, this discussion always inevitably ends up with asking the question, why doesn't Twitch stop it? And the answer's super simple. Why the fuck would they? This only helps Twitch. These big numbers are great for Twitch. This looks fantastic for them. There is no downside to allowing streamers to embed their streams everywhere else. It's a free advertisement for Twitch, free numbers that help everything on their platform. Like, Twitch has no incentive to shut that down at all. Even though it's very clear that 23,642 people aren't actually in the Fextra Life offline chat or watching their streams, it doesn't matter, because it only serves to help Twitch. So why would they put the kibosh on something like that? They allow it, and Fextra Life isn't breaking any rules. A lot of people have said, don't hate the player, hate the game, and they're kind of right. Fextra Life is not breaking any rules. They are legally viewbotting their streams, and have been for a very long time, proudly. So, this has obviously been controversial for a while, because, as you might imagine, this doesn't help other streamers, because Fextra Life will always take either the #1 spot or the #2 spot in a brand new game release, and they're not actually having people watch them. It's fake, phony numbers because of the way they embed their streams on their site. So it takes those spots away from streamers that deserve it more, who actually do have communities that watch their streams. They no longer have those slots that Fextra Life takes up. So obviously it makes a lot of streamers, when a new game comes out, mad because they can't compete with Fextra Life viewbotting, fundamentally. It's been that way for a long time, and I don't see it changing, but a lot of people are talking about it again, so I thought it'd be an interesting topic to discuss again, especially considering this time around the owner has spoken about it. So this is their response to all of the viewbotting allegations. They state that a viewbot is when you use artificial and non-existing browsers to inflate views on Twitch, and that does try to fool advertisers because A, it plays an ad, and B, nobody is watching. Real quick before continuing, they're getting a bit lost in semantics here as opposed to making real arguments on how what they're doing is different. Fextra Life streams often have sponsors, and sometimes very big sponsors. I imagine they sell their streams with their concurrent viewer average, which is like between 10 and 30,000 viewers. It's huge. But most companies probably aren't going to really look into that, so they're going to assume their ad is being seen by 10 to 30,000 people. It's not. As is very clearly illustrated, 23,000 of those people aren't actually even in the stream. They're on Fextra Life with the stream pulled up muted in some tab, not even aware that it's going on. So these companies aren't actually getting their ads placed in front of 30,000 viewers. They're getting it placed in front of, I have no idea, maybe a few hundred, maybe 1,000. There's really no way of knowing, because there's no real activity in their stream to judge it on or anything remotely like that. So it really isn't different than a view bot. When you do play an ad on Fextra Life, nobody is watching. Same way as if you would play an ad during a stream that is just completely view botted in the traditional sense. Nobody is watching the Fextra Life ad that the company has paid for, even though there's 30,000 viewers. I would love to see the back end of a return on a Fextra Life sponsorship, because I imagine it has to be unbelievably low since most of the viewers are from the embedded Twitch streams. So it is misleading to advertisers, which is another criticism a lot of people have put forth. And I think it's very valid to say that, because again, most of the viewers are not actually watching the Fextra Life stream. They then say embedding is an advertisement of the stream to real people on real browsers on an external website. Like any integration, the objective is to get people to click and go to Twitch. No advertisements are played on the embedded unit, generating zero revenue. Embeds are part of the intended code of Twitch and are intentional features that anyone can use, and many content creators besides us do. These are real people that we have worked tirelessly to build up into our community. What community? You tirelessly built up an imaginary community. The Fextra Life community you refer to is more made up than the Tooth Fairy. There is nobody in your Twitch streams. Nobody. Like, I can't tell if they're being intentionally delusional here, or if they actually think that what they're doing is somehow totally, the same as just building up a normal community. It's not. Your embedded Twitch streams are not driving your Fextra Life wiki readers to your Twitch stream. There is no call to action to it that I've ever seen. It just automatically is playing whenever you're on any page on Fextra Life. How the fuck can you possibly make an argument saying that what you're doing is just an advertisement to get those people on your wiki to the streams? Because it's not. The streams aren't even relevant to what your readers are reading. What's being streamed is completely separate from whatever they're on your site to read about. There's no chance that the two could even connect most of the time, unless of course it is a new release like Armored Core. Then I'm sure there is some crossover where someone went to Armored Core, Fextra Life, got some bad information, but saw you were streaming and was like, okay, maybe I'll check it out. That's possible, but that's clearly not the goal. If that was the goal, you would only embed your streams on the newest releases because they'd be relevant to each other, as opposed to just having it embedded on every single page where it makes no sense. Why would an Armored Core 6 Fextra Life stream be playing on my Dark Souls 3 Fextra Life wiki? And how the fuck would you possibly think that I'm on Dark Souls 3 wiki but might want to watch Fextra Life streaming Armored Core 6? It's just, that is a nonsensical statement to try and say that your embeds are only there to try and get people from your actual wiki to your streams. That's not the goal. The goal is just to artificially inflate your numbers because it's automatically playing and they count as viewers. What embedding does for me is make my website audience aware I'm a person, I'm streaming, and I can show them games that I think they'd be interested in. Again, that argument doesn't work when the website is all about game information. It's not a personality-driven site. They're not going to Fextra Life hoping that they'll see that Fextra Life is also live on Twitch. They're going there because they're looking for guides and information on the game that they are currently playing. That doesn't make any sense. What embedding does for Twitch is give them free advertising for their platform and an ongoing conversion from our website to Twitch. These new people were not on Twitch otherwise, and they're still not on Twitch. They're not going there. They're not going to Twitch. You can tell because there's no one in your chat. I don't know why they keep trying to say that. Yes, it is a free advertisement for Twitch. It's free numbers for their metrics, absolutely. But they're not actually getting new people to Twitch that weren't already endemic to Twitch. They're not bringing new viewers there. They're just idly on the Fextra Life wiki and it counts as a view on Twitch. And then they say they hopefully come back and become part of the Twitch ecosystem. It doesn't happen. Our embed is by no means a secret. It's very visible. In fact, it's the best possible spot on our website, and there's even a command for it on our channel. And as part of the channel rules, the idea that it's a fraud is also absurd. Our sponsors are aware of the embed, and it's a great deal for them to be able to promote their content on both Twitch and to our site users at the same time, particularly in the prime location that the embed has on our website. So this is very interesting to me. The sponsors are aware of the embedding. That's great. Are they also aware that the vast majority of your Twitch metrics come from that embedding? And are they also aware that that means it's muted? That means that their sponsorship package, the ad read, all of it, the vast majority of those numbers that it's being put in front of aren't even aware it's going on because it's muted and it's not visible. It's a very tiny box. Do the sponsors know that? I certainly hope so, because that would be very shady if you didn't make the sponsors aware that their ad read is going to be muted for the vast majority of the audience, and it's not going to be seen by them either because the box is too small and the viewers aren't actually on Twitch. I would hope you'd make them very well aware of all of the shortcomings of doing an ad with Fextra Life, since most of the viewer numbers come from a fucking tiny embed on a completely separate site that, again, is also muted. So hopefully you have made all of your partners aware of that. The owner does continue going on to other criticisms people have put forth against Fextra Life, such as like AI-driven content or it being lazy, stuff like that. But that wasn't the focus of what I wanted to talk about today. The statement is still very much up if you want to see how they defend themselves against other claims. But these were the main things I wanted to talk about in regards to this situation, because this is a conversation that comes up at least once or twice a year. And it is a very interesting one about embedding, view botting. It is an interesting topic that I just wanted to talk about a bit, since a lot of other people are also discussing it, and I think it's something worth going over. So that's really about it. See ya.